Catch is the call, and catch it will be. Reece Topley straight into the book. Baker, the night watchman, caught at third slip for 4. Energy Solution stand. Nice tuck there from Prest. His first boundary. Put away comfortably. That didn't move off the straight from Fisher. Not too crash hot either. Yeah, really well timed. Second time in a couple of overs that Prest has gone square of the wicket. Once through to leg side, once through point. Moves him into double figure. Huge number. Yeah, again, Prest organised. Off the front foot, makes a nice thud when it hits the Kia boards there, out towards the shot. Playing from the crease, but still playing it under his eyes. Timed away to move Lehman to 40.
Journey. Short. First up from Jordan Clark. Top edge from Lehman for 4. He moves on to 44.
Wasn't a shot with conviction though, was it?
Driven through the offside by Lehman. Fisher chases it but can't haul it back in. So 4 more runs to both Lehman and Hampshire. He moves on.
At the number of overs.
Clark strikes. Press looking to leave the ball. Withdraws the bat too late. And it's a sharply taken catch at first slip. And just minutes before the lunch interval. Tucked off Lehman's hip. And that single takes him to 50 in what has been a very difficult season for Hampshire, with the bat in particular.
Yeah.
Flicked off his pad for a single. Ben Brown.
Shot to reply. Lovely on drive as Taylor just errs a little bit too full. But that last delivery, if he didn't get any bat on that, I'm not quite sure what was wrong with it.
I tell you what, it was a very good ball as well.
Oh, it's got him. Not a great lead from Brown. Clark picks up his 3rd. Hampshire have lost their 6th. It's exactly what Surrey needed pretty soon after lunch.
Quite how little I've
Nice.
held the bat recently. But yeah, no, I'll be locating I've got a couple of bats under the stairs somewhere, which are both very nice. Got a couple of Keeleys that were
So well timed by Lehman. Cutting from close to the body, under his eyes more or less, advances to 57.
All right.
Yes, he'll tell you about it if you ask him. Sorry, he'll tell you about it if you ask him.
Yes.
Instinctively.
It has worked though, hasn't it?
But it's worked a lot of times over the years.
I seem to recall Nick Gubbins getting out that
He
way.
did, yeah.
Since we're talking about left-handers and Hampshire, you know, that's going to make it to the boundary, and I don't quite know how. Correct. Oh, not far away for the leg slip, but it's going to run off down to the boundary. It's going slowly, but I think it's still going to get there. It does. Teasingly.
It's a thick edge, and it runs away for 4. So it would have been in line with about 4th slip, but at this stage, across the formats. What a snaffle that is. That was motoring. The big man, Topley, had a long way to go to his left, and this partnership that was nagging them, was dragging out, is broken. Edging the first ball away for 4. Didn't quite get to second slip. And it does change behaviour. I like what Clark's trying to do there, going well wide of the crease. It's something he does to great effect, but he misses his line there. Leg stump whipped away. Organ gets his second boundary. Yep. He was trying it with the previous ball. We knew it was coming. Full and straight from wide on the crease. Clark makes that an art form.
Is given the football.
Last ball before tea. Worked into the onside for 1, so that'll be Pugita. You can depart the field with 37 to his name. He's batted very nicely for 92 balls. He walked in when Hampshire lost a wicket not long after lunch. Back over his head.
Uses his feet.
Sure enough.
And that's exactly what he does do. Targets the shorter boundary in front of the Bedser stand. Uses his feet again. It's aerial past short mid-wicket, but into the gap for 4 more. 10 runs off 2 balls. Fuller playing with intent.
Yeah, great batting. 200 or less, let alone getting to 250 in the first innings.
And that'll be 4 more.
Wow.
Fired in. Faster delivery from Will Jack. Slightly short. And pulled hard.
Jack's continuing after tea.
Uses feet. And it's another boundary. 4 more. Long off was stationed quite wide. And Fuller very deliberately in with a slip in place. Pochita goes big too. There's no boundary protection there. That goes for 6. And it means that Hampshire avoid the follow-on. Colo, it's happened quickly. Fuller uses his feet. Doesn't get hold of it at all. But it will run away to the vacant deep third boundary for another 4. And Jacks this time gets his man. Beats Fuller in the air. Doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Clark bowling to the number 11 Abbott with 3 slips in play.
Whew.
And Abbott starts with a boundary.
And batting with real purpose in that scenario where you could...
Cut away for 4. And that will be Delano Pochita's half century.
Must be a 6, must be a swing man. Ooh.
That'll be 4 more. Thick-ish outside edge from Pochita. Flies away. Short. And 6. Pulled uppishly from Pochita. It's an expensive over. 14 runs from it.
In this situation, I would posit that, I suppose, punching balls beautifully off the back foot through the covers.
That's an excellent
Looking
shot
like
from a number 11.
looking every inch like Michael Atherton batting at number 11. Again, beautifully played. He plays that shot fantastically, does Abbott. Gets up on his toes, quite deliberate, guided away through backward point for 4.
Yeah, don't leave.
What a shot. Great shot.
Don't leave those balls on off stump as well.
Yes. Tickled away fine. That'll be 4 more. Straying onto the pads. It means, though, that Pochita will not be on strike at the start of the next over. It will be Abbott. So he smashes it through the offside. Surrey will take the 4 runs, or the concession of the 4 runs at any rate. Pochita moves to 83, brings...
Going a long way.
Well, that's gone a long way. 1 bounce, 4. With mid-off up inside the ring.
Good morning and welcome to the 4th and final day of this county championship
Tight,
clash
given,
at the Keir Oval
and
between
that
Surrey
the end.
and Hampshire. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me. We've seen the highlights of yesterday, which didn't bode that well for Surrey when they had an opportunity to open this game up with the ball in the early part of the final session. They couldn't quite, which meant that Hampshire, thanks to Pochita and Abbott, got Hampshire into a position where they've had to make not only Surrey bat again, but have to do so from a position here where they've already lost 2 wickets. So a lot would need to go right on this final morning for Surrey to open it up again, or indeed to flip it round if Hampshire got busy early on and ripped into Surrey. There is that route available to them as well. Sonny Baker to begin. Good morning, Daniel Norcross.
Good morning. Well, you know, every day I wake up with a different excited thought whenever I come to the Keir Oval. And today is Matt Fisher's batting. He's got all the time in the world to make his maiden first-class 100. And maybe that could be the thing that we get some enjoyment from. Also, as you say, we don't know how this pitch will behave on the last day, albeit it's only really had 2 days' worth of traffic on it. Looked in pretty good nick yesterday, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it did.
But if a couple of wickets were to fall early, or conversely, if Surrey were to get a bit of a wriggle on, they might be thinking in terms of a fast pace to this morning's session. Get up near 300 in 30 overs, 5 and over.
Yeah, I think if all
Consider
things, Yas and I went through this yesterday, if all things were equal, I think if you go back a little bit, go back a couple of decades, go back to when the draw was worth fewer points.
Yeah.
But I just feel as though the incentive structure to do such a thing these days is different, even with Surrey sitting 7th on the table at the start of this round. Like the risk of compromising the 8 points that would be, so long as they bat well in this first session, all but guaranteed. I just kind of can't see them doing it.
I think it's highly unlikely,
Yeah.
but we've got games within games here. We've
Yep.
got Sonny Baker and Matt Fisher out there together. And the news that's been dropping over the last 48 hours would suggest that there may be a couple of vacancies
Indeed.
in England's lineup for the Test match here at the Kia Oval next week. I'm not sure if we'll find out today. They talked about a squad announcement on Friday, didn't they?
It'll be tricky to do a squad announcement today when the
Yeah.
reports are that the captain's got meetings this morning with his management and working out what he's doing. So
Exactly. But, and I'm sure they're not wanting this to happen, but Sonny Baker and Matt Fisher might be looking at this and going, well, we were in the squad for the last test. There may be a couple of vacancies. I wonder which one of us can push our names into the hat.
I think it's a great opportunity for Matt Fisher here, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, Sonny Baker, who was 12th man bowling right now last week, is in theory next cab off the rank, and I don't for a minute. I think Sonny Baker's a huge talent. He's going to play a lot of Test cricket. I admire how much he wants to play Test cricket. He's been loud and proud about that. This is the format, red ball cricket, where he wants to be a star. And they want him, with the extra yard that he possesses, to be that too. But Matt Fisher at the Oval, where he's been unplayable at times here over the last couple of years, that would be attractive. If they end up needing an extra seamer. And you can see a couple of scenarios where that would be the case. First run of the day to fine leg. One where they, well, we don't know what's happening with Gus Atkinson, let's be blunt, but also whether they see fit to play Shahab Bashir here. And if they don't, that might be another opportunity.
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of teams have come here and not played a spinner for very good reasons. There's Jofra Archer to throw into the mix as well. There's all sorts. There's all sorts of intrigue. No English cricket season is ever that quiet, is it? We have basically a 2-day test played over 4 days, which England win, and at the end of it, ECB's in turmoil. Work that out.
Yeah. So, just been recording a podcast about all of this in the last hour or so, and
Yes.
sort of trying to
Read the runes.
trying to sort of steer middle ground, if you like, which is hard. Our friend and colleague Isabel Westbury, who's working in the States at the moment, made the point on social media last night that at times like these, people do rush to one side or the other in a debate. And fair enough, I get the instinct to do that. Either it seems to be you're of the school of thought that this is all a bit ridiculous, that the players have now found themselves in this disciplinary problem for simply having a night out after a test win. Round the wicket, great bowling from Organ to start to Sibley. The stumping attempt as well, he's back. There's no movement from the square leg umpire, but that's exactly what Felix Organ, who went around in the first innings, would want to do first ball, land one, bit of that natural variation from around the wicket and beat the outside edge.
Also be hoping they might get a little bit of turn back in off the posh bit, as they say.
That one did turn a wee bit, but from the leg stump line, helped around the corner, Sibley into the 30s, so 147 is the lead. But yeah, you either have that side, that school of thought that, and I've been a bit playful around this about, that idea that nothing fun, what's that line? Nothing
good happens after midnight.
I mean, rubbish. Loads of great things happen after midnight.
Too right. Yeah.
As you and I can both attest.
Well, most of the good things happen after midnight.
As far as I'm aware, yes. So the question is, should they be permitted to be out after midnight? It's not about the good things or bad things happen. It's
after a test match as well.
Yeah. So there's that bit. And then there's the other bit, which is, well, they've agreed to meet this standard. They've agreed to be honouring this curfew.
That's the problem, isn't it?
And if they've agreed to do this, if they've made a team decision to do this, whether the curfew is a PR sleight of hand or otherwise, whether having been rumbled in this way, that they, with all the baggage that comes from that trip to New Zealand and Australia last winter, whether they should be in the gun anyway. And that's where the dividing lines are at the moment, clearly.
I know this shouldn't be an important part of it, but Ben Stokes had his birthday during that test match.
Yeah, I thought that too. I thought that got brushed over too quickly. He turned 35 on day one of the test match.
Yes, it was his first night.
First night out. And I saw a bit, someone, I don't know who it was saying, oh, how sad is it to be going out to a nightclub when you're 35? Excuse me.
That's
Catch you at the Lexington on a Friday night any old time. Or anywhere else for that matter. Ageist.
Very much so. And he's quite a fit 35.
Yeah. Ends the over 1 run from
I
59
know.
for 2.
They're the sorts of stories that enervate me enormously. I do think, though, and I guess this is just a devious part of my brain, it's just I don't quite know why the ECB didn't say, well, no, the curfew's not in operation once the match is over. Even if it sort of was. I don't know why they didn't just manage it that way.
Yeah, I would understand why the administrators at ECB Towers and Rob Key as director of cricket, who's an administrator too, but you know what I mean, part of the team as an administrator. I would understand why they'd be filthy.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because
they've had to talk about this forever, it feels.
Yeah, and they had what went on in Australia and the failed cover-up with Harry Brook and so on. They'd be like, oh, not again. We're not down this plug hole again, are we? Mm-hmm. And I would understand their instinct to want to be sending out a message with the statement they issued on Monday night. But in putting out that statement, there's so much grey area left that unfortunately people can and do join the dots themselves.
You fill in the fact that the problem with comms is if you don't get told what is going on, there's the opportunity for catastrophisation.
And especially when you've got someone as divisive as Stokes and the history he's got. People will join the dots.
I always say this about, injury news. If people are cagey about injuries, then what happens is that the journalists leap into the vacuum and they catastrophise. And it seems to me sensible to be upfront in these matters.
Anyway, I understand that we should best stop and we'll move on. Oh, terrific. Baker getting it to just kiss the seam and move away.
He's got good pace today again, isn't he? 85. Often you look at a player and you think, day 4, are they getting the same paces as they got on days 1 and 2? And so far, he's been up there and thereabouts. He's hit 88, 89. I don't know if has he kissed 90 yet?
Don't think so. He did last year when he was here, didn't he? Which was exciting.
There is a marvellous eccentricity to his action, as there is to so many actions. I was looking at... You've seen Blair Tickner's action recently?
Yeah.
Have I shown you the Monty Python fish slapping dance? Oh, there's a little bit of rain falling outside, apparently. We were threatened with pockets of rain, Yas Rana was telling me today. Pockets.
A little bit like yesterday, wasn't it, with the rain we didn't see coming until it came.
Well, it came from behind us, which was very stealthy. Normally rain comes away to our right where we can see it.
Forward short leg, I love that. Night Watchman still there.
Ooh.
So
this is another thing.
Another
thing that's going to be fun about today is Matt Fisher. He's got a bit of license here. Surrey find themselves in a fairly comfortable position, let's be clear. On a 4th day oval pitch, a lead of 149. I think he's got license to show some intent, but at the same time, he's got the opportunity to have a bat here, and we saw him last year put in some important performances with a bat. He can more than hold one. There goes the jaunty skip, then the arm flies behind.
Yeah, I love it. The little skip.
Yeah, it's the skip.
It'll become iconic as he plays more for England, 61 for 2.
Yep, kids will be doing that. Yeah. You will see it.
It's like you've got a whole generation of cricketers, probably about my age really, who all have exactly the same approach to the crease when bowling leg spin.
Yeah. Yep. Well, in my day, it was Bob Willis's.
Bob Willis, yeah.
Everybody did a Bob Willis.
Back. Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
other imitable actions.
You tried to do a Michael Holding, but you could never really pull it off.
Not a bad one, actually. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. What were the actions that you tried to imitate as a kid?
Paul Adams.
Perhaps Paul Adams. Paul Adams was one that Yes, once
Tricky
he,
to
once
do.
he acquired that nickname, it never really left him, did it? He must have it said to him. I've pondered this. How often would that phrase, frog in a blender, be said to Paul Adams? It'd be multiple times a day in his life. Anyway,
Yeah.
but who did you try and copy? surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
I tried to do Robin Jackman. Small steps. Small steps when you ran in.
It's kind of like Murph Hughes, right? The twinkle
Yeah,
touch
yeah.
on the way in.
Yep.
Ian
Actually, a little
Healy,
bit like Gus Atkinson in a
Yeah,
way.
it's-
Yes, he's quite some small steps. As
although
he runs in.
Merv's considerably bigger than
Yeah.
Gus.
And
It
Robin
looked
Jackman. Yeah.
quirky when Merv was doing it.
Oh.
Easy singles on offer that takes the lead up to 150. So we've got 3 back at the moment. As this game just drifts a little bit early on as the teams try and work out tactically, I suppose, where the other ones are going. Which direction is Surrey going to take this after they give themselves a chance to settle in? Will they, as you speculated off the top, look at trying to race to 300 and pull out? Give themselves some time? Will rain arrive at some point? It's delicate.
How many runs is Dominic Sibley up to now this season? It feels like he's been batting for most of it.
I'll find out for you.
He and Dan Lawrence. They're Surrey's leading run scorers, aren't they, this season, I think?
I'll reveal all in a moment.
It's nicely played by Fisher. Going back into his crease. I don't think the spin is bothering him at the moment. It's also fairly indicative of a placid, easygoing pitch here.
Sibley's up towards 600 now. I don't know whether this chart is updated today as yet, but 585 at 58.5 at least overnight. So
Wow.
a few beyond that as
how's
well.
Dan Lawrence going?
200s. Lawrence is yet further ahead, 679 at 75, with all 50s he's made converted to tons. Nice organised sweep there from Sibley. Finds the gap. 2 men converge. They get there in time. Baker does the tidying up, adds a couple, 66 for 2.
Because this is the halfway point of the season, isn't it? This
Yeah.
is the 7th game.
Well, yeah.
If he keeps going at that rate, that's nearly 1,400 runs in a season.
Monster season in modern terms.
Yeah.
You see players get beyond 1,000 quite a bit, but 1,500 not so often in the 14-game era.
Yeah, that would be massive. Joe Clark is one that's up there, isn't he, from
Yep.
Notts?
Clark's on 748.
Ben
Also
Slater.
averaging the same as Lawrence. He's played had a one fewer red inker, and of course a game in hand for Clark. Tom Abel, 696 at 77.
He's had a prodigious season. hasn't
He and including a match-winning 100 in the 4th innings, which should count for double. Deflection. Gets Fisher down the other end again. Yeah, I sort of feel like with Tom Abel, Kieran Carlson's another.
Yeah.
I think they're entitled to start. I know with Abel there was that they named that extended squad. I'm afraid to say that's a sign of things to come. They named a big extended squad for England when they went into the bubble in 2020. I know Tom Abel wasn't in it, and he was like, "How am I not in this?" At the time, he was posting massive numbers.
It's funny, isn't it? Some players are kind of fashionable or not.
Yeah.
The eye test.
Yep. Well, Abel meets the eye test.
So don't either look at those groundsmen. I mean, I don't mean that in one sense. They're fine-looking gentlemen, but I don't like the fact that they are moving around. Because they don't tend to move unless they need to. They do plenty of moving throughout this game. They've been on and off. We have basically lost a day's play, haven't we? I was looking at the overs. I think we've lost the best part of 90 overs.
We had 24.4 in day 2.
I'm just getting the
We
total
lost-
bold.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, that's right. We lost on day 1 at least half an hour for bad light, 5 overs for bad light at the end, whatever that worked out to be. So, yeah, 7. Well, I think day 2 was meant to be an extended day because they'd lost time for bad light on day 1.
Well, neither innings lasted 100 overs. Were
Yeah.
like 96 and 83 or something. So, with what we've got here,
And yesterday, of the 104 available, we would have had at least 20 taken from that with the rain delays through the day. So
it's a shame because if this was the situation, you know, let's say at 12 o'clock on day 3, it'd be very nicely set up.
you're right. We wouldn't. Yeah, neither team would need to do anything.
Nothing funky.
Nothing funky, but funkiness. That's a very well struck drive and excellent diving stop.
He played one yesterday. Did you see a lovely on drive yesterday? It had JVC, Jeremy Coney, in raptures.
I think that's been, since he's returned to Surrey, it's been a real feature of Sibley's play. How many times have we seen Dom Sibley hit a straight drive that's crashed into the stumps at the non-striker's end? So you talk about aesthetically the type of player that Sibley is in, I suppose, version 2.0 or whatever you'd want to say. Driving straight down the ground is very attractive. You combine that with his defence and his concentration. Cam Steele made this point on comms a couple of days ago. Around the country, they look at Dom Sibley and they think, well, he is the most difficult opener to this lodge.
That used to be a virtue, didn't it? I mean, I think it still is, personally, but that very much used to be a virtue that could get you England recognition. That's what openers were sort of for. Now, I've been a bit remiss in not analysing more the use of organ, and I think I've got a reason for it.
Short ball field set here for the last one here at Sibley. So it does go back. He knows it's coming. 3 singles from the over, 69 for 2. Pick up that thought.
Well, I think Hampshire are just looking at this and going, in reality, the chances of going what would need to be bang, 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 bang to open the game up are small. What is a distinct possibility is that our over 8, which is currently -3 at the start of play and is now down to -2,
yes,
could get us into a little bit of trouble
if Surrey don't.
If Surrey got a move on and then declare soon after lunch, if they haven't taken care of their over 8 before then, they just could get bitten.
It's flipped around, hasn't it? Because Hampshire's over 8 at the end of their first fielding innings was +3.
No, it wasn't. It was minus.
Sorry,
It's a
I got
minus,
that round the
yeah.
wrong way.
Yeah.
Got that round the wrong way. Right.
And Surrey's over 8's very healthy at the moment.
Yep.
+3, they're no trouble for them.
Well, we saw over 8 politics play a role here at the Oval earlier in the season, where Rory Burns made sure that Surrey, on the final afternoon,
Yes.
got through a stack of overs. That wasn't against Leicestershire. It was the second game, wasn't it?
Essex, was it?
No, they won against Essex. It was the draw.
They drew Essex. They won
Sorry,
Sussex.
quite right. Yeah, it was, I'm confusing my
Yeah.
Sussex. It was the
your
Essex-
X's. You get
X's,
your X's
yeah.
messed up.
my X's
Yep.
and O's.
Yep.
Morgan's got a slip now, trying to slide it across Fisher. Not far away from beating the flick.
The wind's picking up. We can see the flags. They're blustering. Yeah, I think he was going for the full-blooded sweep to start with there, wasn't he? And then, oh, it's not quite there.
Well, normally when it's a bit fuller, it's...
Yep, there we go. There are the flags. Give you an indication that that wind is just picking up.
So it's blowing when you're watching from this end towards the right-hander. So not traditionally where an off-spinner would want the breeze coming. They'd want the breeze going the other way to try and generate a little bit of drift away, but the other consideration is the short boundary. So he's bowling with the leg side boundary as the long one, which makes sense. They got that slightly wrong on day one, Hampshire.
Oof.
Enterprising, but not effective.
It's nice to see, though, that Fisher's looking for runs here, isn't he? He's not just deciding to block this. There's a degree of enterprise.
And once more, but he's plucked out mid-wicket in the process. So
I lost that to
I
start
mean,
with.
the way the ball came out of the bat, it looked like it was going, but it was only going as far as mid-wicket, where Jake Lehman did the rest. So Felix Organ, his second over in the attack, make that third over in the attack this morning, has netted him a wicket maiden indeed. So 69 for 3, Matt Fisher, the night watchman, departs for 12.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind him doing that. He's obviously looking to score runs this morning. He's looked to play some shots. He looked in very solid working order, but he has, as you say, picked out short mid-wicket. I was looking for it over mid-wicket because the noise it made off the bat was delicious.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. He got plenty of it, just didn't quite get the angle right, perhaps. We'll see here. So playing it from slightly off balance, that was his undoing there. He was
It's a bit full for the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's that little bit full you'll see here.
He just fell away a little bit with his left leg. You see where his left leg was when contact was made. It was pointing out towards square leg, and that's why it didn't quite get the oomph.
That's a nice whippage, though, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I think once he realised that the ball wasn't quite as short as he was expecting, he kind of manufactured the shot with a bottom hand.
Speaking of whippage,
Oh.
speaking of bottom hands, enter Daniel Lawrence.
Well, this could be fun, couldn't it? First innings, 218, better than a runner ball.
190 deliveries, the fastest double ever at the Keir Oval in first-class cricket. Baker knew over at the set man Sibley, but Lawrence was untouchable on that opening day.
He very nearly broke the record, didn't he? But there was an over of bouncers from Sonny Baker when he faced about 163 balls
Yes, that would have been the 170 ball mark to have the quickest for Surrey.
at
But
Guildford.
that was away from the Oval, so the previous mark at the Oval was
191.
191, was that?
Ian Gregg.
Ian Gregg, right, yep. In that 1990 game, where
Yes.
Fairbrother got the triple.
It's a game that makes Ali Brown quiver still to this day.
Ambitious, the call of catch. Missed everything.
Well, we're going to get a better idea here, aren't we, of Surrey's overall intent. It won't be for, first 10 or 15 minutes. Dan Lawrence is going to play himself in. If the orders are get on with it, we'll find out fairly soon. If they are back normally,
What a brilliant school excursion, by the way. We've got some students here. I'm not sure what school they're from. Try and get a look at their uniform in a moment. They're in the commentary box with us.
it's
They're
not
from
bad. Not a bad day off
Thomas's.
that.
Not only are they at the cricket, they've been up here with us in the com box. So is it Thomas's? It's in Thomas is in Clapham. There we go.
I was born in Clapham.
Great. Hopefully you will be, if you're not already cricketers and converts to the game, you will make it your...
Well, getting
A
a day,
lifelong
getting a
passion.
day out of school is
Yeah.
surely going to convert you, isn't it?
You'd hope so. It's the dream excursion. We had about
Yeah.
5,000 in a couple of days ago, but they went in the com box. This is the point of difference. Ooh, got big on him.
Seen a bit of poppage in this game. There was the one that got Pot Gita yesterday, smack in the sternum, from which he recovered to get an unbeaten 84.
Had one last night where I was playing, where a lad hit a flat ball to long on, hit our fielder on the sternum, and ballooned up over the fence, out of the
Ooh,
ground.
6.
Via the sternum, over the fence, not just over the boundary rope, but kept going on the way up. Kind of deflected, like a ramp.
I got hit
Off
so
the sternum.
hard by one of those once. I got a calcified kind of blob in my breast. I mean, I became convinced 2 years later that I got breast cancer and then went to the hospital. Yeah, had a mammogram. It turned out there was nothing wrong with me, but I'm a hypochondriac, so
Sure.
you know.
And it was
These
just
things
from
will
where the
happen.
ball had hit you. And
It was
never
where the ball had hit me so hard it had created a kind of
calcified
calcified mark. Yeah,
I'm glad the students got to hear that
Yeah.
story.
that's okay.
Terrific. Have a great day out there. Enjoy it. Enjoy the cricket. Trust your swing. All dots from Baker so far. Oh, it beats the edge of Sibley with the extra yard that he enjoys. 86 mile an hour near enough. That's why they like him. 69 for 3. Just back of a length, but it's the wheels plus the lateral movement and just a little bit of extra bounce that caught Sibley on the crease.
You see, that's the kind of point of difference that England will be looking for on this surface. I do think that the makeup of the side here is better done with at least 4 seamers. Last year, the Test match here against India, it was seamed pretty much all the way. What did for England was that they were missing Wokes, weren't they, after he dislocated his shoulder on the first day. Still, Jamie Overton bowled a ton of overs in that Test.
He did.
It's going to feel a bit strange doing an oval test. It's not the end of the summer. I think I'm quite looking forward to it because, you know, there's often that slightly elegiac feeling as you can feel the coolness of a September night.
It just
when we're all
feels
finished
right.
and packed up.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Sydney Cricket Ground where careers tend to end here in a
Yes.
good way. Like it's the place where you have guards of honour.
Or it's Manquaja. Didn't
At
Usman
Sydney,
qualify?
right, yes,
Yeah.
quite right. Think about here. Did Usman finish here? No, finished at
finished
Sydney.
at
But
Sydney,
here, famously, Alistair Cook, your brilliant bit of commentary that
Oh.
took him to 3 figures here in 2018. Guards of honour all the way through the test. Genuine recognition of an all-timer for England.
Ambrose and Walsh.
Ambrose and Walsh,
Yeah.
of course.
McGrath and, well, not them.
Michael Clark here in 2015. Chris Rogers pulled the pin
Yeah.
here. I mean, there's many.
There's a lot of them, aren't there?
And the same applies at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Get those nice moments. Like Warren, McGrath, Langer, Mike Hussey.
Oh, hello.
Bang. Just picking up from where he left off on Sunday, really, isn't it? Dan Lawrence goes, okay, you're going to bowl there, Felix Organ, whether it's over the wicket or around the wicket, I'll just plonk you. That's how he does.
It was a feature of his innings, wasn't it, on the first day? The moment Organ came into the attack, he went straight after him.
Yeah.
He bowled his first over from the Vauxhall end.
And that's inside out. I know there's not a lot of spin, but still. It's harder than it looks. And he's done it second ball. Dan Lawrence in great nick. That nearly snuck through. Good response from Organ. Change of pace.
60 miles an hour.
Yeah, so he's gone the quicker slider to keep Lawrence in the crease and honest, and succeeds in that mission. This could yet be a good contest. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men back, 3 of them on the leg side. Then on the short side of the ground, now a long off and a deep cover point. Misses his line, and Lawrence isn't quite able to catch up with it.
Yeah, long off back. So we've got 4 on the boundary. 5 on the boundary, actually. Deep square as well.
Yeah.
He's hit that hard.
He's clouted that to the sweeper. He only had about 8
4
metres
yards,
to
yeah,
level, not
if
even
that.
that. And
Yeah.
across the practice wickets, it skipped along, and Lawrence will keep the strike with it. So 7 runs from the over, maybe a sign of things to come. If they're going to push it forward, that lead of 164, if there is a route to, it wouldn't need to be 300, by the way. With overs bowled in the game, it could be.
So
I mean,
280,
historically, I mean, things have changed. Fourth innings chases are achieved far more often, but anything north of 250 used to be where you'd pull out on the final day and back your bowlers. Game has changed.
It's a
of course,
bit different. Yeah, I
But
think,
300. How long? Let's set a scenario here. Let's pretend we're going to lose 18 overs to rain today. Kyle Abbott won't make it easy. Let's say we're going to lose 18 overs for rain, so really there are 70 overs left in the match.
Right.
Let's be
Okay.
conservative.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
be conservative. So 70 overs.
You want 50?
Surrey would want 50 to bowl, which leaves 20 to bat, that's achievable. They got 7s from here. Is that right? 7 from here.
7, so we get to
8s.
300.
7 or 8 and over for 20 more overs if they treat this, cliched as it is, like a T20. Yeah, it'd be 7s, wouldn't it, from here?
Yeah. Oh, I say.
Well, if Dan Lawrence plays in this style and continues to evade the fielders as he's done here, that won't be a problem at all. Remembering he's off the back of an all-timer on Sunday, he's seeing it as well as anyone. Not to mention the innings he played here on Friday night against Hampshire. He is seeing them like footballs, 80 for 3.
That's Abbott's first ball.
Yes, indeed.
Now, the thing is, you try to gather from the way a batter is batting. Is this team orders? Is the plan to do this? Problem with trying to understand that with Lawrence is that he just is playing like this at the moment. Oh, lovely.
Gets it so fine that long leg has no chance. Back-to-back boundaries. The game is coming to life here at the Kia Oval. Dan Lawrence, 14 from 7, lead 172. I think just based on the few balls we've seen here.
Does it feel like team orders to you?
Well, it feels like they're trying to keep the game alive. This is about trying to give themselves options, surely. 350, let's use that. Assuming they lose overs, this is all provided upon.
That's the difficulty. You
Yeah,
just don't know
losing
when.
time.
That's why it's
Well
so
bowled, great
hard.
response. But if you
Hard
work
to
on the
work
basis,
out.
I mean, you can't assume you're going to lose 30, right? There's no
No.
point. You've got to be at least a little bit. It's got to be a balanced assumption. An hour or so's cricket lost today would be a balanced assumption, based on what we've seen. So if you're playing that, and you're looking at 300, and you're giving yourself 20 odd overs to bat, then I think there is a genuine world where that could be the target, provided Lawrence can do as Lawrence does. And that's clearly an emblem of that. Miscues and it doesn't work, but still, it's intent.
Yeah, there's serious intent here. Now I can't see behind this stand, and that's where the weather was coming from yesterday. peculiarly. The flags have altered their direction of windy travel. And the ground staff are no longer where they were before, so positive signs. Has anyone checked in on Phil Walker? Because he had lots of work to do today. But while Daniel Lawrence is there now, you see, look, the flags
Just
are
dying a bit.
confusingly
Yeah.
going slightly more from left to right, as you can see on that screen. Normally they go right to left.
Well, a swirling
were-
breeze tends to mean rain's on the way, doesn't it?
Can do.
Mm.
But
Phil
I can't
Walker.
can't see the ground stuff. Yeah,
Phil Walker's on deadline day for the magazine, I'm pretty sure.
exactly.
Today, so
Exactly.
this is a busy time.
But he's also got Dan Lawrence at the crease.
I know. How to balance those priorities. Oh, that's a beauty to Sibley. How's it missed the edge and the off stump? Terrific bowling from Abbott. So it's a busy over, thanks to Lawrence, but Abbott in the game as well. 85 for 3. So Surrey have taken their lead to 173 in the first half an hour of play. They lost the night watchman, Matt Fisher, who was caught at mid-wicket from the bowling of Organ for 12. But this partnership of 16 has happened in a hurry due to Dan Lawrence. And Yas Rana will talk you through the next half an hour after some further thoughts from Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, you don't get through Dom Sibley's defence too often. That ball did quite a bit. Now then, Dan Lawrence is on the charge. Felix Organ's in the attack. The field is spread. Yas Rana has sat down. We've got all the ingredients for some fireworks here, Yas.
Now, this should be fun. Hampshire, they're almost resorting to exactly what they did when Lawrence was on 185 not out.
Yes.
7 fielders on the boundary, 9 balls in to Lawrence's innings. And Lawrence does exactly what he did when he was on 185 not out. He just takes the single. When Hampshire have gone this defensively, Lawrence has actually just taken the safe option. Because
I
there's
don't
basically a run there every ball.
I don't quite know what their concern is here. You see,
Who's Hampshire? Yeah.
See, I think we're in a bit of a weird situation here where Hampshire ought to be quite happy for Surrey to score quickly because it might encourage them to declare. Shot.
That's a lovely shot from Dom Sibley. Down on one knee and reverse sweeps the ball to the left of short third, picks up a boundary, he moves on to 40.
I know no captain likes to see the ball flying to all parts. I get that. But Hampshire have got to be able to back themselves to bat 60, 70 overs to save a game if they had to. If instead they're being offered, let's say, they're back till lunch. They're offered 64 overs to get 300. It gives them a sniff.
Well, sorry,
Isn't it?
3 down. I know one of those is the night watchman, Matt Fisher, but you've got a lot of players in this lineup who haven't played loads of red ball cricket
That's
recently.
right. Yeah, 2 Currans, for example.
Nice piece of bowling from Morgan. Not for the first time today, beating Sibley from around the wicket.
I mean, we talked at length about Hampshire's choices yesterday, didn't we? About not declaring once they got to 300. I don't remember exactly how many overs they chewed up after 300, but it was, 10 or 12, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To no real avail. And if those 10 or 12 overs get pushed back into Surrey's innings, then they are going to be given an opportunity. I think they haven't fully understood the nature of the oval surface. I don't think they did last year either.
Lawrence takes the easy option again. 7 runs from the over, Surrey, 92 for 3. To be fair to Hampshire, one part of victory, the only part of victory really, is a Surrey collapse of sorts now. And those extra runs that they got yesterday were very helpful in making sure that potential target will be lower than it otherwise would be. Ooh,
The other
down
thing,
to -1.
-1. Oh,
Very
it's gone,
exciting.
it's ticked down.
Started on
Well, that's why
-3.
they start. I'm convinced that's why they started with Organ.
No, I'm
rather
sure
than
it is. I'm sure it is.
Abbott and Baker.
31 points off 8th in the table before this week. Hampshire not really in a position where they can afford to be docked points.
Oh, wow.
Amazing shot from Lawrence. Uses his feet to Abbott. Manufactures a bit of width that wasn't really there. And he pummels it through point for 4.
Well, whatever happens today, if this game does fizzle out into a draw, we can get half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. Going to be greedy. 2 hours of Dan Lawrence. Then I will go home smiling.
That shot forces a couple of changes in the field for Hampshire. Second slip's gone. There's a field on the offside boundary. Lawrence goes the other way this time. Shuffles across his stumps. Knocks it into the leg side for a single.
He's got 22 of 13.
I've got some good news for you, Dan.
Oh, have you?
Earlier we were talking about potentially threatening pockets of rain.
Oh, yes. Have they reduced in size?
Well, we've missed them.
We've missed them?
We've
All of them?
Not all of them. We've missed the
I
ones.
did say that's the thing about pockets.
That is the thing about pockets.
Yeah.
It's bad news for Luton. Luton's been hit
Oh, I'm sorry.
by the most threatening looking pocket.
Oh, really? And Luton doesn't need that, does it?
I don't believe there's any professional cricket being played in Luton today.
No, but just generally, as a town, you know, these are difficult times. The high street's under threat. You don't want a dangerous pocket.
But in South London, we are pocketless at the moment.
Oh, doing a roaring trade at Poundland. Down
So-
Tooting High Street.
The forecast certainly at least for the first session, is looking much, much better.
Is it?
In fact, the weather app that I trust most is saying we're not going to lose any play this morning, which is wonderful
Oh, what
news.
a time to be alive.
Wonderful news.
Yeah, we've only got 23 minutes left in the morning, but you mean the whole session?
Whole session.
Lovely, lovely. Okay.
Sibley just quietly going about his business, 42 off 84. Surrey's two most prolific players so far this season. Out there in the middle together.
Knocking on the doors of 700 runs.
Oh, look, Lawrence is there.
He's there now.
He's
Yeah.
there now. 701 runs for the season.
There we go.
An average of 77 and a bit.
In his 7th game.
End of the over, 6 runs from it.
Do you know what?
Surrey 98 for 3.
I'm going to get out a couple of minutes early because we've got Cam Steele here today, and I think we should use his wisdom, and hopefully he can explain to us what's going on. Or maybe this is just Dan Lawrence having a bit of fun.
Cheers, Dan. Yeah, for the second time this week, Cam Steele is with us. I reckon we should ask the viewers to send in some questions for Cam. Cam's going to be with us throughout the day. If you've got any questions about anything, really, not just county cricket, not just Surrey, about life in general, for Cam, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and we'll put them to him over the course of the day. Organ to continue to Sibley from around the wicket. 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. That reverse sweep from Sibley in the previous over has dropped short third back to the boundary rope. Morning, Cam. How are you?
Good morning, Yas. Thanks for having me on. I'm very well, thank you. You going well?
I'm going very well.
Excellent.
You've been a busy man. You were not with us yesterday, but you were still working on some live cricket. Tell us about it.
I was with the ICC yesterday.
That will be 4 more to Dan Lawrence. 26 off 15. Even with all that boundary protection, he's still able to find the rope. He is in some form at the moment.
All a little bit too easy for Dan Lawrence at the moment. Just sumptuous. Wrists of gold, as Mark Church likes to say.
Delicate. Waits for the ball and just dabs it behind square for 2 more. So 2 World Cup warm-up games, is that right?
2 World Cup warm-up games. Had Ireland versus Bangladesh women, T20, and then New Zealand versus South Africa up at Loughborough. Very grateful for the opportunity and the experience. It's good fun.
So that single means that Dan Lawrence has now scored 247 runs in this game, which is pretty good going. What's he like to train with? Because in the entirety of English cricket, I can't think of many players who have such a vast array of shots and the ability to play two completely different shots off the same ball.
It's a good question. He's both methodical with the way he prepares for games, but then also experimental. He knows what he needs to do to perform at his baseline, shall we say, as that brings the end of the over. Hampshire 107 for 3. But he can play shots that others can't, as we've seen throughout this game, and can switch it on and off. So he does practice them in the net. So some of the running down the wicket and the backing away and the ridiculous wrists outside off stump, he does practice them. But in general, the major difference is that he backs what he does and he backs how he trains. I was saying the other day, characters like him, the Currans, Will Jacks, they just have a level of confidence that is supreme compared to others, and something that I never possessed. But it's wonderful to watch, and you do need different characters throughout your dressing room.
Well fielded, made off by Sonny Baker. I mean, it's just a single. Confidence in what way? Confidence in their ability, confidence in their methods. I guess with something with Lawrence is that there's a degree of unorthodoxy to the way he plays. And I suppose I'm quite interested in how that starts, if that makes sense. So, for example, that shot he played 2 overs ago off Carl Abbott, it's a good back of a length ball on about 5th stump that he moves away from, makes width that's not really there. Is that instinct? Is that something that he trains really hard?
I suppose you train the basics really hard, and that's the same for everyone who has any success, is having a firm base, keeping your eyes level, and making sure you don't move too much, really, playing the ball late. And in a way, as you see that shot there from Sibley, it's the same thing. It's just to block up the pitch as opposed to backing away and still playing it late, but your eyes are level, watching the ball. The basics apply in every format and every technique. But Dan just exploits them in a different way. And the thing that's most impressive for me are his hands.
It's another player miss. Abbott's bowling well here.
Dan Lawrence allows his hands to go to work because of how firm his base is. I think a little while ago he was addicted to watching A.B. de Villiers videos and has sort of tried to copy his trigger a little bit. And there's been a little bit of A.B. de Villiers about him this game and throughout this season, especially on Friday night as well.
Oh, again, Abbott beats Sibley's outside edge. It's been a fascinating battle all game between them. Leading wicket taker in the country against the leading opening batter in the country at the moment. End of another over. Surrey 109 for 3. You said the other day that there's been a change to his trigger movements as well. Yeah, we talk about how many runs he scored in this game. You're right to bring up Friday night too. So that is 342 runs against Hampshire since Friday. Pretty good going.
Have that.
And despite the speed at which he's played in both innings, he's actually been quite measured in terms of what options he's taken. You talked on Sunday about how he was actually quite selective about which short balls to attack. I think the way he's played Felix Organ all game as well has been relatively restrained, actually. When he's looked for boundary options, it's when the boundary options have been there in terms of the field. When the field's been pushed back, and Hampshire have generally had 7 or 8 boundary riders to Lawrence, he's just taken the singles.
It's easy to equate innovation with recklessness. All of it has been so well measured by Lawrence and by Sibley. There. Little reverse sweep. Get Dan Lawrence back on strike. Easy one. And if you practice the shots, then you should have the confidence to play them.
Oh, wow. They get through for a single. Again, a bit of improvisation from Dan Lawrence. Doesn't quite come off this time.
But to answer your original question on practice, Dan certainly does practice the way he plays. And of course, you can never replicate every scenario, but generally the players who practice best are the ones who make it as close to a game as possible, make everything into a competition.
There it is again with the field back. He's very content to just take the singles that are on offer.
Love the way these two complement one another as players. Dom Sibley now on 47. He'll just do his thing. Dan Lawrence can be the aggressor.
Appeal for LBW. Organ really likes it, but not given. Sibley down on one knee again. Have a look at the replay, but Organ really liked it. He's asking the umpire the question, what's that missing?
Felix Organ needs to be a little bit careful here in the umpires. You need to do a lot from around the wicket as an off spinner.
Yeah, there'll be questions about where that's pitched. Anyway, Abbott to continue. Sibley pinches a quick single. Moves on to 48.
That's outstanding running.
I think Surrey run really well all game. Very, very alert to opportunities to pinch quick singles. Kind of got two different games happening at the moment. Abbott's bowling a really good spell here, and even though the field's back for Lawrence, he's come quite close to taking a wicket a few times in this spell.
That's ridiculous batting. He's made that look so easy. I know that's not sailed into the stands or anything, but Kyle Abbott smacking, as you say, smacking a good length. The ball is moving around a bit, and Dan Lawrence just knocking the ball on its head. Keep the scoreboard ticking.
That's the shot that you've enjoyed most this morning, I think.
I suppose because I know how hard it is to play. Turning a good ball into an easy one. I suppose the viewers at home might be wondering why I'm waxing lyrical about this.
Here it is again.
This shot here. He has no right to get a run off that ball. He's made it look so easy.
And again, Lawrence alert to the run-scoring opportunity. Really good proactive cricket from both Lawrence and Sibley this morning. I lead now 206. So yeah, I was saying that two different games at the moment. Abbott's bowling a really good threatening spell from the Vauxhall end. At the other end, Felix Organ is bowling with an incredibly defensive field, specifically for Lawrence, and even actually to Sibley. It's not as extreme, but even to Sibley, there are 6 boundary riders, often 8 when he's bowling to Lawrence. And the Surrey pair have been very sensible. They're not really taking any undue risks. And I wonder if Hampshire could have a couple more fielders up to entice a more aggressive shot. Ripple of applause to mark the 50 partnership between Lawrence and Sibley. It's come off just 53 balls.
I agree with you, Yas. Hampshire just a little too defensive, in my opinion.
Sibley on 49. Knocked into the offside. And that will be Dom Sibley's half century. It's the fourth time he's reached that figure so far this season. More than 600 runs in the county championship at an average of more than 60. He's faced more than 1,400 balls, and we're only on June the 10th. He has been in sensational form in 2026, following up an excellent 2025. Just so hard to remove at the top of the order. He makes the prospect of taking 20 wickets against Surrey so difficult for whoever they play. Organ to continue. Sibley on strike again. I think even with that shot that has taken Sibley to 50, there were so many single scoring opportunities for him there. And it feels like, I don't know, the game's a little bit on fast forward at the moment from Hampshire's point of view.
It's as though they're being defensive, but still the rate's still going at a clip. So they're not actually achieving their intended goal, unless they just want to bat as soon as possible. But then why would you put more overs into Kyle Abbott? I mean, this is a spinner's job. Felix Organ's doing what spinners have to do in these situations.
But also, like, stranger things have happened in cricket matches, right? Surrey have lost 3 wickets, and they're no longer taking risks, really. And they've just allowed Surrey to quite quickly add 54 runs to the score without there being a huge amount of wicket-taking threat from the pavilion end. And that's no comment on how Organ's bowling. It was a very close LBW shout in the last over. It's more, Surrey aren't really taking risks against him. When you think that if, I don't know, you bring in mid-off, you just plant seeds in the batsman's mind about trying to take on a fielder, trying to hit the ball over them. At the moment, Sibley batting with no one off the boundary on the offside. Another LBW appeal. Come through for a leg bye.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, it isn't an indictment on their bowling at all. They've bowled very nicely here. Organ's done a good job. Kyle Abbott does what Kyle Abbott does. But they did well with the bat to get to where they got to, and it feels a shame to just allow Surrey to score relatively freely.
Lawrence uses his feet. Slight miscue into the offside. Comes through for a single, and 6 singles off the over. Sorry, 1-2-6 for 3. That lead now 2-14. Well, we were asking you early today for some questions for Cam. Surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We have a first one. What is the obscure little thing that most irritates county cricket? Something that we wouldn't think of as fans. That's from Sam.
Got to be something with social media.
Social media comments from fans?
Probably. From fans who... It's the ones that aren't informed. Well, for me, that was the most irritating. I'd say it's probably game-wide. Uninformed, lack of support, potentially. But there's enough support out there to even it out. Is that a fair answer, would you say?
Definitely. Fuller on from the Vauxhall end. Oh, full toss first up. Clossed into leg side for a single. Yeah, I think there's a growing move, actually, on the social media point around players and teams moving away from it. So Kent, famously this season, they've blocked all comments on social media after the team and players were receiving a really quite grim volume of abuse after their early season form, which they've actually turned around and they're threatening to have actually a really good season in Division 2 and in the Blast. We've also seen it in interviews with players. I read something from Izzy Wong this morning where she was saying that she's deleted Instagram completely. And you look at county cricket Twitter accounts in particular, when there's a defeat, the comments can be really quite unsavoury
Like
after games.
Sack the coach.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an obscure little thing though, so I'm going to rack my brains for.
I often think, in football where if let's say you're at the Emirates, it's an Arsenal game, 60,000 people, and people are hurling abuse at the referee because it's a sort of blob of people doing it. There's something not hugely personal about the abuse. If you go to a non-league game and there are 200 people in the ground, if someone is hurling abuse at the linesman, that is incredibly personal.
Oh,
Wow. Dan Lawrence deposits the ball into the stands. Extraordinary shot down on one knee. Essentially a slog sweep off the pace of James Fuller. Seen some extraordinary shots from Lawrence over the course of this week, and that is right up there.
That was fairly De Villiers-esque.
It really is. It's a great comparison.
I can't really give any punditry on that because I couldn't do that. Outstanding from Dan Lawrence. Playing a different game at the moment.
Moves on to 44 of just 29, following up his first innings double 100. That'll be a single slash outside the off stump. Moves on to 45. And yeah, I think they come through for a buzzer. Sloppy cricket from Hampshire. It's another very, very good over for Surrey. 11 runs from it.
James Fuller will be fuming inside at that, getting Dan Lawrence back on strike.
Excuse me, one more ball remaining in the over. Lawrence on 46. He'll retain the strike, 47 off 31. Yeah, I think the abuse that you often see on social media directed to counties and players at times comes across as unnecessarily personal. And I guess as from a player's point of view, if you just have have a phone and you're on social media, you see this stuff accidentally. You don't go out to seek it necessarily. It's just there.
It's suggested for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, Cameron Steele bowls bad leg spin. Awesome. But I suppose that's not an obscure thing. Everyone has social media, so I'll try and rack my brains for another one.
Not everyone gets abuse though.
And that's not to say that we don't appreciate all the support that comes through on Twitter, Instagram, whatever it is, Blue Sky. The game is wonderfully well supported by all the members.
Sibley uses his feet. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Still picks up a single.
I'd say an obscure thing is double headers. They're quite hard to prepare for as a player. If there's a game going on beforehand, it's really tough to warm up.
I've often wondered that, especially in the 100. The turnaround time is so short between games. And if you're having a game that's a non-double header and you're at the ground early, you see actually players are using the outfield so far ahead of the start of the game. First sweep again from Sibley.
I mean, it's outstanding from a viewer's perspective.
Yeah.
But in terms of actually warming up, I know it seems ridiculous. You'd think, oh, do you really need to have a net before a game or whatever when you hit all the time? But half an hour or an hour is a quick turnaround.
Lawrence and 49. A rare dot ball. Finds the one fielder who's not on the boundary. There it is, pushed into the offside. It'll just be a single. And Dan Lawrence, for the second time in the game, reaches 50. 50 not out of just 35 balls to follow his record-breaking double 100 in the first innings. The fastest ever first-class double 100 in this ground's history. He's having a stellar season. Second in the run scoring charts in the county championship. 728 runs at 80.88. 400s and this 50. Every time before today that he's reached 50, he's gone on to 3 figures.
Confidence just oozing off him at the moment. Can't put a foot wrong. I imagine he's piquing the interest of a couple of England selectors.
Well, there's going to be a squad that is going to be announced either later today or tomorrow. Very, very interesting to see who might be added to that group. Point that Will McPherson from the Telegraph made to me downstairs was that actually England had an unusually big squad for a home test match for the first test match at Lord's. So it's not actually a given that they'll add to it. But if you were to pick a player on pure form at the moment, hard to look past Dan Lawrence.
He's pushed his case for a number of years now as well.
I think fans and journalists alike are naturally drawn to things that are new. And I think with Lawrence, because he's had a bit of a past with England before, people may be a little bit abrupt or too quick in moving on to the next new guy, the shiny new toy that emerges. But before this game, I haven't got the updated figure, but before this game he averaged more than 52 for Surrey in first class cricket, and that's going to be a lot higher than that now.
Nearly capped this game, of course, as well, at tea time on day one. Huge moments for players when that happens.
Sibley goes aerial. There's no protection. Deep on the leg side in front of square. And it's 6. Sibley's first 6 of the game. Slightly short of a length from James Fuller. And Dom Sibley frees his arms.
Gorgeous from Sibley. As much as we talk about how solid he is in defence, he can certainly strike a ball. He's shown it in T20 cricket for Surrey. He's just starting to go through the gears a little bit here now.
It's another quick single. They have run so well between the wickets. 10 runs from the over. Sorry, 152 for 3. They lead by 240. I believe we have some stats from Andrew Sampson to run through after Lawrence brought up his half century. Some words from Cam Steele before Adam Collins will take you through for the next half an hour.
Surrey cruising here. Sibley and Lawrence doing a fantastic job. And just how many will they be looking to get? My call would be 300 to 350 dangle a little carrot perhaps? Welcome, Adam Collins. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm a carrot dangler. I wouldn't be giving. I'll be getting out of there. 300 lead, live a little, give them something to chase. Use that as the leverage to try and take some wickets. Because your Hampshire, suddenly, an opportunity to get off the bottom of the table. You know, that's significant. Having the door ajar for them is real. This isn't sort of a mid-table scrap where it doesn't really matter. It matters an awful lot to Hampshire. So keeping them in the game could be central to giving Surrey their best opportunity to claim the wickets they'll need as well. So suddenly it's shaping up really well, so long as that rain stays away. Oh, well bowled. And that's the other consideration, I suppose, Cam. We don't really know what will happen with the weather. But it'd be mad to kind of assume it'll be perfect all day. The radar suggests there will be rain. So that's the other variable for Rory Burns in all of this. How many overs? How many runs?
I suppose the flip side of that as well is if you've been ahead of the game for the whole game, do you want to dangle a carrot?
This is it.
Conversations.
This is the quintessential final day dilemma, isn't it? Have the other team earned the right to have the carrot dangled? I don't know. Maybe they have. But no, I don't think it'll be that abstract. It'll be to do with the opportunity cost or risk reward with that big old 8 points there for the draw. Do you think that did change the way that dressing rooms considered the draw when they went from 5 to 8?
Definitely.
Whoa.
Wow.
Just complete authority. The way this guy is playing at the moment, he's on another planet. The way he played Friday night, the way he played Sunday, the way he came out today, he is motoring towards another 100 here. And poor old Felix Organ has borne the brunt of many a Lawrence blow this week. How far has it gone? Did it get into the second deck?
That's just pure striking from Lawrence.
Who'd want to be a finger spinner? Good correction there from Organ as well, making sure that at a couple of miles an hour quicker that Lawrence had to check his stroke.
I'll correct you as well. Who'd want to be a spinner?
At least you guys have the ability to turn the ball square, right? Or the back of the hand, or you got other tricks. Organ right now has probably got pace, bit of dip, not an awful lot of turn. It's the end of an over that takes the lead to 247, 159 for 3. If you are Felix Organ in this situation, though, I mean, accepting that you're a leggy in here and offie, but like, what are you trying to do to try and make things as difficult as possible for Dan Lawrence? What is the best possible ball to bowl in a situation like this for him?
All depends, but fundamentally it's just trying to bowl as many dots as possible and hoping that if they miss, then you hit.
But do you have to part with your ego a bit? Probably a better way of asking. Because you can't bowl your best ball, right? Your best ball is likely to be in his swinging arc.
Unfortunately, this is the role of a spinner at times. All over the world, not just in England, that there's a graveyard shift. This is one of them.
Yeah.
And swallow your pride and do as best as you can for the team.
Remember when talking to Glenn Maxwell about his bowling at one point or another, when working with him on a project, he said, you have to become so at peace with the idea of bowling beautifully and being absolutely smashed, because your best balls can often be the ones that are most subject to going the distance if the batters can set. It must be so difficult when you've worked on your best ball, you've worked on finding that rhythm session after session, day after day, to turn that all around in a situation like this. Bowl ugly. Picks out long on, didn't quite get that.
But that's professional sport. It's not all glamorous, not all reels on Instagram and sound bites and all these things. It's the realities of it are there are more tough days than there are good days, and you just got to do your job. And the more consistently you do your job and perform for the team, the more likely it is that you do get those highs.
One other point to fold in here. It may not be the worst thing in the world for Hampshire that Surrey are scoring quickly here. I mean, again, like you put yourself in their shoes. Bottom of the table, it's going to take quite a bit to vault themselves into a position of safety over the second half of the season. By Surrey scoring quickly in a roundabout kind of way, it might mean the declaration comes a snifter earlier, which provides more overs for the chase. Like, it's a weird way of considering it, but I mean, a million years ago when time was lost, you'd see lob bowling and trying to see the third innings finish as quickly as possible to get to an agreed declaration point. That definitely won't happen today, but you know, if Surrey did have, say, 300 on their mind to give themselves a buffer but time.
This is why we love 4-day cricket.
Yep.
And championship cricket. There's just so many nuances at play.
And so far the weather's behaved. We had some sprinkles at about 10:30, I reckon it was. Got on time. The ground staff were over there waiting at the sheets for about 5 overs in the first half an hour of play. Never came. Got really messy, swirly breeze. It felt like the rain was any moment now. Looking at my fairly unsophisticated radar, it does suggest we've got something coming soon. When I say radar, I just use the percentage thing on the phone. It's no more sophisticated than that. 165 for 3 leads 253.
So you don't have the customary 9 weather apps that most cricket people do.
I sort of always figure that, I don't know how you feel about this, I always figure that someone else in my dressing room or in my commentary team will be one of those types of people.
Well, Dan Lawrence is actually the guy.
No, but Yas has got his hand up here. Yas is an absolute badger for the weather stuff. I know that he's often with me and either playing or working together, and he knows what's going on. What about, were you one of the apps guys? Or
No, so Yas is the one in this dressing room.
Yeah.
And in the dressing room, the Surrey dressing room, it's Dan Lawrence.
Okay.
So
And he's out there batting, so
he's out there batting,
challenging.
so he can't check his phone. But I'd imagine he'll have had a he'll have done his study this morning. So perhaps he knows something that we don't.
You know, sometimes when you're watching a test match, I've been guilty of saying this, surely reverse from an unorthodox angle, and it's got through everybody. Work to do. Just dragged in at the last by Sonny Baker, right beneath our commentary position for what I expect will be signalled buys based on the body language of the umpire. So it is. You know, when sometimes you see the ground staff getting ready and I'll say, oh, well, they know. You know, they've got all the technology. They know when it's coming. It kind of implies they've got some special Uber app that does it even better than the ones you can buy on. Don't know whether that's true, is it? If there were a better app, we'd know about it. Bang! There is the Rain Man, Lawrence. He knows what's going on in the sky. He knows what's going on in the 22 yards in the middle. He's doing things as he pleases. 100 stand in 92 balls between Lawrence and Sibley, with Lawrence doing 2/3 of that.
So quick onto that length. There's a man out there, 2 men out there, and
Doesn't care, does he?
doesn't care.
And again, ended up going nowhere where I was looking. Ended up at short third man. Back of the bat job.
He's lining up Felix Organ here. He really fancies him. Dan Lawrence. Off spinner to off spinner. There's always a little bit of rivalry.
Yep. How might he vary his pace here? Does he live a little and throw one right up in the air? Got 4 men back on the leg side for a miscue. Goes the alternative option. And it's the alternative result. Out to the school kids we had here before up in the commentary box. They've got a ball to find. And Lawrence is chasing twin tons.
Extraordinary hitting this. Not there for it, running down the pitch, but it doesn't matter. Such a clean swing. Dan Lawrence in the form he finds himself in. It doesn't even look where it's gone either. Knows straight off the bat. He has been so special to watch these last few days.
The kids from Thomas's school in Clapham are running about. Looks like they're still trying to find the ball, but the ball's ended up back with Felix Organ. 2 sixes in the over. Keep an eye on the game, kids. He's coming your way again, perhaps. Not this door. Inside edge will deny him another big one. Wants to, gets to. lead up to 271. Wow, what an hour and a bit of cricket this has been for Surrey. Got an email in for you as well, which I'll come to at the end of the over. As Lawrence goes to the top of the pops in Division 1 for run scoring this year as well, so up above 750, overtaking Joe Clark, who's on 748. Wants two more. Baker's rocket arm won't get there in time, so a big over.
Standing running.
Couple of sixes lead up to 273. So from Christian Newbury, firstly, he wants to say that he's sorry that you had to stop playing and thanks you for your service at Surrey over the years. With the departure of yourself and others such as Matt Dunn, Connor McKerr and Jamie Overton, do you think the gaps in the championship squad can be filled by the academy players coming through, or are we likely to see some recruitment in the close season? Cam, over to you.
Firstly, thank you. I mean, there's always recruitment at Surrey. That's part of the way the club works, is the best players like coming to Surrey, and it's what Alex Stewart and Gareth Batty like to do, and that's what we like to see. It makes everyone better players, being surrounded by the best players.
Sibley does his job, gives a strike straight back to Lawrence, joins him in the 70s as well.
So the likes of Dan Lawrence, Matt Fisher joining in the last couple of seasons. Always great to have them, always wonderful to have overseas, such as Sean Abbott. Wonderful characters who make everyone around them better. But there are people coming through the academy. James Taylor is obviously playing in this game. Wonderful bowler. He's starting to flower.
Tries the uppercut, not quite. Just on the recruitment piece, so we're at the time of the season where clubs are entitled to discuss next year with uncontracted players. How involved is that process from your experience? Is it sort of the case that lots of clubs will go sort of speed dating, as it were, or does it kind of work both ways with player agents and players themselves trying to find a new home?
It works both ways.
Okay.
It's
wow. Just the power and the placement. He's just so in sync. 82.
belligerent. Just can't get enough of this innings. It's wonderful to watch.
Must be just the most marvellous thing as a batter, being so in rhythm. The game being such a difficult one so much of the time, having these days that he's enjoying right now.
Nick Friend said the other day that it looks like Dan Lawrence is just nominating where he's going to hit the ball. It's exactly that.
I mean, they've got five back on that leg side rope. That is outrageous. That is ridiculous. I mean, it's extravagant. It's brilliant. It's all the best of the modern game. And there was no doubt that it was clearing deep backward square.
My favourite part of that is the wry smile on Dom Sibley's face at the non-striker's end. He can't believe what he's just seen. And if there is someone who knows how to play that, who's viewing, and please email in, because that is ridiculous.
I'm going to have to send a message to Andrew Sampson about the quickest tons for Surrey here.
But just to go back to the academy players coming through, Adam Thomas, as we've seen earlier this year, wonderful player. We've got Josh Blake, Seb Stewart Reckling, young bowler, young French.
Oh, gosh, variation. Anything to stop him at this point.
Nikhil Garantla, just signed out of Durham University. All wonderful players who I'm sure will stack up lots of runs and wickets in the twos. Tommy Elam, Ollie Sykes. So many young players who could fill these gaps. So with a combination of that and recruitment, the future is looking bright at Surrey.
Well answered. Comprehensive.
Thank you.
He's not going to quite finish with the quickest 100 for Surrey here. There's one that's only 55 balls. That was Jason Roy at Bristol back in 2014 against Gloss. And there was one here at the Oval, back in, where are we here? So this is Stephen Davies. He got a 57 baller. I suppose that's still within the realms of possibility given the way he's going. That would be the quickest at the Oval, I reckon. I'll try and bolster that before I say it out loud when he gets there. Maybe Andrew Sampson's listening and he can help me with this. Quickest first-class hundreds at the Oval. This is the way it works here. We just scramble around until we find the stat we need. Change of bowling.
Change of commentary.
You out as well?
I'm out.
You're going to miss the bit. Enjoy it, though.
Thank you. And I'd just like to depart by saying happy birthday to Surrey scorer Debbie Beasley.
Ah,
Have
terrific.
a wonderful day.
60 today, I hear down the ears as well. Happy birthday, Debbie. Thank you, Cam. You're a class act. I reckon Stephen Davies' 100, the 57 baller, was the quickest at the Kia Oval, based on what I'm seeing here. So if he gets there in the next 2 balls, it'll be the fastest ever first-class 100 at the Oval, which would be, by balls that is, which would just be a stunning achievement to go with what he did on Sunday. Jeremy Coney jumping in a moment. Lawrence wants 2. Gets 1. So lead 286. Rain not a million miles away. The lead getting to that point where they might have done enough batting, even if the rain does get here. Milestone in the offing. Jeremy Coney in as well. Morning, Jerry.
Hello,
Afternoon,
Adam.
even.
How are we? All right.
Never better.
Enjoying this.
What a treat. Sibley playing his role to perfection as well, giving the strike to Lawrence whenever he can. Does so again here. There's a call of 2, but I suspect they'll be happy enough with 1. No, they will take the 2. That's fine. Every run out there is worthwhile. 288 the lead. 200 the score as well. 200 for 3.
They've earned extra overs, haven't they?
Yeah.
If the rain is going to just remain away a little longer, Lawrence is very inventive about the way he's accessing lots of different parts of the ground. The bowlers really struggling, aren't they, to keep him quiet right now.
Help down to fine leg. So back to Lawrence halfway through the over. Mentioned before, 57 balls, the quickest 100 at the Oval. He could pull level with it, I suppose.
Yeah.
You
Look at
wouldn't
this
doubt it.
field.
It's remarkable. There are 5 back on the leg side. There are 4 back on the offside. Everyone bar the keeper is minding a rope. Catches the call, but it's straight through the middle. There are 2 mid-wickets about 15 yards away from each other, and he's bisected them. It's been that kind of day. Lawrence, phenomenal.
Yeah, the field is actually dotted like pieces of bait around the circumference of this ground, which is not containing Lawrence either. He's going over them into groups of schoolboys who have now retired to some more protective place. And he's hitting the ball so cleanly.
How does Baker respond? 2 left in the over. No catches. It's a whip. So it'll have to be next over for Lawrence when it comes to his personal milestone.
Happy with that, a single, aren't they? Really?
Does the job.
Just nice full delivery. Couldn't get underneath it.
If this were in normal circumstances and we were actually going to get 72 further overs in, you know,
Yeah.
Surrey would have lots of, obviously they're all good options here, but
Are you controlling the rain?
not at all. But I'm just being told by those who know a bit more about it that we're likely to get a fair bit of it at some point. So it's a difficult one
Yeah.
for the home skipper. Oh, shout from round the wickets, pitching outside leg. Baker
Yeah.
wanted some respite. I feel like that roar at the end was more in frustration than anything else. In all probability would have taken out the stumps had it missed the pads, but not to be. 294 the lead. So we were toying around earlier with Jeremy about the idea of, well, maybe 300 odd, if you accept time lost in the game, could be a decent spot to park it, but it's so hard to know.
Well, how many overs have we had today? We've had.
Not many.
I think we were 16
24,
when
yeah.
we started.
Yep.
So 24 of the 90.
96, so 72
yeah,
to go.
Yep.
Accepting there'll be 2 lost for a changeover. Provided they could go at lunch on the dot. That would be a way of preserving 2 overs. If they're going to bat through if they bat to lunch from here, 35 more minutes of this and their lead will be beyond 350 and that'd be a safe landing spot. Lawrence on 95. Carving hard. This time a sweeper gets there in time, 96.
Sibley's played his role too, hasn't he? I think. I mean, it's obvious Lawrence is eye-catching. But he's been able to, first of all, it was very clear he was going to take singles and give Lawrence the strike because of his form and because of the way he's seeing the ball. But he's actually played a bit more of a role than that, I think. He's starting to open up and play some shots as well. He's hit a couple of sixes, I think, in that 70-odd. As indicative of the way he's approaching, but he's generally still just knocking it round, isn't he? Finding gaps, not using up deliveries and getting, Lawrence on strike as much as possible.
Just got a message in from Phil Walker on the group, who adores Dan Lawrence. He's followed him as closely as anybody's ever followed a cricketer's career. He has in capitals here. I'm never there when he does things.
Well, you stay away because actually, Phil, we know you very well. You stay away while he's hitting things like this.
96. He has to reach well wide of the sort of one-day tram tracks to bunt it out to point. Every cover, every ball they want to smash to the rope. Well timed as well. I suppose if they batted through to lunch, if they went to that, if you set it up with wanting to get 2 overs back through, missing the change of innings and so on, that gives Sibley the chance to advance his own position to 100 as well. Although it must be said that he's doing a great job of just giving the strike back to Lawrence whenever he can. Won't get through. 98, so he's now doing it in singles. He's trying to find boundaries, but of course there are 9 men back.
Yeah, Fuller's he's involving the whole pitch, isn't he? At the moment, it's either very, very wide, and he's got as you say, the men back at third man, and it's sort of a deep backward point as well, and deep square cover. Is that?
They're acknowledging the 300 lead for Surrey, which, when play started here about an hour and a half ago, we were using that as well. If they can push hard to 300.
Yes, by lunch.
Well, we were talking
that's
about
what lunchtime.
we were sort of speculating about runner ball sort of stuff, but they've gone well beyond that. They've got to that marker half an hour ahead of what we thought the schedule might be, which, as you said appropriately, Jeremy, that does get them time back in the game. It does open up a window for them, and Surrey, good on them for having a crack this morning. I mean,
well, it is good.
The easy thing to do would have been, the draw is virtually guaranteed. We collect our 8 points, we shake hands.
That's
and
the
move on.
backdrop for both teams, really.
Yeah, perhaps. Although,
but the pitch isn't bad, is it?
No.
So there's no reason to think that, as long as they don't go too far, that it forces the other side to not playing any shots at all. So Hampshire have to be left in this. You know what I mean? That there's got to be some. You can't have too much jeopardy. Yeah, you want some jeopardy in the game, don't you? Where both sides can still. There's some friction that both sides can still win the game.
Well, I was going to put that to you as a long-term captain of New Zealand. Of course, that sometimes the best way of getting what you want when bowling fourth is to make sure that the team chasing has some route to victory. So batting a team out of the game can actually be counterintuitive.
Yep.
Saw a terrific example of that a few years ago at a test match in Lahore where Pat Cummins explicitly did that. last day of the series. He set them 260 odd and said, no, I'm doing that on purpose. We could have batted them out of the game, but we're intentionally making it very chaseable to try and give ourselves the best chance.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, that's how it played out.
Well, I mean, they certainly Surrey can bowl at the rate that they're going at the moment. Will Jacks becomes, there's a spell there, isn't there,
Yep.
to keep him going if they've got, runs behind them.
So it gets Lawrence back on strike via an inside edge.
How many times have there been for Surrey a 200 and 100 scored by the same player in the same match?
Yeah, it's happened
A
once
few
before.
times? Has
once
it?
before.
Someone like
it's
Ramp Prakash or someone?
Spot on.
Is it? Yeah.
It's happened a few times at the Oval, 3 times at the Oval, one of them being Ramps against Middlesex here in 2010. Others to do it at this ground, Zahir Abbas and Chris Rogers as visiting players.
Chris Roger, okay, yeah.
Thanks to Andrew Sampson for that. Always fresh with the numbers for us. Lawrence 98. Gets it fine, but straight to the fielder. So only a single. Thought he had him beat for a moment.
Almost fine enough, wasn't it?
Almost fine enough.
Yeah. The only time I've seen a field like that with people right around the boundary was actually when England played New Zealand at Eden Park, which is a strange little ground in terms of boundaries and the shape of the ground. But I remember Alistair Cook having to set fields like that. Don't often see it.
Catches the call, but it won't quite get to third man. So last ball of the over with Lawrence back on there on 99.
'99 of 61, folks. So, gee, you've missed some entertainment today down here. If you haven't popped down, I'm sure there's loads of people following it. That's that shadow working we were talking about yesterday, having it just in the corner of your screen.
So a couple of fielders up, make that 4 up, acknowledging that he's on 99. And flicks it away. Daniel Lawrence. Quite magnificent. Twin tons. A rapid double ton on day 1. A century in just 62 balls on day 4. The second fastest first-class 100 ever at the Kia Oval. He's been brutal. He's been belligerent. He's been brilliant. He's at the peak of his powers. A 5th 100 in this season. Dan Lawrence never better. 100 not out.
Very strong, good hands, hasn't he? He accesses places of the ground that many people can't do. He's also moved around the stumps and accessed the leg side from outside off very comfortably. And so it's been very difficult for all the bowlers to try and just contain him. You get a single, you regard that as quite a victory, I think, when he's on strike. But he's certainly plundered this attack this morning.
He goes again. This time doesn't get hold of it. But the ball lands safely. Yeah, he moved from 50 to 100 in just 27 deliveries. It's the sort of innings, Jeremy, that really excites our friend Andrew Sampson, who's not with us in person today, but he's with us over WhatsApp. Here's another one. In the history of first-class cricket, this is just the 3rd time someone has scored a double 100 and 100 in the same game, both quicker than a runner ball. So in fact, actually, it's the 2nd time. So Graham Hick is the only person to have done this before against Glamorgan in 1990. I wonder if we're quite close to a declaration now that lead is more than 300. If Surrey were to declare now, and we got the rest of the overs in, because we lose 2 overs for the innings break, that would leave Hampshire requiring 4.56 runs per over But our producer, Jake, has just informed us that he can spot some Surrey batters in the dressing room padded up, which suggests that the declaration might not be imminent. Bit of width, faint edge, and gone. Lawrence departs for a quite breathtaking 101 off just 64 deliveries. His second 100 of the game. He walks off receiving handshakes from the Hampshire players, who must be sick of the sight of him. Since Friday, Lawrence has scored 94 of 47 against Hampshire in the Blast, 218 off 190 in the first innings, the fastest ever first-class double 100 at this ground, and now a 62 ball 100 in the second innings. The fans here today and the viewers in the stream have been treated as something very special.
Oh,
Jeremy.
it is. It was a special innings. He was obviously so confident as soon as he arrived at the crease. He was just timing the ball so beautifully. This one that he's finally been dismissed, he's tried to sort of open the face and access sort of square on the offside, and he's just managed to get a little nick as it's gone through, and a comfortable catch through to Ben Brown. So, but he's opened up the game for his side, and he did it in the first innings. He did it, and he's done it again today. So he's given them a chance now to see if they can go ahead and go for those extra points as well. It brings, I think, I would be tempted to go on to lunch anyway. I'd save those 2 overs, and that you'd lose. Then I can also, because of the extra, whatever the runs they get between now and lunch, means that the spinners can bowl a little bit more. It brings more bowling options, I think, into play a little bit than necessarily keeping on going with your seamers hard all day. And it gives them a bit of a rest while seam and spin can bowl at the other end. You're asking different questions of the batsman all the time to just hold the stroke a little bit more with the slower bowlers. I quite like that spinner-seamer pattern.
Slow ball first up from Potkita. So Ollie Pope, the new man in at number 6 in the second innings, batted at 5.
He got a few runs too, didn't he?
Yeah, 76 off 103 deliveries. Complimented. He played the Dom Sibley role in the first innings.
Yeah.
He was alongside Dan Lawrence. It did such a good job of just rotating the strike, ensuring that Lawrence, who's in the form of his life, you'd say at the moment, got as much of the strike as possible. Sibley at the other end very quietly has moved on to 79 off 127.
The other way, of course, that it can happen is that Hampshire say to themselves, well, we can't chase this. And so therefore they defend a bit more, and then men around the bat and all that those options available to Rory Burns to try and keep the pressure on the opposition.
Short ball pulled. Slight fumble in the deep, but it's still just a single. And I guess the other thing to say is that we were relatively pessimistic about the weather forecast yesterday and even this morning. We're playing under blue skies at the moment, and the forecast has improved throughout the day. There's still the threat of rain later on, but it's not as much of a threat as it was this morning.
Good. That's good. Those are the things we were talking about yesterday.
Exactly.
Sometimes you can get a little bit lucky. And certainly I think this will affect the way that the opposition. I mean, they've been beaten almost into submission this morning. I don't think they were ever thinking it was going to be over 5s. They probably might have felt 300 by lunch was a possibility, but they've gone well beyond that. Got to keep this going now. Just keep it going tidily at sort of 7s if you can, 6 and 7s. It's with the fields that are being set at the moment, that is possible. Just got to make sure you make a contact with the ball.
Yeah, you said that the run rate for the innings now above 5 runs and over. That partnership between Sibley and Lawrence, they put on 149 in 20.3 overs. So 7 runs and over and some.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's also quite tricky coming in after an innings like that too. And so Pope, he's just got to make sure he gets a contact on the ball and get down the other end.
Full toss in the air and caught by deep square leg. Not the prettiest dismissal in the world. And Pope has only just come out to the middle. Departs pretty much straight away, and that's the 5th wicket to fall. Surrey now 219 for 5, leading by 307.
Yeah, well, it was a lower kind of delivery, full toss from Baker, and he's looked to really. It was a semi-hook pickup, wasn't it? Neither one nor the other really, but it was a little bit low to get it high, and I wonder perhaps. As he looks at that, and he thinks, and that's fair enough. He's trying for the side to go for a boundary 6 or a 4. If he finds a gap, it'll do that. But he's picked out the man there, and it was just a question in my mind if you just really want to just turn that and run a 2 and keep it on the ground. But however, that shows an unselfish kind of feeling to me, and it also says they're still interested in getting as many runs by lunchtime as is possible. And a new batsman coming out. Who's this one?
Yeah, that'll be Sam Curran.
Okay.
In at number 7.
The Currans, that's right. There'll be Sam and then Tom.
So they just keep coming.
Yep.
This Surrey middle order.
Well, now a left-hander, so that breaks things up again for bowlers about what line they can actually bowl with some safety.
Baker's 3rd wicket of the game. Picked up Lawrence and Pope in the first innings. So 2nd time in the game he's accounted for, Ollie Pope. You said actually the ball before Pope departed that sometimes it can be quite difficult coming in after watching a partnership in innings like that. Why is that?
Because you're expected, I think, the run rate has been established with relative ease, actually, hasn't it? I mean, there hasn't been many mishits at all. It's just been clean hitting, hard hitting, powerful places into lots of different parts of the ground. And so the bowler is really reduced to cannon fodder in a sense. And so it's quite hard when you suddenly go and to keep that run rate going. And the pressure is kind of on you to do that because it looks so easy. They've made the runs look so easy to obtain, and that's not necessarily so when you're trying to get yourself established. And really, it's just a case of getting your bat on the ball and knocking it round and running.
Curran off the mark. First up.
It'll be interesting too, isn't it? We've now got, if it's Sam and then Tom Curran, then they're both white ball players. And this has moved into that kind of format a little bit more, hasn't it? Even though she's a 4-day game. So, and that's what might happen with, the bowling too now is bowling much wider, keeping the ball away from the stumps.
That first ball from Baker to Curran was straight out of the Death Bowler's playbook. Wide Yorker, well executed and well played by Curran. Sibley gives himself a bit of room. That's a wonderful shot. Finds the gap between the two fielders behind square on the offside boundary. Moves on to 83.
And there's the difference between someone who's been in for some time. He's able to see that quite comfortably. Let's have a look at the line of it. It's going to be going over leg stump or just outside, and he's given himself room to run that. And this runs away very quickly, doesn't it? I mean, it didn't go across the practice pitches where it does, it doesn't accelerate, but you know what I mean. It runs very quickly. That one was slightly finer of that. There was a gap there.
Yeah, and actually, I think Sibley predicted a shorter ball. His front foot went to the leg side, was to give himself room to play that shot. If you're being hypercritical of the delivery that Baker bowled, it wasn't quite high enough to really threaten Sibley.
No, higher would have come probably finer, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And so there is a third man in position there, and that was probably going to be a single.
Another Sam Curran single ends an eventful over, 7 runs from it, and the wicket of Ollie Pope. Surrey now 226 for 5, leading by 314.
Yeah, slower ball, wasn't it? And so slightly ugly looking sort of heave from Sam Curran, but he got at least the bat onto it and was able to get it past the bowler. So yeah, it's still 5.1 runs and over, helped of course by Sibley with that boundary at backward point. So what's the lead now? We've got 314 at the moment. And another 3 to 4 overs to go.
Bokita to continue. Sam Curran only been out there for 2 balls, but there are 8 fielders patrolling the boundary.
Well, I'm glad we've got a game. I mean, at the moment. So the first part of that assignment, I think, to entertain people and to bring people in, and I was asked questions like, why would you watch again tomorrow in the podcast? And this is one of the things. This is exactly what we were talking about. And really, Surrey have done it with spades here this morning.
Yeah, and there might be people watching this thinking, well, hang on, we've not really seen wickets fall in heaps on the 4th day here this season. If anything, it becomes easier and easier to bat across the 4 days. But this is a Hampshire side under pressure. It's a misfiring top 7. Anything can happen. Matt Fisher bowled brilliantly with the new ball in Hampshire's first innings. Jordan Clark was a threat throughout the innings. Hearing that Tom Curran is also padded up and waiting in the dressing room.
That's interesting. That just kept a tad low, didn't it? And, you know, that every batsman in the game notices that. And so a bit of concern if that's going to start to happen. I'm not sure whether it will. It's been pretty even so far, this pitch. And that's quite wide of the stumps. But certainly the Surrey side will have noticed it as well.
Pace off again from Bokita. Sibley unable to get it away. So yeah, that Hampshire side, worth remembering, they're bottom of the table, 31 points off 8th place, and they're 333 in the first innings here. Their highest first innings total this season by 82 runs.
I see they've got their over rate up.
They have indeed.
At last, so they're not going to lose those batting bonus points they earned.
Oh, top edge, and that'll fly away to the boundary, or maybe not actually, plugs. So they'll come back for 2. Sibley on to 86. And briefly thought that might be a no ball, but nothing given from the umpire.
No, I think he's just stretching out his jersey there. It's got a bit tight.
With time, wonderfully from Sibley, hit with power and precision, races away to the longer side of the ground. He moves into the 90s. Sorry, 233 for 5. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, just a drag down really, and maybe trying to go a little bit wider than that, but Sibley actually, maybe he was anticipating Sibley to go leg side. But he didn't. He stayed where he was in his stance, and then that just became a nice, easy cut for him. He got it very well, and no one on square there. So that just changes the over. It was actually quite a good over, other than that, for Hampshire.
Baker to continue from the pavilion end. Sam Curran on strike. Sibley at the other end, 90. Not out, 10 runs away from 3 figures. Another playing a miss. Jeremy, how can confidence or a lack of it affect a batting unit? Ordinarily, in these conditions, you'd say that it would take something special for Surrey to win this game and Hampshire to lose it. But Hampshire, they've been under pressure this season. They've lost 4 of their 6 games, and in the top 7, they've not really produced the goods.
No, well, they've lost key players. That's the first thing, and so I don't know whether their expectations have been lowered slightly because of that, particularly with taking wickets, I would have thought, with Mohammed Abbas and Barker and Liam Dawson, all, bowlers for Hampshire. But there's a bit of batting with the Dawson as well, isn't there? And then Vince, of course. So, yeah, that must undermine the expectations throughout a season, and they're going to have to sort of shape them themselves by good performances. Now, if you're telling me that they are resident bottom because they haven't scored runs, I don't know the answer to that because I haven't been following the championship quite so closely, then it's not going to be easy for them, is it? When they've taken a bit of a toweling this morning, they would have had I would have thought from the first innings, a bit of a lift, if anything, but this has actually probably placed them down, and they might say to themselves, well, we're not going to give that away, and we're going to have some dogged defence. And that's why I mentioned before, if they want to defend their way out of this game to the 8 points that they might get for a draw, that might not be the best way of going about it here.
Quietly, very impressive over this from Baker. He's attacked the tram lines, bowling wide Yorkers. Just 1 run from the first 4 deliveries of the over. That single brings Sibley back on strike.
I think you, if you're not confident, you get a little bit concerned even about playing a shot. The opposite of what we've seen from Lawrence today. He was wanting to play almost 2 or 3 shots every ball and had those ideas in his mind, which you do in a one-day and a shortened format game. You kind of hold 3 or 4 shots in your head, 3 usually.
So close from Sonny Baker. That has not missed leg stump by very far at all. He's bowled well here, Baker. Bowled with a lot of heart, good pace.
Yeah, he has. Coming around the wicket and aiming at the leg stump, trying to reduce the options on the offside.
How far away was this? Wow, that is so close. I can't really get much closer without hitting the stumps. Just 2 runs from that over. Very well bowled by Sonny Baker. That second run a leg by. So Sibley will retain the strike.
Yeah, I quite like that, coming around the wicket, and he's actually got the length, hasn't he? That makes it very hard to catch up with. And even though Sibley's been there for a while now, he couldn't actually get bat on a couple of those at the end of the over. But I do think you just don't. If you lose your confidence, you then go. You put bullet in yourself, and you start to play defensively rather than throwing the bat at the ball. That's the other thing you could do, isn't it? Either put up the sandbags, or you actually then. The alternative is to play lots of shots, and to hope that you get away to a flyer. And start to go from there, and then you settle back down into some sort of rhythm about your innings. But if there's a collective lack of confidence, that can spread amongst a team. Quite a hard one to sort of move people away from then.
That will be 6 from Sam Curran. Lovely pickup. Pochita strays towards Sam Curran's leg side, but still a really good hit from Curran. It's a long boundary out towards long leg.
Yeah, it wasn't a slow. It was just medium pace, wasn't it? Really. But you've got to work with that, and it wasn't leg side-ish. It was kind of still coming into him from outside off. But he's helped it around there very nicely. He's now away. You just get a feeling Curran's away now, and he's timed a few shots, and he's getting used to this. Doesn't mean he can't get out, of course.
Change of angle from Potkita, now coming over the wicket. One thing you say about Sam Curran in the back, he is someone who, perhaps more so than any Surrey player, is totally undeterred by longer boundaries. He will take it on.
Will he?
If he thinks the ball is there to hit, he will target the longer side of the ground.
Sibley, a 91. So he's got a little bit of time here. He could get to the 100.
Short. And another 6. Several rows back. Dom Sibley, his second 6 of the innings. Takes him on to 97. One blow away from reaching 3 figures.
It's interesting, isn't it? We've seen full bowling from the other end be very difficult to get away, and we've seen 2 shorter ones coming from the opposite end of the pitch, and that's been dealt to. I don't know whether the short ball really is the way to go at this pace. It's either got to be very slow, almost bouncing twice. That was talk about that for a while. Could you actually deliver a ball that was going down but not bouncing twice, which makes it very hard to score?
Potkita to Sibley. Drilled through the offside. 2 fielders converging, and they are unable to stop it. And it means that Dom Sibley brings up his 100, his 3rd of the season in the county championship. His 3rd at this ground. A man at the very top of his game.
That was a wonderful shot, yes. That he had to create all the pace there, 77 miles an hour, and he just supplied it very nicely with the weight going through the stroke. And it's not that wide, those 2 players, and they nearly got there, but he hit it powerful enough to just thread it through and bisect them.
That single ends a massive over for Surrey. They've moved the score into 254 for 5. 19 runs off it.
Yeah.
That lead now 342. Just 2 minutes before the lunch break. So we'll get one more in. I think the Hampshire fielders very much ready for the end of this innings. Not a lot of energy between overs here.
So, as a guide, we got 96 overs, so basically 32 each session. Let's call it that. It doesn't work that way, of course, but that just gives us an idea of what the run rate will be required. You'll tell me that, yes, because you're much astute with your fingers.
Well, if they were to declare during the lunch break, we don't lose the 2 overs for the change of innings, which means that we'll have 64 overs remaining.
Yep.
And if they were to chase
350, 346, something like that.
It's nearly 5.5 runs per
right.
over.
Well, that's if Hampshire, in their current state of lacking of confidence, which is what you've been asking me, if they get that, what a cracking game. You'd think they'd close shop before then, depending on how many wickets they've lost.
Well, the required run rate is so high that Surrey can really
they can attack.
They can really attack.
And right from the start.
Drill hit so hard down the ground. Dom Sibley did well at the non-strikers end to duck underneath the ball. Because not only was it hit hard, it's hit at quite an awkward height that's quite difficult to get out of the way of.
Who was the umpire who used to have that protection on the arm? Do you remember he used to have plastic kind of looking protection just to try and get out of the way? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. But I remember seeing it and thinking, gee, that's not a bad idea, really.
Yeah, Bruce Oxenford with his shield.
Was it? Yeah, okay, well done.
just a reminder of how good a season Dom Sibley's having. He's 4th leading run scorer in Division 1. More than 650 runs.
Wow.
An average of 65.
Mm-hmm.
Only Dan Lawrence, Joe Clark and Tom Abel with more
How
runs
many
in this
innings?
season.
Yes.
This is his 12th.
And how many would he have played here then? 6 or so? Or a bit more than that now, because that's an extra game. That's this game, isn't it? It's the 7th round.
Well played by Curran, but there's a man there at deep third. Well, his 2 previous hundreds in the championship this season were both here against Sussex, 187 in that first innings, where he played brilliantly against a very strong Sussex attack in conditions that were pretty helpful, certainly on day 2 when Surrey batted. Surrey's sole win this season so far, and the other 100 was against Essex back in April, again on this ground. So yeah, this is his 7th innings here at the Oval this summer. So 300s in 7 innings. Yeah, that's a pretty good strike rate. Lawrence and Sibley have kept Andrew Sampson busy this morning. Samo's in touch. That's the 2nd fastest 100 that Dom Sibley has scored in first-class cricket, behind his effort for Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in 2019.
Well, he's certainly keeping his name up, isn't he? And that's all you can do as a player.
Final ball of the session. It's a dot ball. Another good over from Sonny Baker. Just 5 runs from it. He's prevented the flow of boundaries from his end, at least, and that brings the end of the first session, an eventful one. Surrey 259 for 5. They started this morning on 57 for 2, so 202 runs added in just one session. And for the second time in the game, Dan Lawrence scoring more than 100 runs in one session. 101 off 64 following his masterclass in the first innings. Have a look at that wagon wheel. 7 4s and 5 6s.
Yeah, the 5 6s, of course, mainly to the leg side, as you can see. But the 4s starting to spread slightly. And then, you know, he's, I think, 202 runs scored in that session. And thankfully, according to the Coney thing, 32 overs.
Yes.
Exactly. That's luck. And so, yeah, it'll be very interesting to see now what the approach will be. So the overall lead was what they've just taken it off the screen at the moment, but I guess it'll be in the 350s.
347.
347. Okay. So it's a lot of runs for them to use. And you'll want to have as many overs as you can, just in case some wickets happen early with the new ball, with the people in attacking and so on. And really, it's going to be a really fascinating first. If the declaration comes now, how is Rory Burns going to approach this? He doesn't have to really worry too much about the runs at this point if he is getting wickets. If he can get up a couple with the new ball, he'll be delighted. He can bring spinners in. And so really well done to the batting side, Surrey, there in that effort this morning to just change the nature of this game, which has been drifting slightly. And certainly we saw that towards the end once the follow-on yesterday had been achieved. And I guess if you want to take that view, if they wanted to get Surrey in earlier, there would have been some more runs they would have been chasing. So perhaps it wasn't as bad as I was saying yesterday.
We have a game on here, folks. We anticipate a declaration shortly, perhaps even during the lunch break. And after that, Surrey will have 60 or so overs to take 10 Hampshire wickets. The forecast is decent. We could have the best part of a full day's play here. So all to play for. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with you in 35 or so minutes with the start of the second session.
Serving a full range of drinks, and then on the concourse floor to enjoy under the SSE Energy Solutions stand, and nip back in for drinks and crispy wicked for food. So 40 minutes in all for the lunch interval. The afternoon session scheduled to commence at 1:42. from the dressing rooms during the lunch interval, the news being that Surrey have declared their second innings of 259 for 5, leading by 347. Surrey declaring on 259 for 5, which means after lunch, Hampshire will be beginning their second innings with a target of 348 runs for victory.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. We have 2 sessions remaining in this county championship match between Surrey and Hampshire. And as you can see, well, maybe you can't see on the screen quite yet because the bar hasn't flicked over, but you can probably see above that the Surrey jumpers of the fielding team who will be now taking the ball. So Surrey have declared, is what I'm roundabout way of saying. They have pulled out, setting Hampshire 348 in 2 sessions. The way this afternoon will play out, we expect will be informed, at least in some part, by rain. However, it's dry right now, and Surrey are going to have a crack, and as they've earned the chance to do after that dazzling century from Dan Lawrence completing twin tons in the match. You can see the cloud cover over the top of the pavilion there. And a century from Dom Sibley as well. Adam Collins with you, and to start the session with me is Yas Rana. Good afternoon, Yas.
Afternoon, Colo. Yeah, those clouds don't look hugely pleasant. If we are able to avoid rain in the next 20 or so minutes, we should be all right for certainly the rest of this session. We've done very, very well to get 32 overs in this morning, given the weather elsewhere in this country.
So when it does sort of feel like rain's pretty close here, so all the more important that Matt Fisher can get into his work right away. Away from us, 4th innings begins. Squared up right away. Albert, who was the recipient of an absolute unplayable from Fisher a couple of days ago.
Yeah, these bowling conditions are pretty handy for Surrey. It's the most overcast it's been so far today, at least. Fisher was brilliant with the new ball in the Hampshire first innings. Picked up Albert with that beauty that Colo mentioned, and also Ali Orr early on in his innings, the Hampshire number 3. And look, it's unlikely, given the cricket that we've seen here this season, that Surrey take 10 wickets in the final 2 sessions, but this is a Hampshire top 7 that's under pressure.
Yep.
That's misfired for much of this season. And actually, in the first innings, it took a very long time to be bowled because of all the weather that we had. I thought Surrey bowled really well in passages of that innings. Fisher, excellent with the new ball. Clark, brilliant, 4 for 64 from his 21 overs. James Taylor only bowled 12 overs, but very tidy. None for 24, going at just 2s. And given the time of the declaration, leaving Hampshire with a target of 348 from just 64 overs, Surrey can be really attacking with their fields. We've got 4 slips in place now.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of Will Jacks later on today.
Probably the one thing that's taken out of the game, unless something outrageous happens, is Hampshire chasing, I think. I might be wrong, but I sort of sense that if it were 300 and there was a carrot and there was a path to victory that could absorb a loss of a few wickets, that's sort of one thing. But 348, everything needs to go right in the last 2 sessions of a game like this. So for them, it would be, well, we lock in here, especially with the probability. The lights are on now at the Oval and there's a little bit of rain in the air. I can't see it in my usual viewing position over on the SSE corporate facilities over there. That's usually the first place you can detect rain when looking at our commentary box window. However, the ground staff look like they haven't moved yet, so maybe it's just swirling precipitation at this point. Nick Gubbins, a really good half century in the first dig. Tough conditions to bat through for much of that. He enjoys batting at the Oval. 100 here last year on the final day, leaving alone close to the off stump Fisher.
The prodigious movement through the air from Fisher, swinging into Gubbins, and a short leg in position straight away. Fisher really challenged the inside edges of the Hampshire left-handers in the first innings, and as a result, quite a few balls popped up around the vicinity where a short leg would have been.
I like this field. I like having the short leg and the catching mid-wicket a bit wider. Worked for Fisher in the first innings, because the extra swing he's getting as he completes the over here, one without loss. It prompted that dismissal It was Ali Orr, wasn't it, who got caught at mid-wicket where it spun in his hands. It took a while to kind of get to the point where short leg was in, but once they realised the swing was sufficient to really attack that inside edge, inside portion of the bat, Fisher executed the plan perfectly.
I think it's something that he's really added to his game recently. That movement through the air with the new ball is not a job that he necessarily did loads of at the start of last season when he first joined from Yorkshire. He's bowled with real threat with the new ball all throughout this season. Change in tact for Surrey. Reece Topley with a new ball.
The big boy from the pavilion end picked up a wicket to start. Would have been day 3, wouldn't it, yesterday? First over of the 3rd day. A lot of time lost on day 2. Ooh.
That's so close.
Tell you what, that deflection, you could see as Albert went back, he's like, I can't do anything here. I've just got to watch and hope that it clears off stump, and it just did. Just how close was it?
Yeah,
stump
Albert
away.
Very, very late, almost too late on the ball. And that ball has only just missed his off stump. But yeah, with the freedom that the target allows him, really on the attack. 3 slips, a gully and a short leg.
Really looking forward to this England squad, whenever it is. And I know it's improbable it'll be anytime soon for the obvious reasons that we won't go back through again. But I can see a world where Daniel Lawrence is in there. You know that thing about when someone's having their moment, you've just got to seize it as a selector. I think that's what we're seeing with him. The Friday, and they've all been innings at the Oval, and the next test is here, right? The Friday T20 innings that you called so superbly with Phil Walker, the double 100 on day 1, the ridiculous 100 today. Just the range of shots that he's playing and the confidence he's got as a bit more rain comes down, I'm afraid we'll hopefully not see the covers as yet. Hopefully it blows through. For all of those reasons, and yeah, the question will be who does he play for? The thing is, the squad could be so different that it might be an entirely different frame entirely. It could be that like we're not looking at Lords to the Oval, we could be looking at 2 radically different sides.
Yeah, definitely potentially. I mean, Dan Lawrence is undoubtedly the form batter in the country right now.
Yeah.
And it's a curious aspect of the selection policy of England over the last 4 years is that when they move on from someone, they typically really move on from them. Dan Lawrence was the spare batter for quite a long period of time, opened the batting against Sri Lanka in 2024, a position that he's very rarely had experience in the past. Didn't go well and wasn't included in any squad thereafter. Similarly, Ollie Pope dropped after the winter.
Yep.
3 tests ago, he was England's number 3. 6 tests ago, he was England's captain here.
Yeah, yeah.
But no longer even the spare batter in the squad. So it'll be a change in tact for England to go back to someone. But I agree with you. I think Lawrence is in such good form. The other point I'd make, though, is one that the Telegraph's Will McPherson has made to be downstairs, is that actually for that Lord's test, England announced an abnormally large squad for a home test.
15 of them, wasn't it?
So it may be that it isn't necessarily going to be new faces added to it.
Maybe not, but you look at the batting side of things and you consider the way they might conceive of Lawrence maiden bowled 1 for none. If there's no Stokes, for instance, then Stokes batted 7 in the last test, not 6. And Shahab Bashir didn't bowl the ball. Spin at the Oval, not too often in recent seasons. But they could have that flexibility, which from time to time teams enjoy, of having a batter at 7. See there, the rain, I'm afraid to say, is coming down a little bit more than it was a minute ago, but they're going to keep on keeping on here, which is a good thing for the time being. Ground staff are ready and waiting if they get the call from the umps. Fisher will continue. So yeah, I think that's interesting to me. Yes, you wouldn't. It's not. I'm not saying that Lawrence is a Stokes like for like, but it just might well be that they have enough there by way of fast bowling. If Bashir isn't playing, and they're going with quicks at 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus the prospect of Lawrence playing a role if they need a spin option. That would be interesting to me. Which might sell him short, by the way, batting him at 7 right now, the way we've seen him go in the last few days. But that's one option. The other is with the bowling stocks. Like the man bowling right now, he was in that squad. I could have half seriously said on day one it could be a shootout here between Sonny Baker and Matt Fisher. Now, look, I don't think selectors see things in those terms too often. A little bit reductive, but still, if you're going on the basis of if they do want, if it's not Archer, if it isn't to be Archer, and they want one more quick in the group of 4, and it's not Bashir, and it becomes a Fisher or Baker question. Fisher here at the Oval, where he's got the ball talking at a ground that he knows so well, makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I think a lot will depend on Jofra Archer's readiness. Obviously not included for the first test. Having come straight from the IPL, understanding is that he needs to get his workload up before he can be used in a test match.
Yep.
On the prospect of Lawrence at 7, that is a job that he's done before for England.
Is.
If you go back to the 2021 tour with India during lockdown 3, it was on Channel 4 here in the UK.
Series didn't go very long after that first test at Chennai anyway. Oh, catch was the call. Past Lawrence's, not left hand. It would have been a body width away from him diving. Couple added.
But in that final test of the series, if you remember that time, that was when rest and rotation was the topic of the time. England saying before the series that certain players were going to be rested for certain portions of it. And for that last test match at Ahmedabad, which India won by an innings despite only scoring 365.
Oh,
that's not very far away at all.
That's what I'm talking about. Fisher's best ball is up there with the best balls going around English cricket. The way he can get the ball to do that, and it's not just that, by the way. In isolation, that's a really fine piece of bowling. It's that he could do the other one as well. He can, with very little change in his action, have it moving across left-handers. We saw that. That's why that dismissal of Orr a couple of days ago was so good. He had 2 going past the outside edge, then the ones coming back. It's a very difficult job against Fisher with a relatively new ball, and he keeps it swinging for a long time too. Finishes his over here 3 for none.
I just think with Fisher, he's improving from week to week.
Yep.
The point that needs to be made with Fisher is, even though he's been around the professional game for a long time, he's had to deal with so many injuries. He's not had seasons until last one, really, where he's been able to be on the park for large sections of a season and have a proper run of games. So it's only natural that now he's having that for the first time really in his professional career, that he's reaping the rewards now. He was more of a wobble seam line bowler at times last year, bowling with the older ball. But now he's been a real threat across all phases of the innings. But yeah, going back to that 4th test match in 2021, the England team that day.
Oh, yeah. This could be a quiz question, this could.
It could, I think it would be quite hard to get.
Yeah. Should we have a bit of fun with it?
Do you want to try and guess the team?
I'll go Paulie. Folkes was there.
Yeah.
Crawley was there at the top. Got a 50, I reckon. Or at least in one of the Ahmedabad tests he did. Might have been the first one of the 2 there. I think Bairstow was there for that bit. Came for the end of the trip.
So Bairstow was at 3.
So Butler must have gone home by then.
Correct.
Mo and Ali had gone home.
Correct.
They
so
had.
You said Folkes. Folkes was at 8.
Folkes was at 8. Simply Don Bess.
Correct. He was at 9.
Better than all the rest. Jack Leach, who took 30 wickets on that trip. He'll be there. Jimmy is the sole seamer.
Correct.
One more spinner. Not
No.
the seamer.
No. So it was 2 spinners and 1 specialist seamer.
And then the rest was patched together. So Lawrence being one of them.
Lawrence, and then Stokes was
Stokes.
new ball bowler.
Yeah, that's right. Down leg. Caught something. Sure has. Albert falls. Down the leg side. Topley gets Surrey going. Hampshire 3 for 1.
They stay on the park. There's a lot of cricket left to play today. 60.3 overs to go. And Surrey have managed to strike early on with the new ball. Reece Topley wasn't given the new ball in the first innings, but handed the opportunity to bowl with it second time round. Picks up a wicket in his second over with his 9th delivery. So Albert, departs for one.
How frustrating for Albert. Got such a good ball in the first innings and then the classic strangle in the second.
Yeah, clear deviation on the
Yep.
replay. You can see it through to Ollie Pope. Surrey knew straight away. 9 wickets to go.
Boy, if they can make inroads here, and if the rain can just stay away just for a little bit. I know we keep talking about it. It's hard not to. It's been that kind of match where rain has been a feature throughout. But we might have gotten lucky here. This particular wave that's clearly around us, swirling breeze, heavy set cloud as they came back from lunch. There was some drizzle for a few minutes there. It felt like it was getting stronger, but now it's stopped. If they can get lucky, if they can get the majority of this session away, where might we be with one session to go? As Alior makes his way to the middle. This could be such an important few hours in the season of Surrey as well. Just the one victory this year, this season. This is no longer the fortress it once was for Surrey, and by that I mean they just aren't winning week in, week out the way they were through their three-peat. To get full points here before the rest of the comp have even played would do wonders for their confidence.
And a message too to the other teams, they would start the next round of fixtures when everyone else plays, top of the table.
Yep. Short leg in straight away.
Alior, the new man in the middle. His first county championship appearance of the season. It's been a curious career for him at Hampshire. Really talked about as one of the most exciting young players in the country during his time at Sussex, averaging 40 in the county championship. When at Hove, hasn't quite worked out for him. So at the Utilita, this is just his 11th game in his third season now. He broke his arm in a T20 game 2 years ago.
Oh, speaking of, there's an appeal, but that's a moot point. Where's it hit him on the arm? He's actually got 2 arm guards on in unusual places. You look up, it's beyond the wrist. It might well be to do with where he was whacked in the past. So on both, it looks like that's just about where it's hit him as well. Try and get a second look if we can. You can see there, Topley liked it. This is the reverse angle. Hopefully Nick Gubbins is out of the way. Yeah, right arm. Next ball flies through as well. Completes the over. One where Surrey have picked up their first wicket. We'll see one more replay here. So it did keep low, or certainly lower than he thought. Ducked into it, played it awkwardly. 3 for 1.
Yeah, really good over from Topley. I'm not sure if you saw the last ball on the stream in that over, but it beat Orr's outside edge. Fine start from Topley. But yeah, so Orr breaks his arm in a blast game in 2024, and that ruled him out for the rest of the 2024 season. And since then, he's not really had a long run of games for Hampshire.
That drizzles back as Fisher starts his fresh set away from us. Right where he needs to be, making Gubbins play.
Yeah, you feel like Gubbins and Jake Lehman are probably the 2 big wickets. They both batted really nicely in the first innings. Gubbins 51, Lehman 69. We've also got the experience of Ben Brown. The South African overseas Delano Potgieter, who scored 84 not out in the first innings after averaging 101 in the South African first-class competition over the winter.
Bold. So steering away, showing both deliveries to begin.
Yeah, slightly different angle of the attack this time from Fisher, bowling around the wicket to Gubbins.
Yeah, so 5 first-class hundreds for Alior, but 4 of them coming in 2021 and 2022 when he was still at Sussex. Leaving alone again, this is probing stuff. Gubbins has to make a good decision every ball here. one for Hampshire. That was against Durham. Yeah, back in 24, and as you say, just before the blast window. So that is a bit of a moment in time for Ali Orr when he broke that arm a couple of seasons ago. Against a pretty strong Durham attack too. So he has got the ability, no doubt. Watching Gubbins here, man with vast experience. In the absence of Dawson and Vince, just about makes Gubbins the senior pro, really, doesn't it now?
Yeah, and Gubbins himself actually struggling for form in recent times. Had a brilliant year in 2024, averaging north of 55, but 26 in 2025 and in the mid-30s so far this season. And as you say, without James Vince and Liam Dawson in the 11 now, he's such an important figure in this top 7.
Yeah, 32 years of age. Oh, hits him as well, and that's hurt him. Plenty of movement back towards the left-hander. It's been that kind of over from Fisher. He's gone straight down. Fisher goes up to check on him. So does Orr. We'll see from this first angle. Where it caught him, was it shoulder? Yeah, sort of almost armpit on the left hand, on the left side of his body.
Right in the chest.
Yeah, to the chest armpit region. Either way, that's a very nasty place to cop a whack. He's back on his feet, I should say. So out comes the Hampshire medical staff just to give him a once-over, you would think. Although he is still haunched over.
That was a nasty blow. Ball came in late, leapt off a length. Maybe just the first signs of a bit of inconsistent bounce. It was that one that Ali Orr ducked into in the previous over.
Taking his time here, Gubbins, rightly so. See it one more time. Ouch. On the chest, as you say, Yas.
You can see the reaction from the Surrey fielders.
Ooh.
Sympathy straight away from Will Jackson, Dom Sibley in the slip cordon.
He's going to tough it out and keep going here, Gubbins. Great stuff. Marking his guard, receiving the applause of the fans here as he does so. A player of real substance, Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, good news to see Gubbins continue. Also, good news to see us can still continue. It's been rain in the air for the last 20 or so minutes, but they're still out there.
Yeah, there have been a couple of moments where we thought it may not be far away from the umpires calling for the ground staff, but they've got to this point. It looks like it might have stopped entirely again. Bit brighter too. Last ball, well played. So maiden bowled, including that interruption. 3 for 1.
And the forecast later in the day is getting better and better as well.
Is it now?
Yeah, early in the week, the forecast was saying that today was in danger of being a complete write-off. But we haven't missed a ball yet so far.
Comes back to that. I've probably made this point already on comms, I reckon, this week, but I'll say it again. For all of the criticism of what happened at Lord's on Saturday, a reminder that the weather is a volatile beast. You're asking a lot of people to predict what's going to happen an hour from now, even those who have the very best apps like yours. Sometimes, weather being the weather, doesn't go the way you think it will. Anyway. Oh. Again, that's not quite carried through to the gloves of Ollie Pope, for what it's worth.
It's been a really good testing start from both Surrey opening bowlers. Topley's been really impressive. He's not played a lot of red ball cricket recently. Actually had a 4-year gap between games before appearing against Leicestershire in week 2 this season.
Wide of Lawrence. Or off the mark. Down to long leg.
I think it was always unlikely the Hampshire would go for these runs, but fairly definitive answer from how they've started this innings.
Yeah, I mean, it just needed to be a different type of declaration, and that's okay. That's fine. Burns is entitled to do whatever he wants. He's got the authority to do that from where he was. I mean, I think the game's changed, hasn't it? With more fourth innings chases coming to fruition successfully, we're seeing captains around the world, in Test cricket as well, be more conservative in the third innings when trying to work out when to declare. Also a bit about pitches. They don't deteriorate in that cliched way anymore either, do they? Which was obviously a thing when 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, there would be an expectation of deterioration in such a way that it would be virtually impossible to score at, say, a runner ball in the fourth innings, or even close to that. Even 4 and over would be seen as a massive mountain to climb. In Test cricket, you'd regularly see captains declaring with a bit of time left on day 4, with about 250 or thereabouts left for the chasing team. And that wouldn't be seen as adventurous, that'd be seen as pretty normal. Well, you could probably add 100 runs onto what's determined as normal now. It's about 350 is the par, and that's roughly what Burns has left Hampshire today. So they've been set roughly a run a ball, which, unless you are fully committed to the bit and thoroughly willing to lose, and Hampshire in the position they're in, taking 8 points for a draw away from this, if they can get to the finish line today. They would have taken that at the start of the week, especially when they'd had 421 piled up against them inside 2.5 sessions on day 1.
No, it's a factor around the country, really, that there's less of a role for spin at the end of games. We've seen lots of successful run chases, or near successful run chases of targets in excess of 300 over the last few years. And there's a sense that often, as Gubbins leaves that alone to complete another over, Hampshire 4 for 1 after 6, there's a sense that sometimes the final day can be the best time to bat. When pitch is flattened out, you see captains increasingly decide to bowl first at the toss. Obviously here at the Keir Oval, it happens every time in first class cricket.
The clouds keep hovering, but cricket's the winner so far. Lights are still on. They don't necessarily need to be now, I must say. Well, they don't at all. The sun's doing its thing. It was pretty dark when we started.
So on the topic of spin at the end of games, here's a stat for you. So between 2013 and 2017, there were 7 fourthers from spin bowlers in the fourth innings of Test matches in England. Over the last 5 years, there've only been 2.
So the opportunity will be part of that, but also the frequency that we're seeing it. Yeah.
I mean, if you go back to the 90s, there would be the odd occasion where England would pick 2 spinners in 11.
Mm-hmm.
Now the conversation is 0 or 1. Certainly not 1 or 2.
And I think that's the game's lesser for that. Pete Lawler wrote a really nice piece about this for his Substack for Cricket et al. A little while ago about it's kind of how you conceive of a spinner. What does a spinner represent to you as a Test cricket fan? Is it a necessity, as it sort of always felt like until very recently, or is it a luxury item? And with Nathan Lyon having now been left out of a couple of Test matches, didn't happen for, I think it was 13 years or something. In Australian cricket, that's now not an open debate. That's probably overplaying the point, but it feels different than what it did even 18 months ago. And in English cricket, we're sort of 3 or 4 years into a world where, well, you can even go back to 2021, wasn't it, where a spinner didn't play the whole summer.
Yeah, and I wonder also, aside from conditions, if it's just a way in which the game itself has changed in recent years as well. I think the confidence with which top-level batters play the reverse sweep, I think is quite a big deal for spin, because that's just an extra area of the pitch that's harder to defend.
Oh, That's why short leg's there. Exactly that delivery with Fisher over the wicket. Didn't get to Lawrence, but wasn't far away.
A really, really good start from Surrey. As we get another sighting of the ground staff.
Yeah, they've been busy since lunch, getting ready. Let's hope they keep lapping as opposed to having to run for the covers. Excellent. Super consistent, Fisher.
It's a very similar field to what Fisher had for Orr in the first innings, as Colin mentioned earlier. Orr caught mid-wicket with the ball that swung into him and caught the inside half of the bat and just popped up for mid-wicket. Square leg, short leg, and a conventional mid-wicket in place.
That's the one that goes the other way, but well negotiated by Orr. Played it late, didn't overhit it. Gets a couple that'll help him building confidence. And this should be the window of time when Fisher's at the peak of his powers, right? He's 28 now. I think some people might think he's a little bit older than that, owing to the fact that he debuted so young. But anyway, he's 28. It'll be the next 4 or 5 years when you would expect, for most fast bowlers, this is the bit when they're through the worst of the injury drama. They're finished growing, which is, you hear from the medical experts, about 24 is when they feel like most of the back injuries are dealt with. Before then, they need to be a bit more in the cotton wool, 6 for 1. Going to have Daniel Norcross replacing me, it would seem. I think this is the right time. Yes, it is the right time. Yeah, as you can continue that thought before Daniel jumps in for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, Fisher 62 games into his first-class career now, 193 wickets. I definitely echo that thought. Fisher playing the best red ball cricket of his career so far. It's going to be Reece Topley to continue from the pavilion end. He's been excellent with a new ball, 1 for 1 from his 3 overs so far.
Did you get a chance? I was watching in the TMS box the big shout for LBW, but of course the ball was coming towards me, so I didn't see it on the screen. Shot, lovely shot. Bit full, climbed into by Gubbins. Trademark Gubbins extra cover drive. He's got a lot of space to play with there because there's a lot of catches, 3 slips, a gully and a backward point. So they're there to encourage him to drive. On this occasion, just a bit too full from Topley, so he's able to reap the rewards.
I love that from Gubbins. He hit that so well that his back foot just never moved from its original starting point.
Do you like that?
Didn't even break into a jog.
It's gone again. If anything, even better. It's like a more controlled shot, perhaps. 4 more through extra cover. Lovely shot. You know, for a piece I was doing for Wisdom this month, I was talking about the eye test. I was asking Stephen Finn about it. Now, have a look here. Let's see how far down that back knee gets. Not quite. So, Stephen Finn was saying, when I was asking him, you know, who are the people that catch your eye? The Stephen Finn eye. And he goes, Jacob Bethel. What do you like about him? He loves the fact that the back knee is on the ground when he plays that perfect cover drive. He just finds that aesthetically gorgeous. Topley, irked by those 2 boundaries, unleashes a wide over the top of the batter's head there.
It's good to see Gubbins recover from that blow a few overs ago. That was nasty.
Where did it hit him?
Chest.
Chest again, as Potkita had in the first innings.
Yeah.
So how about the LBW? Did it? What was that?
We didn't get.
It's an odd shot to be playing, wasn't it?
Well, I think he
thought it was shorter.
Thought it was shorter than it actually was. He sort of ducked into the ball.
Good leave. Did he get anything on it?
I wonder if he got glove on it.
I wondered. Because I couldn't quite understand how, from the shot he was playing, we were getting an LBW shout. Is it nothing computed? Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Was that famous? Was it Chris Reed who ducked into?
Oh yeah, that
a
one.
ball that he lost sight of.
I was going to proffer another
Lords,
one.
I think.
Yeah,
Was
that's
it
right, the Lords,
yeah.
because it was delivered from quite high, wasn't it? I was going to proffer the Keaton Jennings at the Utilita Bowl off Jasprit Bumrah. Do you remember that one?
I do.
Likes that, but it's going down, I think, and the umpire agrees.
I think
I've-
Quick Visit at the time said that's the hardest ball ever or something like that.
Right. Well, this was what was so sad, really, because it kind of did for Keaton Jennings. He had a pretty decent start to his Test career. As the clouds gather and the darkness and the gloom comes, hard to tell from that angle, but I think this is a better view of it. Actually, it's not a bad shot, but a bit high, perhaps. If you're an umpire, you're thinking, could be hitting top of leg stump, but could's not enough for me. I mean, it would be enough for me, but that's why I'm not an umpire. But is that ball, it was the way he didn't play it, looked much, much worse than...
If he tried to fit that through,
If he tried to get got out and would have gone, oh, he's got an absolute ripper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But leaving a
Felt for him.
half volley that's hitting halfway up middle.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Did you ask me or bring up the eye test and then mention Jacob Ethel because you think Nick Gubbins reminds you a little bit of Jacob Ethel in terms of his setup?
Well, his first shot especially did, yeah, but there's a little bit of a setup. When I first saw Gubbins properly was probably when they played that North v South series out in Barbados, when I really got to see him close up, end of the over, a couple of boundaries and a wide in it. And, you know, it's funny to think of that. Back in 2018, I want to say, was it?
Yeah.
But that was a time when Joe Clark, Nick Gubbins were banging on the door for England selection. I remember sitting in a box with Andy Flower, and he was so annoyed when Joe Clark got out for 80-odd. I thought, 80-odd's not bad, is it? He said, no, he's too good for this. He should be getting 150. I thought, whoa. Now I understand. Yes, I've heard a bit about you, Andy, and it's all coming together now.
Maybe professional cricket, not for me.
Yeah, right. Yes, absolutely.
For a few reasons, but...
Yeah. Staying over the wicket to Orr. He was round to Gubbins and over to Orr. Do you think that must be a plan? He thinks.
Yeah, I think. Well, Fisher dismissed Orr in the first innings with the ball from over the wicket that swung into him, caught the inside half of the bat that popped up to.
That's right. Yeah.
Wicket.
We've got the same plan here, haven't we?
Exactly. I think he's trying to do exactly the same thing. Whereas with Gubbins, he's getting the odd ball to just move away from him from around the wicket, threatening more his outside edge.
Oh, now, really strengthen this leg side field. If he stays on strike, we can have a little look at this because it's very tricksy. It's rather fun. Oh, beats the outside edge. So you can see the forward short leg there. If we can maybe pan back a touch, be able to see that we've got a short, quite square mid-wicket. And, yeah, you can see the slips there, but away to the leg side. There we go. We've got that mid-wicket is actually quite square for mid-wicket.
They played around with him because in the previous over he was behind square.
Yeah.
So he's come a little bit straighter, and then just to the left of your screen now...
It's a wide mid-on, isn't it?
Yeah, wider mid-on.
Or a straight
to
mid-wicket, yeah. That's all part of the plan. And that's the ball he's trying to get, almost, for that. Now, remind me, was Ali Orr the unfortunate gentleman who was run out at the non-strikers end 3 times in a season?
Yes, and you mentioned Andy Flower earlier on. His brother Grant Flower on the coaching staff at Sussex actually blamed Ali Orr. So
yeah,
it was put
Stephen
to him,
Finn did. He was playing for them at the time.
It was put to Grant Flower, Ali Orr, young player, desperately unlucky to be run out at the non-strikers end 3 times in the season. And he said, no, I don't have any sympathy for him. Stay in your crease.
It's a bit Oscar Wilde, isn't it? Yeah. 1, maybe seen as misfortune. 2 is carelessness.
And 3?
Yeah, 3. Yes, I thought that was quite a hard-nosed reaction. He's changed the angle there. He's gone round the wicket this time. So just mixing it up here is Matt Fisher. There are some clouds around behind us, I'm afraid. So hard for us to give you an early warning of what the clouds may do. It is apparently raining. I was out there earlier when it did. We had a splattering of rain, but it didn't seem to stop play. There you can see the rain against the Peter May Garden. That looks like, as Mark Church in the BBC box would be saying right now, that looks like wet rain. But the sun is now out as well.
Very confusing.
Isn't it confusing? Surrey won't want that ball to get wet at all. It's the only ball they're going to get to play with. They're not going to get a second new ball. No time for that. Desperate to make the most of it, but might this little shower juice up the pitch? I never quite know what that means.
Sorry, I've just found the Grant Flower quote on Ali.
Oh, yeah?
Wolf.
Is it brutal?
It's so good. So Ali Orr was run out at the non-strikers end 3 times in 5 innings.
That's
So it wasn't just 3 times in a season, 3 times in 5 innings.
One shouldn't laugh, but one is going to.
Flowers said, "It's definitely not bad luck. It was sloppy backing up. He should be able to get back in his crease. There's no excuse, and if it's the 3rd time, it's just stupid. The guy's a good player, and he's still young, but it's costing him, and it's costing us as a team."
I like that.
Anyway, I'm off, and I think Cam Steele's
You're
on.
off already?
Well, I was on before you. Oh, no. I've been told to stay out.
Yeah. Well, I never. That is so. It runs in the Flower family, clearly.
Yes.
I mean, Flower in many ways is the most inappropriate name for both of them, isn't it? Flowers hint at sort of genial loveliness.
That also reminds me, actually, of the best bit of cricket content I've seen this summer. So, on the Sussex YouTube channel,
Oh yeah.
they have a series called Farby and Friends.
Oh, that sounds good.
Which is a sort of vlog following Paul Farbrace across the season.
And who wouldn't want to watch that?
It's a great question. I don't know. Anyway, episode 6, I think it was. Farby and Friends, it's Paul Farbrace, head coach, Grant Flower, assistant coach, picking their England 11s for the first test of the summer.
Nice. Spicy.
Interesting.
Well, given that Farby was recently with the England team, wasn't he?
Interesting director decision making. So the whole video is shot in a way that you can't really see the faces of Farbrace and Flower, but you can see their knees and the whiteboard on which that they're writing the names down.
Okay.
I think Farbrace picks Tom Haynes.
Oh, really? Sussex is Tom Haynes. Yeah.
But he doesn't pick Ollie Robinson.
his
and his
stepson.
stepdad. Stepson, sorry. And also neither is Grant Flower. Both of them suggesting that Robinson might not be physically ready.
Wow. I seem to recall hearing something about that's
wow.
a great effort from Ollie Pope. Ball burst through his hands, though, and goes down to the boundary. Poor old Ollie Pope has spent quite a lot of time on the ground in this game as the ball has swung violently past his diving right hand and occasionally left hand. And there was another example. Sort of swung, I think, after it left the batter. And it's just gone. It's hooped. It's boomeranged. Good luck with that, Ollie. Wow. Yes, I think I heard something about that. And then Farby, I say backtracking, or maybe telling the truth. When he said... I told Ollie we didn't mean it. I just wanted him to be playing for us. And actually, I would understand that because you're in a tussle for the county championship and you lose your captain and main bowler. But I wonder what the family WhatsApp group was like that night.
but it's also interesting because it's not just Robinson and Haynes, I suppose, are in the conversation. James Cole, people were talking about him earlier in the season. Jack Carson too.
Jack Carson, big fan. I mean, there could be a rush for those players as well because there are going to be quite a few out of contract, aren't there, at the end of the season? The likes of Henry Crocombe, fast point of difference bowler like that would be in high demand, you'd think. Oh, yes, got a glove on that, and he's been given. That's a brute. A steepler that Gubbins couldn't get out of the way. It's grazed his gloves, I think, on the way through. And, well, it's a fairly torrid 29 balls for Gubbins. Struck on the chest. And then another one rearing up at him, and this time presenting the catch to Ollie Pope. And Hampshire have lost their second. They're 19 for 2.
Well, Topley's been a wicket-taking machine for Surrey in the blast with the new ball. And given the new ball for the first time in this game, he's been really good. 2 wickets in 4.5 overs. Lots of early movement. swinging the ball both ways. We saw the one that zipped past Ollie Pope early in the over, and this is a brutal delivery. Leaps off a length. There have been a few balls actually that have bounced more than batters have anticipated. And that's jagged back into him as well. Genuinely nasty.
Now, I wonder here if Nick Gummins is a bit disappointed to see that finger, because I wonder if he thinks it's got his bottom hand that's come off the bat. I mean, either way, it's a ball that deserves a wicket as far as I'm concerned. It was an absolute ripper. But we can't really tell perfectly from that angle, but it'd be interesting if we could get a close-up on the hands, because it's a really, really difficult decision for the umpire, because I think he'll have seen here, we'll get a really better view of it. The ball rising up, and then he takes the bottom hand off the bat. And it's a matter of whether it grazed the front glove on the way through as well. As far as the umpire's concerned, it did. A flurry of hand and glove and bat and all sorts, but that's horrible. That is a horrible ball to face. Yeah. Especially after you've been hit in the chest really hard as well.
It was that first replay from front on that showed just how much it jagged off the pitch and in towards Gubbins at the last moment. 8 wickets to get for Surrey, and there's been a bit of rain about, but we've been on since lunch.
Yeah, just managing to avoid it.
And there could be 54.1 overs of cricket left today.
Big moment in the game. Jake Lehman. He looked like everybody does, a little bit scratchy at the start of his innings. Surrey would dearly love to get him quick. He's a key player for Hampshire as Yas Rana takes a break. Cam Steele's going to join us here. And I'm going to ask him how he would have played that ball from Reece Topley. That looked horrible.
Vicious.
Vicious, wasn't it? Vicious.
I was just talking with George back there about have I ever been hit before, and I got hit fairly firmly by an Umesh Yadav delivery that was quite similar to that.
Aye.
But I didn't get out to it, did I?
Good man, good man. What you just let it? You just wear it?
I didn't know much about it. I retired hurt a couple of balls later. But that was unbelievable.
He was speedy, wasn't he, Umesh Yadav?
He was speedy. It was a naughty little pitch at Radlett, actually, in a 50-over game. So white balls shouldn't do that.
No.
But yeah, Reece Topley is in some fine form. This little spell from him is reminding me a little bit of his spell against Sussex, where he, in that second innings, just found his groove.
He did. Now then, I should have told you we're going to change a bowler here. Taylor's into the attack. Our changes of bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. Now he's sticking to the same plan for Orr as Fisher did, which is obviously you guys see a lot of each other. And there must be a suggestion that he falls over a little bit. It's hence this packed leg side field with a forward short leg. And that's relatively straight mid-wicket. He's got that fine. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4. I don't think I mind that too much, Taylor. He knows what he's trying to do, which is to get Orr just falling over like he did in the first innings. He spooned a catch to a wide mid on a straight mid-wicket sort of area. And then we've got this really square, well, I suppose you'd call him a forward square leg. He's not quite a mid-wicket. He's in that hinterland for the flick. And then you've got the man at forward short leg for the inside edge onto the pad, as well as 3 slips, which I like. Just a little 2-leg sidey there. Taylor just wants to get that a little bit straighter.
Well, exactly what you were saying about Elior's technique does just fall over slightly, and Rory Burns as captain, he's wonderful at reading techniques and doing his analysis from first slip in the armchair.
Yeah.
Where he is now, but James Taylor 6 inches too far towards the leg side so far. But he's been impressive when he has bowled, and he went at 2s in the first innings and had that game on loan at Kent, taking his 10 for. He's a nice young bowler and a great kid.
Been unlucky actually in this game because there was really good shout for LBW. can only have been a little thin inside edge. Save the batter. Now then, Gully's gone in. As Lehman's on strike, slightly different field. So they've taken the fielder out of that forward square leg. 3 slips, Gully in a backward point. Lehman with this, again, slightly idiosyncratic approach with the bat starting by pointing at kind of Gully. But then by the time the ball comes, it brings it back round straight.
Best friends with Daniel Frankie Worrell.
Is
Jake Lehman.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 idiosyncratic blokes.
Yes. Does Dan Worrell possess a bat yet?
Not that I know of. Or any batting kit. I think he still only carries around a thigh pad and a box.
Is that right? Wow. I mean, I love that commitment. So does he just take it in turns who's bat to borrow?
Pretty much.
Mm.
Yeah. I suppose people could have a sweepstake on whose bat he's going to grab on a certain day.
He doesn't have a favourite somebody else's bat then.
No. He once, we played Hampshire, end of the over. Hampshire 24 for 2. We were playing Hampshire here. It was when Mohammed Abbas was the overseas, as well as Kyle Abbott, and Frankie was desperate to get into the Hampshire changing room and bat with Mohammed Abbas's kit. So we were trying.
Why?
I went for dinner. I went for dinner with Ian Holland, who's now at Leicestershire, and with Kyle Abbott, and was trying to get it so that we could find a way to make it happen. Didn't happen, but the idea was there. The planning was in place.
To do a heist on Mohammed Abbas's kit. Oh, there's a little nibble at that. I'm trying to vision Mohammed Abbas's bat. Is that stickerless as well? He feels like a stickerless bat, man.
No, I can't remember the brand. It wasn't stickerless.
Right. Okay.
I can't remember the brand.
Because bless him, Mo was definitely, he was a sort of people's number 11, wasn't he? Mohammed Abbas. Big fan of number 11s, sticking to that role and doing it properly. Don't like these modern day number 11s that, like Kyle Abbott was yesterday. Bang out of order. The point of a side being 9 down is that they should effectively be 10 down when they come here. You've outstayed your welcome now.
Well, I remember Frankie's last net. It was at Old Trafford in 2023, and I was not out overnight. I don't like to mention that innings very much.
Okay.
It was 141 not out.
Nice, yeah.
I had a bowl at him in the morning, and I reckon against me and Dan Moriarty, he got out 15 times in a net, just trying to slog everything.
This was his last net.
This is his last net. And he decided when he hit I think it was his first or second ball that day off Luke Wood, he hit it for 6 after the worst net he'd had in years.
Wow.
Decided that was it.
Didn't need any more nets. He'd done cricket. He'd completed cricket.
Well, he I think I've told you before, he calls himself the tugboat. Gets other people to 100.
Nice. Did he not? I seem to remember an absolutely spectacular knock of his. Was it in that crazy innings when Surrey got 600 and something and no one got 100? Would it be at Beckenham? And the highest score was sort of 90 odd from Sam, I think.
Yeah.
And I thought he got something crazy like 45 or something at number 11.
Probably.
Swinging for the hills.
Put it this way, he shouldn't bat at 11, but he does.
Right.
Such is the strength of a Surrey batting lineup.
I don't know who would bat below him for Surrey. That is the problem. Now he's just slightly playing across this ball here at the moment is all. If you take a look at that, I wonder if we can see that shot again from front on. A little bit of what Jeremy Coney described, I think it was yesterday, as the windscreen wiper shot, where if you look at it, he kind of cuts across the ball, which can be fine, but it can also... I mean, we saw Nick Gubbins get out LBW to that, didn't we? I think it was Nick Gubbins in the first innings, just sort of came around and across the ball. Oh, been struck again. It's hostile stuff, this, from Topley. 6 overs, though. I'd wonder if he's probably done in this spell now. He's taken 2 for 10, and Hampshire 24 for 2 after 12. That target's starting to feel a trifle notional at 348.
Well, if there is any windscreen wiper techniques, it's indicative of how well Reece Topley's bowled here. He's turning the batters around, getting plenty out of this day 4 pitch.
It really is, isn't he? I mean, this is the sort of pitch that we want to see. And we want to see this in the Test match as well.
Just a word on Reece Topley again. I've said it before, but the way he's prepared for this season and come back and bought into red ball cricket again is exemplary. He's been wonderful.
Off the mark, Jake Lehman should get a couple here, I would think. Yeah, I mean, it's such a bonus for Surrey as well, isn't it? With his height and with a spinner on the way. You know, we saw Josh Hull bowling here, and he wasn't actually bowling, it seemed, to take wickets. He was bowling to make some rough for the spinners on the last day, which he did quite successfully.
We say that. I mean, Keith Barker's a big miss for Hampshire.
Yes, same thing. Yeah,
they defeated us down at Utilita Bowl in 2024, courtesy of some footmarks from Keith.
He's got some sizable feet, hasn't he? Pounds the ground.
I don't know if this is folklore or myth, but I think he's got some longer spikes as well that he brings out every now and then. I don't know if there's some fast bowlers out there who'll be able to.
There's no Liam Dawson now, though, is there? So
no, it was Felix Organ that actually bowled us out that day.
Oh, so yeah.
Oh, he was the one bowling
outside the off stump. Yeah.
Well, Liam Dawson always got me out. There was no no issues there. Whether it was flat or spinning, he just still got me out. But
say now, look, that might be, in inverted commas, a chance, insofar as the ball may have hit the fielder on the full there. But yeah, that was going quickly. If anything, his presence has saved 4 runs.
Surprised to see Dan Lawrence in there.
You'd think he'd have earned the right not to. So we see this one. It's a great angle for this, actually. Yeah, it goes on the full, but there's no way of getting that.
No keeping pads either.
Well, I don't think that should come up in the fines meeting tonight. Has he not got any shin guards on underneath that? You'd hope so. But
no, he hasn't, I don't think.
Well, either way, it might even have missed that.
Essex boy, he's tough, isn't he? Yeah.
Tough as old boots. We'll see that again. Ow. Ow.
I've just got a text from Dan Worrell.
Oh, yeah.
Who's evidently listening in, and he says he's got 13 first-class hundreds.
13, is that right?
The tugboat has 13.
Well done. I love that idea that you count other people's hundreds. Why not, Frankie? That's absolutely spot on. What's the furthest, if you're watching, what's the furthest you've dragged the tugboat? Have you dragged it from 45 to 100? Or because if you drag them from 95 to 100, that's great. Don't get me wrong. Really good. Impressed. But I'd be interested to know what the furthest distance you have dragged your compadre over the line is.
I'm sure he'll let us know, but I think it's Will Jacks here against Essex.
Oh, yes. End of the over, just a 2 from it. 26 for 2 after 13. And as our producer Jake has said, and a drop catch. Yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah.
Where
it's a very good quality to have. It should not be gainsaid. I mean, I can't think of the number of times that Jimmy Anderson, for example, was left 98 runs short of his 100 by somebody thoughtlessly getting out at the other end.
Was Jimmy Anderson got the record for the most not outs as well?
I think think he did have, didn't he? I think, yeah, so presumably he would have done. Did, of course, get that crazy 81. I think it was 81 at Trent Bridge. That told you everything you need to know about that pitch. We've got to change a bowler. Jordan Clark is in the attack. Our changes the bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we've got the news.
Faced 60 balls and got left stranded on 98 versus New South Wales with Stark, Hazelwood, Abbott, Lyon.
He made it to 98. Oh, now then, that's reared up. First ball, nice.
What a start.
Like that. You'll need to explain that to me.
He's typing.
Yeah.
Oh, the suspense.
This is very exciting. We've got a hotline to Dan Worrell.
He said his highest score is 150 odd versus Essex, so that's Will Jacks.
Right one, right, that's Will Jacks. Gotcha. Yeah.
He said he crunched them that day.
I think this is totally laudable and exactly the right way of going about these things. We're in the middle of a conversation, Collo, who's just about to come in, about Dan Worrell and how he counts other people's hundreds as his own when he gets them over the line. Has he done it a few times this year?
It was Callum Ferguson.
Callum Ferguson. Okay.
There we go. Just quietly, Jordan Clark has started really well here.
Yes, yeah. Right, I'm going to get out of your way because Adam Collins is here. We can do that. We can do it mid-over.
Thank you, Dan.
This is a very exciting on-running story we've got going as well.
Thank you, Daniel. I wasn't expecting the mid-over swap, but very happy to be here. Always. So Topley getting the 2 wickets so far. This feels an important partnership, or trying to play himself in. Lehman, so good in the first innings and so consistent through the season. Nice drive. It'll take Orr into double figures. Been out there for about 40 minutes. Turns for 3. So the target's a moot point. It's whether Surrey have enough time to get the wickets. Where were you? What was this story that Daniel speaks of? Where were you up to in it?
We were asking Dan Worrell, who calls himself the Tugboat, what his highest score was for who he's got to 100. And we established that it was Will Jacks here at the Oval against Essex in, I believe, 2023.
Okay.
When Jacksy got 150 odd not out.
Love it. So nice big partnership at the end. It's always good when people give themselves a nickname.
13 first class hundreds.
13.
He has.
The Tugboat. Beauty. We'll use that on comms at some point, I'm sure. Nearly a leading edge back to the bowler. What's the most obscure one, can you ask him? What's the one that's the most unexpected?
As though his ears are burning.
Yeah, go on.
He said his favourite 100
there
would be Ryan Patel after missing a few games in a crunch game last year versus Essex.
Love it. Yeah, there were those 200s from Ryan Patel that absolutely crucial a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, it was 2024. God,
Yeah.
time flies.
Completes the over. Clark right where he wants to be straight away. 29 for 2. Do you remember who was out there with you when you made your big double ton? Who was with you through the major moments, the century and the double?
Ooh.
Where I thrown you under the bus?
I think it was Michael Richardson. He was there.
For both milestones, or?
I actually don't know.
That's good, isn't
I
it?
actually don't know.
Sorry about that. Yorkshire. Special though. Remember when you're the same as me growing up in Oz and all that. Remember Glenn McGrath used to have this remarkable ability of being there when Steve Waugh would get to 3 figures. And Steve Waugh, of course, was his batting coach, wasn't he, with McGrath, and nice part of their relationship.
What bold?
Yep. Remember as a kid growing up, Greg Blewett got 100 on Test Debut. And he was out there with the number 11 at the end as well. And you can imagine what it was like, 100 on Test Debut, the frenzy at Adelaide Oval. It's special when that happens. So I'm glad Dan Worrell's plugged into that, just how special it is when the number 11's there at the end. Assuming he was 11 for all of these, well, near enough. Well played. Really well played, in fact. The timing out to the long side of the ground. So finding a bit of rhythm here, Alior. 33 for 2.
Just a slight change of angle from James Taylor, who's now round the wicket at Alior. This one's played with much more comfort than a couple of the previous ones. Still got those 2 ring fielders in play, and with the uneven bounce, could be tricky work for the Hampshire batters for the next couple of hours.
Just enough there to keep Surrey interested, absolutely. And again, square of the wicket, other side of the ground, back-to-back boundaries. Looking to score.
Tidy shot. But nothing to worry about from a Surrey point of view. It's actually good bowling from James Taylor. Right length, and any movement from there brings those 3 slips into play. Alior's now got himself to 19 off his 33 deliveries. Looking a little more comfortable than he was after the couple of blows.
Yeah, once the arm was nasty. Plays it under his eyes. It's sort of part of that same subgenre you're describing there. I love it when a non-striker celebrates a century with more gusto than the person that's made the ton.
Like Sean Abbott the other day with Adam Thomas.
Yes, absolutely. Sean, wasn't that a great picture of Sean Abbott there with Will Jackson on the screen, who we were referring to a moment ago? One of the tugboat's hundreds. Warming up as well. Yeah, it was a great picture seeing Abbott sprinting down with his arms in the air. As Thomas got there at the first time of asking. Special moment this season for Surrey.
Says a lot about Sean Abbott. As a teammate, he'd do anything for his friends and people he plays with. He's such a valuable part of this dressing room, whether he's out on the field or not.
Yep.
And regardless of performance, as an overseas, you can't ask for anything more.
Well in behind it. Productive over for Alior, 37 for 2. So a reminder, they're 348 away from their target, which is theoretical at this point. Well, sorry, their target's 348. They're 311 away, I should say. But still, wider point stance that the required rate of over a run a ball, that's not really the framework for Hampshire right now. It's how can they build themselves into a good enough spot that they'll walk away here with their points for the draw. Pretty good effort that we haven't had any rain stop play today, given the forecast was dreadful for today 2 days ago, and we've had a number of moments where it's felt like we're about to go off. So it does all go well for Surrey with so many overs left in the game for them. And a lot of them will be bowled by this man here, who from the pavilion end, he's always a handful. Interesting that he bowled from the Vauxhall end in the first innings for the most part, Clark, but over the years it's been running away from the pavilion, where using the width of the crease and all those tricks of the trade.
Indeed. So good at it. And a feature of his bowling is he's so good to left-handers because he can swing it so far into the right-hander and take it away from the left-hander, even round the wicket. Makes himself such a handful.
He's just been such a versatile player for you as well, hasn't he? Where it was that one season, it might have been 23, I think it was 23, where he pretty much was the new ball bowler. He was opening week in, week out. But other times in the season, he might come on second change, you'll bowl. Playing a miss. He'll bowl at times when Surrey really needs something. He's kind of the guy who Burns chucks the ball to when he gets on a roll like he did earlier this season against Sussex, he can be the kind of guy who can take 3 or 4 in a session with his tail up as well. Great bowler for a captain to have.
Just a great cricketer for a captain to have. I can't think of a time when he has had a bad game on the whole, where he's not contributed with bat, ball, or in the field. I'm sure someone will remind me.
Still getting questions in for you. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Got one here. I'm not sure if it's got a name attached to it, but we'll go with it anyway. Just wondered, in Cam's time in the county game, were there any players you played against who you felt were worth an England call-up who haven't received one yet? That's from Richard, just come up on the screen here. Thank you, Richard. So players you were against who you thought were worthy of a call-up and yet to get one as yet.
Well, that's a tee up for Jordan Clark, isn't it? A few, I suppose. Jordan would be pretty high up on that list.
Interesting, isn't it? A couple of years ago when, I can't remember which Stokes injury it was, but it was like, well, if they're looking for a like for Stokes, of course you're asking heaps of the next guy, but he kind of fit the mould, didn't he? As a guy who could bowl lots of overs and hit the ball very hard down at 7 or wherever it may well have been, just never quite broke his way.
And so robust as well.
Yeah.
Built for the 4 or 5 day game.
Yeah. Hits the gloves hard.
I'm trying to think who else. I mean, there's times when anyone puts you in the dirt and gets a double 100 that you think, oh God, hope they play for England so we don't have to play them anymore. To be fair, it doesn't happen much against Surrey. But yeah, Jordan's right at the top of that list.
Wisden Cricket Monthly did a maiden bolt here, 37 for 2, did a big front cover feature probably 6 months ago, which went through every England player in the system. There was a panel, it was about, I don't know, 20 of us or so were on it, I think, who we gave a list of 10 each, who were the uncapped England players. And I think Jamie Porter came out on everybody's list at the time, from memory. See if I can find the list I sent off, actually. That might be helpful to jog the memory on that front. Give me a change of bowler. It's going to be the spin of Will Jacks. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, a game changer for businesses. Receive renewable energy from our wind farms and hydro plants, Jacks. With a left-hander down the other end. Chance to try and get something going early on. A slipper, leg slip, and a short leg in close.
Good bowling change, I think, from Rory Burns here with the 2 left-handers.
Well, first ball, he's given all the chance to get to the balls of his feet and crunch him away for 4. Not quite full enough, but a sign again that Orr is moving through the gears pretty nicely.
Well played by Orr. Placed nicely. There is a man out on the fence, but he's played it straight to maximise the opportunity offered up by Jacks.
Picks out the sweeper. Could have done a little bit better with that had he worked it behind point, but not quite.
Despite those first 2 deliveries, I do think Jacks is a good change here, spinning the ball away from the left-handers. Pitch looks as though it's taking just a little bit of spin now. Now it's day 4.
Oof.
There we go.
Well bowled. Up and down. Up and down.
That is a feature of Jacks's bowling. He puts more on the ball than most off-spinners that I've come across. He really does give it a rip.
So looking to get it to dip. Nice and tall. Oh, close. Sliding on, says the umpire. Must have been close. Left-hander pinned on the crease. Don't get the sense it was going over. Although that might have been a consideration as well. Well bowled either way.
Outstanding bowling from Jax.
Next ball placed to backward point. So you're looking at that first replay. Missing leg, I suspect, was the call. Good finish to the over there. Probing deliveries, having found his length, 42 for 2. I like how he kind of thrusts his arms up into the air. It's kind of a sign of what's to come in his action, isn't it? He's going to climb the ladder, get as high as he can, and then try and impart as much overspin as is possible from that height.
Never thought of it that way. I like it. Lots of energy involved with it.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of ways of bowling finger spin, but trying to get over the ball and get it to fall off a cliff, ideally.
Well, him and Dan Lawrence.
Yeah,
a
it's a
lot
good point
going on
about
with
Lawrence.
the arms.
Yeah. Might be one of those where Lawrence might as touch with the bat, gets a chance to have a bowl sooner rather than later.
It's the interesting part about when Will Jacks plays, Dan
Mm.
Lawrence bowls less.
Yeah. Didn't get all of it, but will spill towards the rope in front of the Bedser stand. Won't quite get there. There was that season, the first of your three-peat in 22, where Jacks bowled quite a lot of overs, didn't he? In a probably in a more defensive role, if I recall correctly, where he was able to give you guys an extra layer of flexibility at different points through the season.
He took it was a 4 for or a 5 for at Beckenham in 2022, and it was just that was the first sign really of his burgeoning career as an all-rounder, really. Well, at least in red ball cricket, he's bowled in white ball cricket for years. He does work hard at his bowling, especially over the last couple of years. He's cut out such a niche for himself in white ball cricket in particular, and felt as though was harshly judged in the winter in Australia for his bowling.
He was often on a hiding to nothing. It's a funny one where I think for quite a lot of the series, he's the way he was interpreted by Australians who didn't know much of him. It took them a while to place him. Like, it doesn't really make sense here. Got a specialist bat, kind of at 8, but the only spinner, not going with a specialist spinner, bowls a lot of tough overs. What's going on with this guy? But just showed enough, stayed in the contest, played some important innings where he really gutsed it out, most notably in Adelaide. And then did some excellent things around the field. Brilliant catch at Brisbane.
I suppose that was one of the reasons why he was picked. He's a guy who does step up in big moments. He thrives in front of big crowds and under scrutiny.
Ooh. Wanted to play, wanted to leave. All a bit awkward there. And it didn't end great for him in Sydney, I suppose, but like by that point, and I mean, you'll have been no doubt on tours and involved in, like, that was one foot on the plane stuff, that Sydney Test match. It was a weird test because the series was long since finished from a Ashes perspective about 3 weeks before, and Melbourne was a very odd 2-day. Great that England got the win at long last on Australian soil. Oh, hits him.
Another reminder how much this pitch has in it. And just another reminder of how well Dan Lawrence has batted this game.
Yeah.
And Dom Sibley. This is nasty stuff.
Midriff, maybe just below, we'll see. Yeah, just on the tummy. That's leaving a bruise.
They stay there for a while.
Did you hear what Daniel said earlier about his bruise?
Do I want to hear?
Probably not. And again, pulling his hands out the way, that's good batting, 44 for 2. He got hit in the chest by a cricket ball, and there was a lump that stayed in his chest for so long that he, when it got it checked out, he was worried it was something else. It was calcified inside his chest, having been smacked so hard in the chest by a cricket ball. Very Daniel. He told that story when we had a bunch of 10-year-olds in the commentary box with us as well.
Brilliant. way to put kids off cricket.
Yeah, we're going through I was trying to say to them, this could be your gateway to the game for life. But, from an England perspective with Jacks, with the test team, the very fact that they've got Rayan Ahmed in the squad, I think it's a good sign for Jacks that they've still... It's inconclusive where they're at with what they're doing in that role down the list. Soft hands from Lehman. He's taking his time to play himself in. Gets a couple.
Well, I see a world where they can both play in the team, or both Jacks and Lawrence could play in an England team. They certainly bat well enough. Add Sam Curran to that as well.
It's one of those, if you press fast forward 2 or 3 years, the England team could look quite a lot different anyway. Well, what I'm really saying is in the post-Root Stokes era, whenever that is. You think Root's got a fair bit of time left, though. He's got that Sachin Tendulkar record to haul in, doesn't he?
Probably do it sooner rather than later. Quite like the idea of Will Jacks to Ali Orr here.
Yep. Still got the 3 catching men. 2 on the leg side for the inside edge. Bold. Again, that dip that he's getting here keeps him in the game. And again. Did you get the sense through your career that it was quite important that you were a batter as well? The reason I say that is that it feels like the role of the spinner in Test cricket is evolving year on year. Being an out-and-out spinner who bats 11, let's say, in the old school, harder to... You're seeing less of it. You're seeing more of those players being left out in favour of spinners who can bat. Did you sense that through your career, that your batting was not the reason you were getting picked necessarily, but as part of the balance, that you needed to make sure that was always a proper weapon? Oh. Excellent from Jack's side spin there. Just showing that variety. A bit of extra pace as well compared to his stock delivery. 4 runs from it, but finding his groove, 48 for 2.
Well, at Durham I was playing as an opening batter.
Yep.
But as soon as I moved to Surrey, certainly I never would have got signed at Surrey as a batter.
Yep.
And I only ever played because it was the package, I suppose, of bat, bowl and field.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I was playing more of a role as a middle order batter, but sometimes it was more as a spinner. But that was I suppose the evolving role of a spinner at Surrey and across the country, that you can't just do one skill anymore. You've got to offer in as many departments as you can. And I was fortunate to have some guys missing in IPL periods or England periods. But then, by the same token, I was, I suppose, fortunate enough to do well as well and keep my spot in the side as a batter and a spinner at times.
It does, though, feel at some level that, I mean, quicks aren't held to that standard.
But there's more of them.
Sure, there's 3 of them, so you have more opportunity. But it does, depends how you interpret it, really. But
even now, it's so lower order runs are so valuable for winning a championship.
Oh,
I know that sounds obvious, but there must be a stat somewhere on teams that have scored. Talking about Frankie Worrell, the tugboat, where and we joke about it, but it's incredibly helpful having a number 10, 11, numbers 10, 11 who can hold an end and especially with those bonus points as well, and being able to get teams over the line. There's those big moments where often it is the tail who has to wag. How many times in finals do you see teams 8 down, just scraping over the line? I mean, I know it's only grade cricket in Australia. I say only grade cricket, so any Australian listeners, I don't mean to offend anyone, but there was one season at my club in Perth, Clement Nedlands, where we decided to once you'd won the game, to continue batting for the rest of the day to give the tail a bat.
That would have been popular. Oh, how close was that? It's probably fourth stump. Homing missile from Clark, not quite.
It wasn't popular at all, and we became deeply loathed for a while, but we won 3 in a row, and I would say that was a big part of it. And I do think that extends to professional cricket. Oh, that's close.
It's just gone a mile, hasn't it?
I mean, good players like Jordan the runs that he's offered at 8 and 9 over the past few seasons, and he's moved up to 7 on occasion. I know he's an all-rounder by trade, but he gets into any team as a bowler. Perhaps even the England team as a bowler.
I suppose that more widely, a bowler who can't bat is going to find it more difficult in most teams. But yeah, for whatever reason, it feels it's like it's more concentrated on spinners, the need for spinners to do something else. Ends the over, another maiden from Clark, back-to-back from him from the pavilion end. 48-4-2 is the score. Target 348, 300 away from that. Now the visitors, if they wanted to try and do something outrageous, but that seems virtually impossible from here. Because what you wouldn't want to see is spin, and this has been happening a little bit, irrefutably really, spin to be less important in Test cricket. You know, it being relegated to someone can do it who does it as their secondary discipline. Provided they can bat, if they can bowl some overs of spin, that will be sufficient. We'll work with what we got. And you move away from spinners who have the chance to take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Test wickets and make themselves heroes and make themselves standard bearers of their craft, thinking Nathan Lyon most recently. Oh, inside edge. So close to ballooning up or missing the edge and crashing into the pad. Lot going on here with Jacks.
The thing I find risky is the labelling of bowlers like Jacks as part-timers simply because they bat.
Oh, and again.
And we were talking a bit about social media and the criticism we get, and a criticism that I always got when I was playing was I'm a part-timer. I train a lot harder than guys that did bowl full-time.
It's that distinction between when, in the online discourse, when do you move from being a part-timer to a useful spinner to a frontline spinner? It's like, it's so subjective, right?
Exactly.
I suppose it's opportunities and returns, ultimately. Numbers game.
The nuances of our wonderful game.
It's almost like you're marked down as a bowler if you can bat because of that. Not necessarily based on what you do with the ball. And again, Jacks, 49 for 2. You're jumping out, Cam. Thank you for your last 40 minutes. Been great to chat as always.
Thank you.
See you soon. So 2 wickets to fall so far. Gubbins the most recent of those. Topley collecting both Gubbins and Organ early on. Albert, my apologies, early on. And Clark has bowled a couple of maidens and had the ball shaping beautifully to the left-handed Lehman. Gets another go at him here. He's got the forward short leg. Terrific bowling. It's gone over the cordon, runs away for 4, but just that length and angle, and Lehman had to play. How it's made it over the cordon, I'm not quite sure, as I welcome Jeremy Coney. 4 runs added, brings up the 50, but Clark's right on top here.
Lucky, wasn't he, Lehman? I'd like to see the replay. I was just sort of sitting down and I saw it I thought, oh, did he get a mitt on that? No. And so let's just have a look now. It's still round the wicket. And he squares up and doesn't move the feet at all. It just flies, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Taller man perhaps in there might have been getting a hand to that. Bit of bad luck for Clark. If there's movement back in the air to the left-handers, I don't mind Clark trying a few from over the wicket, which was the classical way of bowling. It's only been really quite a recent manoeuvre, hasn't it, to come around the wicket all the time. Broad was the one who kind of seemed to use that method quite a lot, and they tend to use that sort of oscillating wobble ball a lot from there. He was, of course, a tall bowler, Broad. But I quite like, if you look at Lehmann, look how square he gets on because of that back foot coming across, then moving the front foot. It leaves him quite square.
Both appeals turned down. Going down the leg side, didn't catch an inside edge before it got to Dan Lawrence.
And he's getting into some awkward positions, isn't he, because of that? There's an example. His leg is almost outside off stump. His back, see there, outside off stump.
Long way over.
Now where does he go with that front foot? Nowhere. And that's the danger. If that's hitting the inside of the pad rather than the flat sort of face of the pad facing the bowler, I think that's probably LBW. Just needs to nip a little bit. Yeah, that's not too bad either. He's looking rather suspiciously at the bounce now, isn't he? So he's creating half opportunities, I think, Clark here. But as an option, I think, especially if he gets a little bit of swing, I think with the way that Lehmann is playing, I like the idea of bringing the ball back into him a little bit.
Interesting what you say about the over the wicket, round the wicket, when you've got the skills that Clark has. Seeing there, that's the one. That's the one that tails in and seams away, which he's an expert at. He's got this remarkable variety, Clark, over the wicket, round the wicket, etc. But we've seen Matt Fisher. He started round the wicket to the left-handers a couple of days ago, and he was getting that exaggerated movement. He shifted to over the wicket to them, and it was even more menacing. But the way Clark uses the crease so well. Bustling approach. And again, that away swinger ends an over that had a fair bit going on. 53 for 2. Daniel Norcross will jump in to take you through to tea after some further thoughts from JB Coney.
Yeah, he's getting that. That's an away swinger, so it's an in swinger for the bowler to a right-hander. And he just started it a bit wide, that last ball. If he can get that starting at middle and leg a little more full than that delivery was, to commit the batsman, the left-handers, at that ball and then move it away to the slips, you could be in the game. And that's just make sure you've got enough catches. You do not need people spread around the grounds. And you might even encourage a sweep off, for example. You know, you don't. I mean, there's a man on the sweep there at the moment, but does it matter? 4 runs, you might hit it and get a top edge. You might miss it and get an LBW. The run rate required is now pushing on 87. No, just 7 actually, folks.
It'll be 87 sometime later in the afternoon. Yes.
So.
Now we've got an official statement.
Right,
has come through. I'm gonna make sure I find the statement before I read it.
Statement
here we go.
from.
I have been sent a statement, an official statement from Danny Rubin, who is the media manager of the England cricket team, which I shall read at the end of this over. I'm going to keep you on tenterhooks, Jeremy.
No, that's fine.
It's important information for both of us going into the next Test match.
Oh, about a Test match, probably about the England side, presumably.
That's
that
right.
seemed to have been
You've got your
captured
notebook.
everybody.
You've got your notebook ready.
I have. Well, it's
because I think you might want to do some scribbling soon.
What I did like from Jacks a couple of overs ago, he bowled a flatter.
Yes.
You know, his natural sort of instinct is to get it
Then
up
he got
there a
through
little
him,
bit.
didn't
Yes, he did. It was flatter, and it was about leg stump, and it straightened, brought almost the LBW. That's good. See, he's playing back there and forward at the last moment.
So, maiden over. Right, I have got an official statement from Danny Rubin that says, I'm just double-checking, for immediate release, so there is no embargo.
Okay.
The England and Wales Cricket Board can confirm that, given the ongoing investigation, Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson have not been made available for selection for the Rothesay second test against New Zealand, which starts at the Kia Oval on Wednesday the 17th of June. Yorkshire batter Joe Root will lead the team as interim captain. I think that's quite an important phrase that's been used there. Sussex fast bowler Jofra Archer and Essex batter Jordan Cox have been added to the squad. So the squad is now Joe Root as captain. Not Harry Brook, who is the vice captain. And the reason why that's important is that you would think that if we were going to get another kind of, if there was going to be something about Ben Stokes, that's not come out yet. So this is definitely an interim captain with a capital I. Rehan Ahmed remains in the squad. Jofra Archer, Sonny Baker, Shoaib Bashir, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, Jordan Cox, Ben Duckett's cast of thousands, Matt Fisher, Emilio Gay, James Rue, Ollie Robinson, Jamie Smith of Surrey, and Josh Tongue. So let me just count up the number of names that are there. 1, 2, 3.
Well, two out, two in.
Is that a 13-man squad? It's a 15-man squad, and so they've not been tempted to go on county championship performance. Jordan Cox hasn't played county championship; he's been at the IPL. So Dan Lawrence today, the wicket-keeper
batsman, is he?
Jordan Cox is a wicket-keeper batter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few bits of wicket-keeping support there, because there's James Rue as well from Somerset, who's
so
also
he's in really as a batsman. Then in that case, you'd think
he is. But I mean, he's definitely a spare batter in that lineup, because they've named a 15-man squad.
Yeah.
But they
I'm thinking is you've now moved two bowlers away, or an all-rounder and a bowler, but the bowler hasn't been brought in other than Jofra. Is that right? Jofra's coming.
Jofra Archer. You would look at that and you'd go, Jofra Archer's replacement, perhaps in the team, certainly in the squad, but perhaps in the team for Gus Atkinson, and then the all-rounder position could be Rehan Ahmed. Now, Shoaib Bashir was selected at Lords, but the problem they'd have at the Oval if they selected Bashir and they don't have a fast bowling all-rounder, you've only got 3 pacers, and then Bashir and a slew of part-time spinners in Root and Bethel. So that ball climbs through to the keeper. So it opens the possibility that to pick 4 seamers, it could be Baker, it could be Fisher, to join Tongue and Robinson and Jofra Archer. But Jofra Archer's workloads was a concern, wasn't it? So whether they must think that he's built them up sufficiently to be selected in the squad. So if he's in the squad, you'd imagine he's available for selection. If he's available for selection, you'd imagine he would be selected. So Tongue and Archer would provide the pace. Robinson, no ball signal. You imagine Robinson's going to keep his place. So there's your 3 seamers, and then the question becomes, do you play a 4th seamer plus a spinner? How do you get them in? Because there isn't a seam bowling all-rounder. Or do you play the spinning all-rounder in Rehan and go with 4 seamers? I think that would be the composition.
Well, you would think, because
especially here,
Atkinson opening the bowling at Lords, you'd think Archer would come in to open with Robinson.
That's right, yeah. You'd think, wouldn't you? And, we know from watching a lot of cricket here, end of the over 55 for 2, that it's not like Lords. Even though they've had the same weather, the pitch here has responded differently from Lords, and so you are going to need
A spinner at some stage, I think.
You would think.
Yes,
I mean,
you would. But seamers have tended to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Stokes had been available, then the question would be, do you go with 5 seamers as Surrey have done, so four full-time seamers plus Stokes? But with this lineup, you can't get 5 seamers in because none of them is an all-rounder. So you've then got to work out, do you play a spinning all-rounder? Because that's their option. They've got 2 spinners as such, but Rehan is one who can bat, so he could slot in at 7.
He's almost a batting all-rounder, I think.
Really, yeah.
Yeah.
But he provides it's a different kind of spin as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got the off spin of Root, they've got the part-time left arm spin of Bethel, take it away, and then the problem would be for Shoaib Bashir if he's in that lineup. As you know from watching plenty of cricket here, he could end up having to bowl 20 overs on day one. Now, do they really think that he can do that role? Don't know. We'll find out when they select the team.
Can you tell me what's the economy rate of Rayan Ahmed like?
Do you mean in first-class cricket?
Well,
might
yes,
as well. We might as
yes.
well check that out.
Yes.
Well,
just as a guide.
I'm here for you, Mr. Worcester. Oh, how I miss Andrew Sampson. He's only 21 years old still. Don't forget, the youngest player ever to play Test cricket for England. In Test cricket, he's taken 22 wickets in 5 matches at an economy of 3.97, call it 4. And in first-class cricket, he's taken 85 wickets in total at an economy of 3.83. It's a bit leaky. But, I mean, the thing is that here, especially on days 1 and 2, if you've got 4 seamers, you could kind of rotate, and then that spinner only has to do a little bit here and there, doesn't he, in the run up to a second new ball if you need him. And Archer and Tongue are definitely strike bowlers that you would hope could get through. And Ollie Robinson's going to be tested, but when he bowled here for Sussex, he bowled a lot of overs for Sussex. Yeah. So, you know, he's bowled a lot of overs for Sussex this season, so he might have to bowl slightly longer spells, you would think.
So take me through the 11 that you would have.
Just the 11 that I'm kind of imagining they will have.
The Norcross 11.
The Norcross 11.
So we get.
What's coming? Clouds coming. Have I heard clouds are coming?
Well, the umps are coming together.
The umps are coming together. Is it about the ball? Because I can see no clouds at the moment. It's the ball. Oh. Well, this will play itself out. We'll find out shortly enough. A new box of balls may have to come. So
Gay, Duckett, Bethel, Root, Brooks, Smith.
Correct. That top 6 looks.
Now we get to the interesting bits.
Now, if I was the selector at the Oval, with my Kia Oval hat on, I'm going Rehan Ahmed.
Now you got your 4 seamers.
Ollie Robinson. Fisher or Baker. Archer and Tongue. And I think you very much decide, depending on the conditions that you're presented with. That would be the way I would go. Now, if you try to squeeze Shoaib Bashir in there, you've got to tell me who he goes in place of. And therefore, who comes in at 7. Because you don't want Ollie Robinson at 7. You've got to change your bowler. Powered, as ever, by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together.
Not enough batting is my reply to that. To try and get
Shoaib Bashir in.
Yes.
Well, I suppose the other way you do that is that you either put Jamie Smith down to 7 and put the spare batter James Rue in at 6, or it doesn't really matter which order, you know. You could do that, but then your bowling feels thin, and then you've got 3 pace bowlers, which would be Archer, Tongue and Robinson, probably. And then you're hoping that Shoaib Bashir will be able to hold an end up. or you're kind of going
Well,
somehow
that-
between Bashir, Root and Bethel we'll fiddle the overs.
Well, that's interesting, and how many overs Archer would be able to.
Exactly, you've got that. So
So,
that's why I think you
yeah.
need 4 seamers.
Well, interesting.
That it shows how
and
important.
we're assuming it's because they haven't found an answer.
Well, I think we do know, really. And they say pending ongoing investigations, I think they wanted to get a squad out in good time. They don't want to overshadow the Women's World Cup, which starts on Friday. All eyes will be on that. But also, there is a fact. We've been told that there was a curfew that day. Had there not been a curfew that day, it might have been a very different matter. But because there was one, then obviously, if it's been broken, they have to decide what they do about that.
And they haven't decided that yet.
It seems like not, but reading the runes from that official message from, and I reiterate, Danny Rubin, who is the ECB's media relations man, it is official statement, it is for immediate release. They have used the phrase interim captain, and I think that is very significant because it suggests that Stokes could very well return as captain.
Will that impact on anything, do you think?
Yeah, I think it will.
The way that Stokes captains and moves people about, and
I mean, let's be very clear about something in Stokes. That one of the big stats doing the rounds is how many times does Ben Stokes complete a series? Because over the last few years, while being captain, there have been interim captains a few times. Ollie Pope, Surrey, has done it because he hasn't always been able to get through a whole series.
against India.
Against India last year, for example, a game that England would have won if Chris Wokes hadn't dislocated his shoulder on the first day. They'd have had the Seagulls made it all the way from Hampshire, I think, to come and watch the team. It's a nice shot, but well fielded in this follow-through by Matt Fisher. Another maiden over. We're getting close to tea now, 14 minutes away, 55 for 2. So it's not an unusual situation for England under Stokes to find themselves to have an interim captain. I think what's interesting is that when Ollie Pope and Joe Root were in the team, Ollie Pope was vice-captain and he then captained. Harry Brook is the vice-captain and he is not captaining, even though he's the captain of the white ball team. So that's that.
Read
that,
what you want to
read,
into
exactly.
that.
Read what you want to into that. Yeah, I know what I read into that, but you decide at home for yourselves. And I think if Ollie Pope had been playing, then he would have been the interim captain. For example, when he was vice captain, he was made captain. I think, from a county cricket point of view, there's a couple of things to say there. That Jordan Cox has come into the side. Dan Lawrence has got the better part of 800 runs this season. If you're just joining us, he became today only the second man in the history of first-class cricket to score a double 100 and 100 at better than a run a ball. Another player that might have thought they'd done enough this season. Joe Clark, for example.
Bowls a little bit of spin as well. He bowls spin here, doesn't he?
Dan Lawrence. Yes, exactly.
So,
exactly.
if you're replacing Ryan Ahmed, are you at that point?
Well, yes, that could be an option, couldn't it?
Yeah.
That could have been an option. Another guy that, Ollie Pope, who's had a pretty decent summer with the bat, but it's almost like, this season, not closing the door, but this season you are playing for Surrey and you're going to score some runs and get back to your best. That's what these indicators are to me. There's a lot of batters out there in county cricket who've scored quite a few runs, and Jordan Cox isn't one of them because he's not played any. So to bring him in, we were told...
What do you make of that one then?
Well, he was the next cab off the rank before, and do you remember he very nearly played. He would have played in New Zealand
yes.
until he broke her thumb or whatever it was in training. And that's when Ollie Pope ended up having to keep wicket, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because Jamie Smith was away for paternity leave.
Yeah.
So you got that situation, and I think they like what they see of Jordan Cox. But what I would say is, at the start of the season, we were told about county championship performance has been taken into account, and England have got in that lineup 2 men who've not played any, Jacob Bethel and Jordan Cox. I mean, he's probably not going to, you wouldn't think he would be selected. He's a spare batter at the moment. I mean, James Rue is a spare batter as well, so you've kind of got 2 spare batters.
If you play Cox, though, at number 6 or 7,
Got the same problem.
you
with
haven't
bowling.
got a spinner at that point.
Or you've got 1 spinner and the 3 seamers.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is not happy place. This goes to show, doesn't it, that A, 11 is the right number for a cricket team because it's very hard to balance your side, and B, having a seam bowling all-rounder or all-rounder of any kind is very, very important. And when they're not
Well,
there,
it is in England,
yeah.
and it is in England at this time of the year.
You know, India were fortunate in that they had Ashwin and Jadeja for a long time. So, you know, you could come to England and they didn't mysteriously all the time, but you could pick them both, but you could pick either of them and they're your all-rounder, and then you can pick 4 seamers if you want to.
Washington Sundar.
Washington Sundar, yeah. I mean, you'd probably say Jadeja and Ashwin are better bowlers, wouldn't you?
In their pomp, certainly, yes.
It's up on his toes, plays that well, Lehman. Since his first 50 runs in this match, I think his next 29 runs have come in about 120 balls.
I wonder about a man just in on the offside. I quite like that pressure of someone there, not wanting the batsman to push. You know, it's kind of half prevents the batsman pushing forward with impunity or with confidence, one or the other. And because there's a man right there in front of you, and it keeps you back hovering.
Are you sort of looking at a short extra or straighter than that?
Yes, just short extra is fine, so that you make yourself and you make the batsman aware of you, rubbing the grass just so it catches his eye. You do, so that he sees the hand. That's where I'm here. And so then you stay back a little bit more, and if one keeps a bit low, it's into the pads and you jump slightly. If you push forward, it might go onto the pad and then might carry through on the offside. Lots of little pressure situations can arise because of that, and I don't think the runs matter at all now.
I mean, it's quite a fun place for a skipper to be, isn't it, in a way, when you, with a run rate required 8, you know you can attack, just attack. You can be as imaginative as you feel like.
They're not interested.
Not at all.
The way at the moment.
Look, Fisher's about to finish his 7th over. He's gone for 5 runs.
Yeah. So get the men in, get them round, put more pressure on as much as you can. I know you want to be bowling at that same batsman. If you can bowl more balls at them, that's better. So there's got to be some run-saving players to keep that man down there.
Another maiden. I mean, every ball there was on or around just outside off stump. You sort of think you could possibly take one from square leg and bring him over, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think with Fisher and with Clark, just try bowling over the wicket at the left-handers a bit.
We get another change of bowler. It looks like Tom Curran is coming on to bowl. Our changes of bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions, providing the energy needed today while building a better world of energy for tomorrow.
What about next week?
One would hope that it would build towards next week, months and years indeed into the future. Right, what are we looking at here in terms of time? This will be 1 over he's going to get here before tea. We might get in 2 overall. There's 6 minutes to go till tea.
Well, Tom Curran gets a run at last.
Yes.
Hasn't bowled one yet. I saw him practicing this morning with the 2 coaches over to our right, over towards the Archbishop Tennyson side of the ground.
Good carry still, isn't there?
Yep.
I've been impressed with this pitch, that it's kept its pace, and it's a good sign for the test match, actually, because both teams have got players of really good pace. O'Rourke, Jameson. Do you think Henry will be okay?
Well, I hope
Back
so.
spasms are
I
weird,
hope so.
aren't they?
Yeah, yes. They've got a week, although in that last day, he did at least run through okay, didn't he? I mean, it wasn't at his best, not at his most powerful.
Oh, that's kept a little bit lower this time. What is a back spasm? Is it the muscle just clenches around a disc, does it?
Don't ask me.
No, you never had one?
I-
Bowler of your pace, constantly pounding his way through the crease. Tall, rangy man like you, putting I don't know how many tons of weight through those
Through the
hips
front
and
leg,
knees.
and the very sore heel.
Oh, now that looks very close. Umpire is unmoved. Tom Curran teapots. Was it going down? I think that's what the umpire is
He is
asking
thinking
himself,
that, but it's very full.
isn't it? Hasn't got far to
That's
travel.
the question here. But is it the angle again from around the wicket? And
We get
let's
super
see,
slow-mo here.
and it
Ooh.
swings. It's very it's missing.
Yeah, it's missing. Yeah.
It's hit the front
Do you know,
pad.
it swung late, though,
Yeah,
hasn't
did. That's why
Yeah.
I think coming over is worth a crack. That's when you get your LBWs to left-handers.
Ooh, that is not far from off stump as well. This is good, encouraging signs from Tom Curran. He's getting it up to 80 miles an hour or so.
Good leave or, you'd have to say. Got away with it. It was pretty close.
Give me that with a bit more awe next time.
AWE, are we talking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Again, a bit of late swing. You've got to be careful playing that shot against Tom Curran with that little bit of late swing. The end of the over, I'll explain to listeners what we're talking about.
It's a good start.
It is, isn't it? Such a shame. I mean, look, this game could explode into life after tea, but it's such a shame that we've lost all those overs over the course of the last few days, because this could have been an absolute humdinger. Again, on the money from Tom Curran. Very good over to start off. Maiden, 55 for 2. So, yes, the story as it goes is that there was a film called The Greatest Story Ever Told, and it was the story of the life of Jesus Christ, lifting quite a bit from the New Testament, but slightly embellishing, let us say. And in the, don't know if it's a bit of a
modern interpretation.
bit of a spoiler alert here,
Right.
but if you're unaware, the main character ends up being crucified. Jesus
Yes.
Christ. that is,
Yes.
yeah. And in the book, he's according to one of the sources, as he's standing on the cross, as a centurion there, Roman centurion who's at the crucifixion, and
he cries out.
He
doesn't
becomes aware. He
Yep.
becomes aware of the divinity
Yes.
of the lead character at this crucial moment.
And who's playing this
And
role?
well, the man playing the role is a famous actor back in the day called
Yes.
John Wayne.
Oh, cowboy films.
Cowboy films,
mainly.
cowboy
Yes.
films, but in this case,
Perhaps a-
centurion.
Right.
And he wasn't a man necessarily noted for the depth of his intellect, but he was a kind of macho hero to a lot of men at the time. Sort of like the Marlborough Man. And he has to deliver the line, which he does in a deep-throated American way. He says, "Truly this man is the Son of God." And the director said to him, John, I like what you're doing there, John. I like it, but Can you give me more ore? Just give me more ore. And John took him at his word. He went, "Oh, truly this man is the Son of God." And as you can imagine, it's a story I cannot help but think of every time I see Ali Orr bat. Give me some more ore, John.
Yeah.
And that's what Hampshire want. They want some more ore
Yeah.
after tea, which is coming very shortly in 3 balls
be
time.
O-
Do we have anything for the tea break, Gompers? No.
Could be OAR.
Oh, it could be OAR,
Yeah.
couldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very Dan Topolsky. Yes. 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 Oh, bouncer. High bouncer. So I'm going to sort of nod out of the way on this occasion, Lehman. Couple of balls left until tea. Surrey have bowled really well, I think. They've been at Hampshire all the time. They've had some very close calls. It's Topley who's picked up the 2 wickets to 4 with a very hostile spell. He got absolute ripper to get rid of Gubbins, didn't he? That flew through and was adjudged to have grazed the glove on its way through to Ollie Pope. That was the last success for Surrey. But since then, they've looked threatening on a pitch which has still got a little bit in there, enough to encourage a bowler, but also one that you've still got to work very hard on to get your rewards.
I think you'd also have to say that I think Hampshire have fought very hard here, haven't they? Now, whether they are hoping there might be shake hands at some time
10 to
soon
5.
after. Is it?
10 to 5.
Okay.
We've seen that before.
By just not losing too many wickets.
I mean, I say 10 to 5 as that is tea. It's another maiden, Matt Fisher. 8 overs, none for 5. Hampshire go into the tea break at 55 for 2. There are, 34 overs left to be bowled today. The final hour is due to start around about 5 o'clock. There you see the match situation. Hampshire requiring, 293 to win off 34 is not going to happen. So what they would like to do, I'd say 10 to 5. I think that's probably when you get that declaration thing. Of course, they can't declare, then they'd lose the game. So it might actually be literally 5 o'clock that we might get a shake of hands. Or Surrey might come back revived after tea. Or, a couple of wickets early on will encourage them to continue. I would imagine they would need to have Hampshire at least 4 down at 5 o'clock to keep going, but time's going to tell.
It's been actually interesting cricket nevertheless. I think that the bowling has been pretty accurate most of the time. There's been some movement, there's been some bounce on occasions. You have to work hard for your bounce as well, I think. And I think all the bowlers have had a decent go at trying to create dismissals and create some pressure. Hampshire have absorbed all that pressure so far, and you'd have to say, give them a pat on the back for that too, I think. That they've only lost 2 wickets in all the overs from lunch to sort of to tea. So they could have easily lost 3 or 4. One went over the through the slips, and there were some other, they've created discomfort, the bowlers as well, but they've hung in there. And so 8 wickets remaining, and it feels unlikely that 8 wickets are going to fall in the session. It doesn't look like a pitch to me like that, but you would know more about the lower order.
Well, they do back
Hampshire.
quite deep, as we saw. Kyle Abbott came in at 11, didn't he?
True.
I mean, because of Sonny Baker being a night watch, but they've got a lengthy batting lineup, you would say. We will discover the answer to all these conundra from about 4 o'clock. So join us then. We're going to take a little break and get our muffins and a cup of tea and what we do. And then we'll be back at around about 4.
Today's question: 3 overseas players have scored first-class double centuries for Surrey. Can you name them? Can you identify the 3 overseas players scored first-class double centuries for Surrey. Festival of Red Ball Cricket, presented by Ambassador Cruise Line, returns between the 20th and 23rd of August, when Surrey take on Nottinghamshire in the Rothesay County Championship. Tickets for each day of that Festival of Red Ball Cricket are available for just £15 for adults, £1 for juniors, and you can get yours today at kiaono.com. Hopefully you'll be here for that, supporting the Red Ball game. If you'd like to support cricket in general across Surrey and South London, why not enter the Surrey Cricket Foundation's monthly prize draw and help the foundation make more happen through cricket. If you enter, each month you'll be with a chance to win tickets, sign merchandise, partner experiences, and much more. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to surreycfprizedraw.org to enter for as little as £5. Time to reveal the answer to today's Tea Time teaser. We let you know that 3 overseas players have scored first-class double centuries for Surrey. We asked you to name them. Well, the identity of those 3 double centurions from overseas: Azza Manu with 204 not out against Middlesex here at the Oval in 2005. Kumar Sangakkara with exactly 200 versus Essex at Chelmsford in 2017, and most recently Ashimama with 215 not out against Hampshire here at the Oval in 2021. Returning for the final session of the match, our umpires Paul Pollard and David Mills. Rory Burns and his Surrey fielding side, and resuming Hampshire's second innings on 55-4-2, number 27 in the ball with 27, number 33 taking even with 10. 34 overs remaining in the match.
Hello and welcome back to the Kia Oval for the final session of this Rothesay County Championship game between Surrey and Hampshire. The equation is simple. Surrey require 8 wickets for victory. There are 34 overs remaining in the game. We've done very well to avoid the weather so far today. Pockets of rain all around the south of England. They've all avoided the Kia Oval so far. It's going to be Tom Curran to start things off, bowling around the wicket to Ali Orr, who's 27 not out of 78 deliveries. 2 slips in place, a leg slip and a short leg. Good afternoon, Colo.
Yes, yep, we've somehow had the rain circle us. At times encircle us. It's felt like it's been rain everywhere, but here, hearing reports of lightning around the place, and there's a bit of drizzle in the air again now, just for good measure. But we and looking over to my left, it's pretty rugged. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get all the overs in. At least we get to the point where they might consider shaking hands. It's been that kind of weird day.
It's been a really good day of cricket too. We were treated to not one but 2 masterclasses from Surrey's standout pair this season, Don Sibley and Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence adding to what has been an extraordinary few days across formats against Hampshire. 94 not out of just 47 deliveries in the blast on Friday. A double century, scored a record-breaking pace in the first innings, followed up with a 62-ball 100 today, and Don Sibley registering his 3rd 100 of the county championship season. All 3 of those 100s have come here at the Kia Oval. Then with the ball, Surrey have taken 2 wickets in 30.5 overs, but they bowled with real threat. Oh, that's not too far away from short leg as well. I'll take 2. Reece Topley given the new ball in the second innings. It was Tom Curran who took it alongside Matt Fisher in the first. Picked up 2 early wickets. Toby Albert caught down the leg side. And then Nick Gubbins with a brute of a ball that not only leapt off a length but jagged into him, kissing his glove along the way through to Pope behind the stumps.
Yeah, reminder of the value that Topley provides. Left arm alternative. Love that he wants to be back playing red ball cricket this season. I think the way they envisaged it was a little bit when he would play when Atkinson wouldn't, vice versa. Hasn't quite worked out as seamlessly as that, but wider point stands that he's back hurling it down at real pace from that height. When he gets it right, is always going to be difficult.
Yeah, reminded that before this season, Reece Topley hadn't played first-class cricket for 4 years. It's his 4th appearance of the season. Ended the over Hampshire 57 for 2. 4 years without a county championship appearance, and now 4 appearances in Surrey's first 7 games. So it's understandable that he'd improve as the season progressed, and that's what we've seen. His best performance so far with the ball for Surrey in the championship. He's been really good with the new ball in particular in the blast. 8 power play wickets across his first 6 appearances. And it's going to be Topley. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get more for less. Optimise your operations with energy efficient solutions. The required run rate for Hampshire is way above 8 runs and over, so runs not important at the moment. So Surrey, all out attack, 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip, a silly point, and a short leg.
So since we were last together, yes, we've got that England squad we were waiting for.
We do.
So it's a big squad again. So the omissions that we anticipated based on the statement a couple of nights ago. Silly point in right away. I like that.
I guess the headline news is that Joe Root will lead the team as interim captain, as Dan remarked before the tea break. It's interim with a capital I, which I don't think is totally insignificant.
Yes, and you can see a world where, no, I think I said this morning, I hope they don't ask him, but here we are. I mean, good on him as well for sort of, I don't know whether he's put his hand up or whether he's been asked to do it, but good on him for ultimately taking it on in this tricky period with Stokes out of the squad for at least the second test. It's unclear what will happen from there. But it's been a recalibration. Well, they've moved a few of the magnets on the board as well. So Jofra Archer back. We talked about that on day one, whether he would return immediately. Well, with a spot in the 15 there for this week, he is back in that group.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of interviewing Root a couple of times over the last year, and I think one thing that he feels very strongly is just how difficult his last year or so was as captain. There was the famous run of games they had where they only had 1 win in 17. But I think more broadly, just how difficult personally that period towards the end of the pandemic was, when normal life returned for people like us, but the players were still living in bio bubbles all the way through to the beginning of 2022. That's completely died.
Yeah, hasn't it just? Absolutely. That 21-22 Ashes was a dreadful experience for everybody involved. With perhaps the exception of a couple of the Australian players who dominated, it was grim. Because exactly what you described, it was kind of at the very end of year 2 or whatever it is, 20 months into the pandemic, and the testing and the intensity of the testing and the bubbles and the people getting wiped out of test matches, both on the field and off the field, it was full on. So I don't doubt at all that they're pretty rough memories. Different story now, of course.
Driven past Taylor at cover. That would be at least 2. I think, obviously, it's not the main story at the moment. I think at some level, there is something quite nice about Joe Root potentially being able to add a positive footnote to his captaincy story.
We had the most wins ever as an England captain, didn't he?
Still does.
But it might be the case that he's also had the most losses. Yeah, it's one of those where he captained for so long, so much Test cricket. Ends the over 59 for 2.
I mean, the history of Test cricket, only Graham Smith, Alan Border, Stephen Fleming, Ricky Ponting, Clive Lloyd and Virat Kohli have captained more Test matches than Joe Root. Pretty much a bang-on even win-loss ratio to 27 wins, 26 defeats and 11 draws across those 64 tests.
Wow.
Were you surprised that Dan Lawrence wasn't in the squad, given how well he has played, not just this week, but actually this season? 4 county championship hundreds, no one in Division 1 has as many as Lawrence.
Yeah, I think that maybe he's just left his run a few days too late. Like, you don't know for sure with these things as to when the decision was made to go with Jordan Cox as the spare bat, not Dan Lawrence. But to the naked eye across the last week, this is the time. Extra catcher on the leg side here, by the way. It just felt it had to be now. And I know that he's had his opportunities in an England shirt, not disputing that. Cox hasn't in quite the same way. He's been a bit unlucky not to make a test debut. Injuries got in the way the last time he was in the squad and so on. But just the fact that he's been doing the work week in, week out, Division 1, 5 centuries in the top flight this season. Every 50 he's converted to a ton. Record-breaking in recent days with the pace of those hundreds. 62 baller today. 190 ball, 219, whatever it was the other day. And then what he did in the blast on Friday. There is something to be said for picking fruit when it's ripe and so on. There's an art to that. And I do wonder whether they've missed a trick, whether this was the exact moment to back someone who's been part of England squads across the course of a number of years.
Lawrence as well would give them something slightly different. So if you look at the top 7 that was picked for the Lords Test match, obviously Ben Stokes won't be involved now. The 2 other batting options in the squad, frontline batting options in the squad, James Rew and Jordan Cox, both of those keep wickets, so neither of them offer something with the ball. And if you go back to the 2025 Oval Test match against India, Shoaib Bashir was injured, Liam Dawson wasn't picked, so England went into that Test match with 4 seamers and short ball and pulled over mid-wicket, and that'll run away after a couple of bounces for 4 or into his 30s.
Well played.
England relied on the relatively part-time spin of Jacob Bethel and Joe Root alongside the 4 quicks, and they were without Stokes that week and without Stokes this week. I reckon there'll be a similar balance to the side. I think James Rew will come in as the spare batter for the first Test match and make his Test debut. I guess my slight confusion is around Jordan Cox's place in the pecking order. Cox has got an amazing championship record since moving from Kent to Essex, averaging about 60. Short again, pulled again, dismissively over the leg side for a 1 bounce 4, all beginning to enjoy himself. Dug in hard. The field, as attacking as it is, means that there are boundary options aplenty. 5 catches really close to the bat. And Cox wasn't picked for the first Test of the summer, with James Rew essentially jumping ahead of him in the queue. If you go back to 2024, that tour of New Zealand, Jordan Cox would have played that first Test match had he not incurred an injury. He was a spare batter at the start of last summer too, for the Zimbabwe Test. End of the over, 8 from it. Hampshire 67 for 2. So he had gone down in the pecking order for the first Test of the series, having spent the first 2 months of the English season on the bench for RCB in the IPL. But now, having not yet played any red ball cricket, he's the one that has been selected ahead of someone like a Dan Lawrence.
You say red ball cricket, just cricket. A couple of those Lions matches that were neither here nor there for him in the last week or so. 50 over cricket that was. Then you got to go back to, and he got a start, got 40 odd in a blast game as well in the mix there. But you got to go back to February for his last game of cricket when he was over in Abu Dhabi with the Lions. And of course, the T20 domestic circuit is what it is. But I sort of feel like I'm about to say the same thing I might have said on day one. The flexibility that multi-format players enjoy is a fundamentally good thing. You've got to be flexible, otherwise you're nowhere in modern cricket. It's messy. It doesn't feel good all the time, but compromises need to be made. Otherwise, we're going to see players choose club over country, so to speak, and no one wants that. And you need to provide players a pathway to earn the money that's available to them in the T20 circuit. There's no doubt about that anymore. That debate's long since dead. But it's got to be... It can't be an automatic... To my way of thinking, it can't be an automatic thing that you enjoy the benefits of where you sit in the pecking order in one stream if you're operating in another. So in this case, yes, he was where he was in test consideration last year, and rightly so. He'd earned it. He had a terrific 2024, had a really strong last year as well, averaged in the mid-50s. There's no doubting his ability, but he's sort of made the decision to not be doing the red ball thing, and that's fine.
But also,
But
does it give himself the best opportunity should, say, Rue break a finger on the morning
Yeah,
before a game?
yeah. Well, that as well. That as well. There's the how well he'll perform without having a red ball build-up.
Down the leg side.
Might have caught something there. Topley thought he did.
Yeah.
Glove on the way. There was a noise. There was a noise. Never easy down the leg side. Picked up 1 wicket in that direction earlier in the innings, Topley.
I said last red ball game for Cox for a reason, because he didn't play at the end of last season in the championship. So it's been 10.5 months
10.5 months.
since he played a red ball game.
10.5 months.
August the 1st was the last time
Gosh, that's
he
striking.
played red ball cricket. Didn't play at the end of the championship season in 2024. Let's have a look at that potential chance down the leg side a couple of deliveries ago. Did this flick anything on the way through? I think if it did, it's more hip than bat or glove.
Mm. Yeah, it's, I don't know, sort of a, sometimes hear the term used in public life now, maiden bowled 67 for 2. Yeah, but is there freedom of speech? You know, yeah, of course there's freedom of speech, but you're not free of consequence. You know, with what you say, you know, your words have consequence. You've got freedom to say what you wish, but it sort of feels that way. I mean, maybe I'm sort of overlaying this slightly incorrectly, but you've got the freedom to do whatever you want as a modern cricketer, and the flexibility to do whatever you want. But it shouldn't, I don't think anyway, come entirely without consequence. And in this instance, it kind of hasn't, right? So Cox has been someone they've liked a lot, been a bit unlucky, more than a bit unlucky, come to think of it. And now a 10.5-month gap opens up where he hasn't played any red ball cricket at all, and very little cricket full stop due to having sat on the bench at the IPL. And you've got, in the other corner, a guy in Dan Lawrence who is dominating the top flight of county cricket week in, week out, home and away, and has done it in the week before the test match at this very ground. Now, I'm not sure about that.
I think the other thing I'd say, and this would be a good question for you actually, if you can summon any examples, this England management is genuinely reluctant to return two players they have previously dropped. So, for example, Ollie Pope was deemed worthy enough to be England's number 3 test matches ago for a must-win Ashes test match.
Yep.
Yet he's out of the squad, even though there are players unavailable. Same can be said about Zach Crawley, who, as Andy Ball noted in his excellent piece on The Guardian last night, was actually England's 3rd leading run scorer during the Ashes.
Yeah. It was a good line, that.
And similarly, someone like Dan Lawrence, it's been 2 years since he last played for England. That difficult series up top against Sri Lanka, but for the year or so before that, he was permanently England's spare batter.
Mm.
Has their view of him and players like him changed so drastically? I don't know. And also, people will say, listening to this, well, England returned to Ollie Robinson. I would say they did so through gritted teeth. I think they acquiesced on Robinson.
Yep. He had to bash the door down, didn't he? And that's good too, but yeah. Took them a long time to get back there. I think that's an interesting point about those that have had a chance in this era. I mean, when was the last time you heard Alex Lees talked about in contention for England? Of course, he went back to the championship and did exceptionally well.
Jack Leach.
Jack Leach.
Pace off from Tom Curran, defended well by all into the leg side. Well,
I mean,
my question to you, Colin, is actually...
but it's bowlers. Sorry, it is. Yeah, you're right. It's not just batters, is it? Sam Cooke, one Test match, had earned his spot in the pecking order and kind of dispensed with right away. I hadn't really thought of it in those terms, but yeah. Once you're out, you're very out.
My question to you is Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow was the face of baseball in many ways in that first year. Famously broke his leg, so missed the final test of the 2022 summer and the winter that followed. Comes back into the side for the 2023 Ashes. Averages around about 40. And then has 5 middling tests against India. End of the over. No runs off it. Hampshire 67 for 2. Middling series against India. Not a disaster by any means. And never been seen since.
Yep.
My question to you, can you think of good second coming stories for Test cricketers, players whose main success as a Test cricketer came during their second opportunity? That's a question, by the way, not just for Colo, but for the viewers at home. surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
Well, to run it through the Aussie filter, it's a bit of a cliche that every Aussie great got dropped, right? Well, virtually every Aussie great got dropped.
Talk us
I mean,
through
all
the
the way.
best
Well, I mean,
examples.
the best example's Bradman, but I mean, he was only out of the team for one test after his debut. But still, that's often. But Ponting, I mean, he was in the wilderness for a fair while there. Ricky Ponting, middle stage of his, well, not the middle stage, the early part of his career when he was dropped a couple of times. Damien Martin didn't play a test match between 1994 and 2000. Another player who ended up with an exceptional career, an exceptional second part to his career. Simon Kadich, who was the leading opener in the world when he was eventually dropped, but had a 3-year period when he was the standout opener, equal to anyone in world cricket, having missed a few years in the middle, being overlooked, had to fight his way back.
Nasser Hussain is the best example I think of England, actually. But he made his debut, I think, in 1990.
Yep, Jamaica.
But it wasn't until 1996 that he really established himself as an England player. And that, I think he scores 100 at Edgbaston against India in what is only his 8th Test match, 6 years after his debut. Oh, I think that's possibly kissed Lehman's outside edge, but that's completely died on the way through to Ollie Pope.
Is it a variation? Couldn't quite tell out of the hand here whether he rolled his fingers down the seam. Won't tell from that angle, but you see, it might be a puff of dust as it landed. Not quite, but yeah.
Yeah, Lehman looks past his left shoulder immediately as the ball passed the bat. Yeah, that was Nasser's 8th Test match, I think, at the age of 27, or maybe even 28.
I'm pretty big on this. You've probably heard me say it before. Batters are absolutely permitted to go away, having had one stint as an international cricketer, go away, improve, become their best selves and return far better for the experience. Like it's a step on the path to becoming their best player, to becoming the best player they can be, oftentimes with a 3 in front of their age or 28 or 29. I note Lawrence is 28 for the record. That is, to me, a pretty logical sequence of events.
Marnus Labuschagne made his debut on that UAE tour.
Yep. I mean, even Joe Root got dropped.
Yep.
In Australia in 2014.
It's a lovely shot from Lehman. That's his style. Doesn't really move his front foot that far towards the ball, but he gets in a really good position early. Just allows his hands to get through it.
But I think it's more for the guys who spend a decent whack of time away. Players get dropped. Root's probably a bad example. Likewise, Bradman, because they spend a small amount of time away, and it's foretold what their careers will be. Wasn't foretold that Matt Hayden would become the opener of his generation. In fact, far from it. When he first really came back into the international frame, he would have been 30. There are a lot of players out there who have needed that time. Oh, there's that extra speed from Topley. He's bowled well, very, very well today.
It's a really good and skillful over. There was a ball that went through Lehman that really swung into him, so posing difficult questions.
You can make the case that it's advisable to have a period of time when you're not there, where you are forced to consider what you arrived as an international cricketer at first, and what you need to do to make sure that you can meet that level and become better when you next go there.
Mark Butcher,
Mark Butcher.
famously in 2001.
Yeah, absolutely.
Johnny Bairstow at times in his career.
Yep.
Spent time out the side. Don't ask me why, but I stumbled upon an article that Vic Marks wrote about Alistair Cook and the virtue of being dropped in 2010.
When he had his career saved here at the Oval, wasn't it?
Oh, that's in the air.
Bisected them. Oh,
Right between the two fielders under the lid. That was a catchable height. It went quickly, but it was a catchable height and it wasn't too far away from the man behind square.
you can see them looking at each other like that could not have gone any more neatly between us.
Yeah.
They're both thinking it wouldn't have mattered had they dived. It was perfection in terms of placement. From Alior is up to 39. He's played pretty well. But yeah, that Cook storyline's a brilliant one. Yeah, it's entirely possible he doesn't come to Australia in 10-11 if he doesn't kind of salvage things at the very end here at the Oval. And the rest, as they say.
No ball. No, it was really interesting reading that piece. So what I hadn't quite remembered correctly is that it wasn't necessarily a long period of poor scores for Cook. It was just the poor scores were so poor. So it was that home summer, basically. That was it. He was fine before it and famously fine after it. But that home summer against Bangladesh and Pakistan, he was really struggling. I don't think he'd got a score of more than 35. And Marks argued that, look, realistically, whatever happens at the Oval, this was written before the Oval Test match where he gets 100 and the rest is history. He argued that, whatever happens, he's going to be the England Open at the start of the Ashes. Realistically, England are not going to pick someone who's not yet played Test cricket for the Ashes. But sometimes it can be good for a player to be dropped because it forces them a little bit out of their comfort zone. It gives them time, perhaps, to go away from the spotlight of playing Test cricket for England, to work on their game and come back a better player. And he was saying at the time, actually, things potentially were a little bit too cosy on that front. It's not too far away from off stump.
I reckon it can be a huge relief for a player. He would never admit it, I'm sure, but spending a bit of time with Marnus Labuschagne in the Caribbean last year, when he wasn't in the Test side, you could almost sense a weight of expectation. He could just work on being... He was the spare batter on that trip. And he and the Nets, we spent... we feel like the travelling journos. We spent more time watching Scott Boland bowl to Marnus Labuschagne than we did the Test cricket at different points. It was very high-quality netting. You can imagine the intensity of it. And look, obviously, Labuschagne's story is still being written, and whatever will be. But it rang true of that being taken out of the firing line and being given a chance to reset. And then for some players spending a number of years away, I think this is the point I want to make, a number of seasons away, like learning how to dominate again at the level below. Like that is fundamentally a part of batsmanship, being a ton machine, being a consistent match winner. Of course, it's harder to do that when you're a Test player. It's obviously going to be easier at the level below for those guys who are at the very peak of the sport.
Well, you mentioned Lawrence's age being 28. I think one of the best selections of this era was the recall of Ben Duckett in 2022 when he was 28. Played for England in 2016 on that tour of Asia.
Yep.
Then didn't play Test cricket for 6 years.
Exactly.
And he came back a fully formed player in a way.
And that included him post-England having room for a dip even after that. Interviewed Duckett a couple of years ago, which went to this. It's like he had space to...
It's a nice shot from Orr. Huge vacant space in front of square on the offside. And that will trickle away towards the rope for 4.
He had the space to sort of continue failing, if you like. You know, there was room for him to work it all out and time for him to work it all out. I think of someone like Lawrence, who the last time that he was in the Test team, and you've already gone through it, of course, but being squeezed in as an opener, and it was all a bit awkward, and no one really knew how it quite came to that. Well, you press fast forward a couple of years, and he looks far nearer to being the complete product, the dominator.
On Lawrence's Test career, by the way, 3 Tests as an opener, 2 Tests as a 3, 3 testers of 4, 2 testers of 5, 3 testers of 6, and 1 tester of 7.
Huh.
It's going to be Topley again. Impressive, but so far wicketless this session. I think we've got a change in the commentary box.
I think Daniel's hovering.
Some words from Adam Collins before Dan Norcross will oversee the next half an hour.
Thanks, Yas. Enjoyed that. Thank you, as always. Great to work with you, Yas, through the last 4 days. Not sure what time they're allowed to shake hands, but if Surrey can't pick up a couple of wickets here, we might be heading in that direction. 10 to 5, I'm told. That's turned away for 4. So that might be only... We might be inside the last half an hour of play. I'm surprised by that. There you go. As Dan belatedly jumps in. I didn't know that. 10 to 5, I'm told, is the handshake time if they want to. But
What?
That's what I was
Where
told.
have you
down
heard that from?
in my ears. It can't be.
No, that won't be
Must
right.
be later than
no,
that.
no, because 10 to 5... 10 to 5 works if you've got that situation where it's a third innings and they can declare.
So 5 would be the...
If Hampshire declaring, Surrey will win.
Win the game, yes. Rather awkwardly.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Right, shall we shake hands, chaps?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah, why not? Good as gold.
Yeah, sweet. 16 points, thank you very much. No, the other thing I'm not 100% certain about is, because I suspect this to be the case, that you can't shake hands until the final hour starts. The final hour starts when there's 16 overs left, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So actually, we've got 10.3 overs to go.
Okay, there we go. That's clear.
Yeah. Over rate's fine. All's fine. The jeopardy has gone out of the game, let us say, but I think it's been really fun cricket today, actually. First off, the first session was spectacular. We saw an almost unique event in first-class cricket, something that's only happened once before. A batter scoring a double 100 and 100 at better than a runner ball.
The other being, you've went through this, it was Graham Hick, wasn't it?
Graham Hick at Abergavenny in 1990.
Get the sense you enjoyed pronouncing that.
Abergavenny, yes, very much so.
Good, nice little lilt when you need to.
Oh, I say, that's pacey from Topley. Yes.
I don't know, like maybe I'm being...
You're Welsh, aren't you?
A little bit. Broken record stuff here from me, but I sort of still think that... And I understand why. I get it. I get the point structure. I get the fourth innings.
Yes.
The proliferation of fourth innings chasers and all the rest of it. But I genuinely think with Hampshire's plight at the moment, had they been chasing something that was more manageable and less run-a-bally, they might have been inclined to have had a dart at it, and that might have opened the game up. But that's just not the type of risk that we're conditioned to seeing Surrey take. They like to shut teams out.
Do you know
before they turn? I get that too. Scoreboard pressure, turn the screw. That's the other way of doing it. But there was never any real. They could have at 300 ahead today gone, right, that's enough. We'll set you 4 and over, and we will back our phalanx of seamers and a couple of spinners that they will have enough to do it, and we will risk losing.
Do you know, on that point, you see, I think that that both sides could have been a bit more proactive in that sense. Because I think Hampshire might have declared when they got to 300.
Yes.
And then said to Surrey, right.
I did ponder yesterday.
Setting 340 in 70 overs or 72 overs
it's a fair
and having
point.
a little bit before lunch would have been a different proposition.
I was going to say, yesterday, I came off air just before it happened. I was going to say that Hampshire might have declared 149 behind. At one stage, I did consider that.
I think they wanted the point. I think they
the last that's right. The point made sense, but the bigger picture, bowling change here. Daniel, who's it for?
Well, it's for SSE Energy Solutions. A game changer for businesses. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. So I think there's... The other part of this is that I'm not going to go hard on it for the reason that we have lost a day's play, in effect. When you add up all the overs, it's basically 90 overs has gone missing in this game. And it's pretty tough, as we know, to force a result on the last day at the Oval with 4 days play.
Yep.
To try to do that in 3 days, now there's a good appeal.
Couple of noises.
Jax is saying that's pad first, or at least he's asking if it's pad first. Umpire thinks it's bat and pad. We'll take another look at that.
It might have been a bit of outside the line of the off stump on impact as well, possibly.
No.
No. Come back.
No.
Wob old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm sort of.
Because I mean,
partially-
Surrey have
this
been
is
really
partially an
proactive
academic
here.
ex- yeah,
when you
they
look at the
are,
way
they are.
they've
They
got,
batted
they've got
brilliantly this morning.
421 and 259 at over 5 and over.
No,
you know, they
I'm
couldn't really have done more.
I'm being a little bit flippant in how I'm setting it up, but I guess my point is that the way this competition
Yes.
works at the moment,
Yes.
it's more a
An
function
incentive
of
structure.
the structures that are there right now with the 8-point draw
Yeah.
and it's in situations like this, you don't want to compromise 8 points. 8 points is precious.
No. And for both teams in their
Yep.
different ways. And also because this is a very bunched county championship at the moment. Now, there's a round of championship matches starting on Friday, which Surrey are not involved in. They
Let's
are
look at them.
involved the following week. And with 20 points separating the top 7, is it? Or top 8? Something of
It
that
was
sort.
17 points splitting 7-1. Not sure where 8th sat in there, but it was a pretty congested top. So at the moment, Division 1, before this week rather, 91 for Notts up top. And in 8th spot, yes, that's right, Yorkshire on 71. And in terms of who plays whom when we get to Friday, I'll just quickly rattle through that. We have, beginning on the 12th of June, Yorkshire hosting Warwickshire. So yeah, Warwickshire still there and thereabouts. Leicestershire have got Essex at home. Important Leicestershire find themselves a win at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Sussex hosted Glamorgan. Both teams.
Yeah, well,
in that-
Sussex have done so well this season.
that
They did
batch.
recover from the 12-point loss. And we've got another change of bowler. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms.
And Notts have got Somerset. Notts at the top of the table, and Somerset now back in 6th. They weren't able to grasp
Big
where
game,
they
that.
were. They had a couple of wins in a row. And
Well,
got
they're
to
all
second.
big, aren't they?
They're all big.
Because of the congestion.
Yep.
The congestion charge.
Warwickshire only 5 points off top. That's an important game for them
Yeah.
away from home.
And the weather, I think those teams are going to get a bit more fortunate than Surrey and Hampshire have.
Weekend looks terrific for weather. Mid-20s both days.
Looks glorious. That's squeezed away for a single, which is great for the start of the Women's World Cup, which kicks off on Friday.
Yep.
England in action.
Yep.
Straight up. Games around the country. There's 2 semi-finals here at the Kia Oval. Both semi-finals. Isn't that marvellous? So if England qualify, they will be here.
And Alice Capsey from these parts has been
Yes.
having a very nice start to the summer.
Oh, do you know who else from these parts? Had a good day today against India in another warm-up that England won by 5 runs. Tilly Courtine-Coleman picked up a couple of wickets.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I can see a world where they both play, you know.
I think she has come on leaps and bounds in the last 12 months, Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
Our friend Hypercaust,
Yes.
John Leather, made this point on social media earlier today. There's often a lot of hoo-ha about balance of attacks in
yeah.
women's cricket, but like we all know, those of us who follow the women's game closely, spin to win is
to win.
often plan A for a reason.
Well, the Indian women that won the Under-19 World Cup, from memory, they had 3 left-arm spinners in their lineup, and the reason is that they were the best bowlers they had, and they were all difficult to get away. They all landed it on a sixpence or a 2 rupee coin.
I think it's entirely possible Australia will play all 4 spinners. In fact, I'd be kind of surprised if they don't.
Well, Alana King,
King, Gardner, Molyneux,
Wareham.
I mean,
Yeah.
why
not?
If I were running the show there, not that I ever would, I'd play them all.
Yeah, I don't understand why Alana King isn't like at least one of the first few names on that team sheet.
Weirdly, she's 4th in the pecking order, but
Isn't it
you know
odd?
the lived experience of watching her, she's clearly a match winner. And
Well,
yeah,
did she
they'll
get 4
find.
wickets in an over? When was it? It was a World Cup, I think. A World Cup game.
The
In
tournaments-
India, I was there. I was in Visakhapatnam when I was watching it on the telly. Phil Long, our scorer, had it on the telly.
But I think that that's what we're going to see a lot of in this World Cup, a lot of spin. So Courtine-Coleman, there is room for the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners in ways that there wouldn't be necessarily in a men's T20
Yes,
World Cup.
that's
It would be a
correct, yeah.
different kind of conversation.
Absolutely.
The way that they assemble teams and think about their 20 overs. And also, let's not forget that they've got Lindsay Smith, who's the 4th ranked bowler in the world right now.
Who's more kind of an in-swing bowler, but yeah, I mean,
Stumps in play.
she's down as a left-arm spinner.
More
yeah.
in the mould of Jess Jonathan.
Yeah, that's right.
Stumps in
Yeah.
play every ball.
Yeah.
different kind of left arm tweaker. But still, that could be really interesting. I think there's a fair bit riding on this early performance too. I'm not saying that England have done very well to beat. They've done very well to beat India 2-1 in that warm-up series, but just mindful that as they get near, if Sri Lanka have been a banana peel for England in the past, and it's an important night for that team to make a statement on the opening night of the tournament.
Well, it was their failure to beat Sri Lanka sufficiently powerfully that resulted in them ending up going home in the last tournament. So, yeah, they do have, on paper, the more favourable group. But the thing about a T20 World Cup is one mess up and you can be staring down the barrel.
Speaking of going home, that's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to pick my kids up. I'm going to hand over to Cam Steele, who'll take you through to the...
and you'll be back here in August.
Of course, well, yeah, it's that long until we have another Surrey home game in the 4-day stuff.
I know.
But I'll be rattling all around. Don't worry about that.
I
Have fun.
know. Right. Cam Steele's going to join us, and he will be able to confirm these things for us because he's a player. So
Former player.
So he'll know all the playing conditions. Oh, I say leading edge nearly goes to hand. So I'm talking handshakes here. In the event of both sides deciding that a result cannot be manufactured, we have to get to the final hour in a fourth innings, do we? And the final hour begins when there are 16 overs remaining. Is that correct?
Yes. Whatever comes second, I think, when it's hours of play or overs.
Or overs. It's clipped away. There's nobody out there. There's no fielders out in the deep at this stage. And Orr has got a half century in his sights now. He's moved to 48 with that. So, in theory, if Surrey don't pick up any further wickets in the next 7.2 overs, then handshakes from that point on could come into play. I do, though, counsel that anything can happen in games of cricket, and I am still scarred by Surrey's away trip to Taunton from a year and a half ago.
Oh, you and me both.
Oh, man.
I got a pair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it.
I got Archie Vaughan.
Well, it started to rag, didn't it, that pitch? But, the thing that was so strange about it was, that from memory, was it Sibbers and Ben Folkes were there, and you could see Somerset were preparing for the handshake with 16 overs to go.
Did Leach get Sibley out?
I think off the last ball before then, and they went, okay, well, we'll try another couple of overs. And then the other one got out, and suddenly it's Kemar Roach and everybody round the bat. 91 for 2, and it was a gut punch, but Somerset then lost their next game, didn't they? So it was all for naught.
It did.
So there is a happy ever after story there. But at the time, my phone had a lot of gloating Somerset fans on it.
Well, we got out of the change room that day and getting onto the bus, and we were clapped out by the Somerset members, which was lovely, who were all sort of imagine like footballers walking into the ground. We were walking out of the ground, and they were all calling us all sorts, which was nice.
Yes, they're a charming bunch. And really love the cricket down there.
Yes, they do.
Things get spicy with some teams, don't they? I remember 2016 County Championship when Surrey were playing Yorkshire were playing Middlesex in that epic finish, ended with a hat-trick, if you recall, and Middlesex taking the title. And in the tavern afterwards, it became very clear that there was never any doubt that these two sides were going to make sure that there was a result one way or the other.
One way or t'other.
All right. It was quite fascinating watching the way. I mean, look, there was no sense of collusion. What I mean is that there was going to be a target set, and the side facing the target was going to go after it because both sides needed to win in order to win the title, and Somerset needed a draw. But both sides were pretty convivial at the end of that, seemed to enjoy each other's seasons. And Ollie Rayner sent a... Oh, look, hang on, here we go. What's missing? You've got the Surrey flag. You've got the Union flag, the right way up. I'm delighted to see. Darryl has told us that as this ball's crunched away for 4. And there's a missing flag. Hampshire have taken their flag down. It's all probably already in the coach.
Mother cricket.
I know you don't want to be doing that too soon.
Although saying that, Jake Lehman has just absolutely
Yeah,
melted that one out to the cover boundary. Taylor's not even missed there either.
No, I want Taylor to get a wicket or 2 here because he's bowled really well in this match. He hasn't bowled a lot of overs, actually, but he's bowled really well. And he has had a tough time of it because he frequently gets selected, it seems to be, I think by accident, perhaps more than design, but he finds himself playing on the flattest deck ever at Hove or Chelmsford or Edgbaston. A trifle hopeful, a touch high, I think. There have been a couple of close calls in this innings, and there's a couple of good signs here. I think Surrey's bowling attack's done well as a pack, and also it's good to see the pitch. It's still got good carry in it, good life in it, which bodes well for the Test match starting if you're coming down here to the Kia Oval next Wednesday.
Indeed. Surrey have looked sharper this game, and the pitch has been perfect, I would say. Enough in it for both bat and ball.
Absolutely.
Just the weather didn't play ball.
That was it, isn't it? We lost a day, and you know it's tough to force a result in the 3 days worth of overs that were given us.
But shout out to Lee Force and his
Yes.
ground staff. They've done a stellar job all season. There's so much cricket now, and they have been put to work.
Well, it put in sharp relief, hasn't it, when we've seen how difficult, obviously, the weather has made pitches in London, pitch preparation. To see the skill on display of our ground staff here. End of the over, finishes with a bouncer. There are 22 overs left, possibly just 6. Time will tell.
And especially now at grounds such as the Oval, where all of the practice pitches are on the playing surface.
Yeah.
It's much easier at bigger facilities where there are there's plenty of off-site space.
Well, like the nursery ground, for example.
Nursery grounds and
yeah.
the Utilita Bowl as well.
Oh, yeah, because they've got that bit sort of near the golf course.
They do.
Yeah.
Same with Old Trafford. Not a...
Edgbaston.
Edgbaston have one down the road.
That's
I can't remember the name of the something road, but...
Radcliffe Road? No, hang on. Radcliffe Road end is Trent Bridge, isn't it? I've got my roads mixed up. Oh, no.
How dare you?
Oh, no.
How dare you?
Oh. Kirkstall Lane ends Headingley. What? I'm having a blank here. What's going on? That's nicely swept away. Nobody down there. Dom Sibley will have to trot after it and retrieve. It's the last knockings of this county championship match. Just a reminder of what we can look forward to in the rest of the season as Ali Orr brings up his half century. He's battled today. Been a couple of close calls. He's been peppered by Reece Topley, who's bowled really threateningly, as well as Jordan Clark. Surrey seamers have been at him today, but he's survived. And he's brought up his half century. Yep, we've got a round of county championship matches starting on Friday, which Surrey are not involved in. The other 16 teams are. And then the following Friday, Surrey go to Cardiff to play Glamorgan, which feels like a relatively rare fixture. Glamorgan side have been very tough to beat in this year's county championship. Asa Tribe, Kieran Carlson, Mason Crane et al. And then, at that point, we then finish the blast, have finals day, 100 starts. So not until back end of August do we come back for 4-day county championship cricket, starting with a match against, sticks in my craw to say, the champions, Nottinghamshire. Credit where credit's due. Big game. And then there are 2 further county championship matches here at the Kia Oval. and 3 matches away. So there's a block of 6, isn't there, starting the back end of August. Takes us through to the end of September.
Raul Chahar.
Yes.
Big inclusion to complement the spin of Jackson Lawrence.
Could
He's
be
some
fun.
bowler, Raul Chahar.
Yeah, you're impressed by him.
Oh, my word.
Is he the sort of bowler where you can hear the ball fizz? Now, hang on. Something's interesting is happening here.
It's a drinks break.
It's just a drinks break, isn't it? There isn't some weirdness that I haven't factored in about 10 to 5, is there?
No, there is no urgency from the 2 12th men,
Right,
as you can
good.
see now. Just walking out and placing the drinks bottles down.
Can I just ask
Feeding time at the zoo.
why don't we have a drinks break in 5 overs and then just see? Do you know what I mean?
I'd say there's some collusion potentially going on.
Some chattage, yes. So tell us, is he the sort of spinner that where you can hear the kind of whine of the ball?
Wonderful effects. He's not a bigger spinner of the ball than anyone I've ever seen, but he's the most accurate leg spinner I've ever seen.
Right.
And it's same with Saika Shaw as well. He left arm spinner, both are Indian imports last year, plus Saisad Hassan.
So who's had a brilliant IPL.
But just the level of accuracy and nous is, I mean, head and shoulders above what I could ever have produced. And I'm not being modest. It is ridiculous.
I mean, it's very hard
Yeah.
to be accurate and a leggy, isn't it?
Oh yes, yeah.
Because it's unnatural and weird what you did. Sorry,
It
that
is,
sounded
yeah.
critical. I didn't mean it to. But
you
it's the
criticize
hardest-
it, you criticize away.
it's the craziest thing.
It is so hard, and I wasn't down there. I'd actually just had surgery on my ankle, but at Utilita Bowl last season, when Surrey won that final game of the year against Hampshire,
Oh yeah.
and put them in a the
perilous,
relegation
yeah.
in the perilous position. Who was keeping wicket? I can't remember, but whoever was said it was the best spell of bowling they'd ever best spell of spin bowling they'd ever seen.
Really
Chahar got
brilliant.
10 for the game, and he only bowled about 2 bad balls. I remember watching it on the stream. It was,
This is very encouraging.
oh
Cameron, you're getting me very excited.
yeah. Uh oh. You'll need to lie
Right.
down.
Well, I will. So I've got to get my timings right here. So the next set of county championship matches starts for Surrey 2 weeks on Friday. 2 weeks on Friday is the 26th of June.
Well, the games are still in my calendar. I shall.
Thank you. If it's the 26th of June,
That's a blast game. 26th of June.
is it
Sussex Sharks versus Surrey. 19th.
19th of June? I beg its pardon.
Glamorgan at Cardiff.
Right, so that's going to happen at the same time as the Test match. 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. So if we can wrap up this Test match in 3.5, 4 days, I can get back into my sitting room, whack on the Glamorgan live stream, and sit back and enjoy
Nothing like the Surrey
Al
stream,
Chahar.
though.
Oh
course.
well, obviously not. No,
Obviously not.
No.
But he,
But as I've got to see, stroke listen. You
Yeah.
know, churchy in my ears or whatever.
yes, indeed.
The Surrey live stream, by the way, isn't awful this time because we're back for a women's game on Saturday. Yes, Beckenham is that one? It will be because obviously this place is now going to be taken over for the Test match,
Wonderful.
and then the Women's World Cup. So yeah, the Oval becomes basically
An ICC hub.
yes. The livery will change. The you'll notice it at the lifts, things like that.
Does it remain the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion?
I really hope so. I do hope so. But you do find extraordinary things when you go to do ICC events. And I've done quite a few now. Grounds have to sort of so I think we've had it here when we've had the photographs. I have to go and put a little tape across our main sponsor because they're not an ICC sponsor. So in every photograph, some poor person has literally go around and put a little bit of masking tape on all of your shirts and then take them all off, obviously, when the World Cup is over. So there's a fair bit of that to do. And, I might get another free rucksack on Saturday. I'm going to
Excellent.
my first World Cup game at the Utilita Bowl on Saturday. I've still got the 2019 World Cup rucksack, which is, without exception, the best bag I have ever got. So good, in fact, that I have done matches where 4 of us have all got the same bag, which can be a bit of a problem because then we take the wrong bag home with us. It's a grey one with multiple pockets, lots of compartments. Oh, that's so good.
Well, the key trick to bags like that is the little card that you can attach to each of them with your initials on.
Good idea.
It's classic in a.
Well, curious enough, we'll keep an eye out to see if they are able to shake hands at 5 o'clock and not when there are 16 overs to go. If that is the case, I will remain vexed as ever. I don't know what's going on, but time will tell. Time will tell. Let's keep an eye out.
At least Ollie Pope's not bowling.
No, no, he's not. I'm delighted about that. Not because I'm not interested to see what he's got up his sleeve. We've got a fascinating field. 2 leg slips, 2 slips, forward short leg and a gully. So Taylor's being given an attacking field here.
Well,
he's going back to his mark quite slowly, as if they're trying to make this over last till 5 o'clock. Maybe that was the purpose of the drinks.
perhaps. Perhaps.
But I don't understand, though, because there's still 20 overs to be bowled after this over. So,
yeah. Well, if you can get, there's 1 or 2 minutes before 5. I wouldn't mind seeing Dom Sibley.
Oh yeah, a bit of Sibbers, yeah. The vicar.
Saw a nice tweet before saying if England need an all-rounder for the next game, then there's one right here.
Oh yeah,
Dom Sibley.
But they bat him at 7, wouldn't they? Something daft.
People forget that Sibbers' bowling was really quite good when he first started. He used to open the bowling in T20 cricket.
Yeah, he has had T20 games where he's opened the batting and bowling, hasn't he?
Yeah. Of course, I'm one of the biggest Dom Sibley fans in the world, so it's my prerogative to bring that up.
It's an ever-increasing group of people, is the Dom Sibley fan club. And
that's a nice thing to have said about you, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got another 100 today. Where's he up to in terms of runs? Well past 700. Getting close to 8. Him and Daniel Lawrence.
Daniel leading scorer now.
Well, they're jostling for position, aren't they? 660? 780. Dan Lawrence. 660. Dom Sibley. With 7 games left to go, if Dan Lawrence keeps going at that rate, he's going to get over 1,500 runs in the season. It's a lot. And Sibbers won't be far behind. Yes, we've got to quite the lacklustre stage now where the batters are saying, can we be bothered to run? I suppose. Do you want to face? I might as well. Have my eye on a red inker though, really. They take the leg by. I suppose if you're Ali Orr here, you're torn between thinking, I've got a couple of balls I could just field up, have a wallop. And then the other one is, if Surrey get a wicket, are they going to stay out there? They probably are, aren't they?
I'm not sure they would.
I'm not sure they would.
But there are certain characters that would try and hit a 6 in this situation. I'm not sure Ali Orr's one of them. I'm not sure I ever had it in me to be one of them either.
Who do you think would be?
Samuel Curran.
Yes, that would make sense. He wants the single. He's going to get off strike. He thinks he's going to get his red inker. It's 4:59. And how many seconds? This over started at 5 to 5. Taylor is walking back to his mark. When I say walk, he's dragging himself. He's actually now going in a little circle. I think he's going to change it. I'm going to come over the wicket. Yeah.
The Mornay Morkel circle.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to come back round the wicket. So he's really in completely the wrong place to bowl round the wicket. Exactly Mornay Morkel. And now it's describing an arc. Where are we up to? How many seconds before 5? He's going further away than he normally would. There are 5 seconds to go until 5 o'clock by my watch. Yes. Lehman's now finally ready. It's 5 o'clock. Here comes Taylor. For what could be the last ball of the match. He's in. It's defended. And now we're going to find out if I understand the regulations or not. No, I don't understand the regulations. Everyone's shaking hands. There are still 20 overs to be bowled. Now we know, 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock.
Well, obviously I don't understand the regulations either. Not sure I ever did when I was playing. I'm not sure anyone does.
Evidently.
Well, thankfully the umpires do.
Thankfully the umpires do. Unless there's a technicality here, we've hoodwinked them. And they've accidentally declared and handed over all the win points. I don't think they have. It's the end of the match. It's another draw here at the Oval. But this time, I would say the players were not defeated by the surface so much as the weather, which has done the trick, I'm afraid. But we've seen some scintillating batting. I think Cam's still alongside me as we wrap up here. We've got to hand it to Surrey for scoring 754 runs over 5 and over, powered by over 300 from Daniel Norcross. 100 from Dom Sibley today, which was really dynamic. It's been fun cricket. It's just you lose 90 overs, it's hard to claw them back.
Exactly right. With that extra 90 overs, Surrey certainly in with a chance, but they've looked far sharper this game, and on the back of, like you said, scintillating batting from Dan Norcross. What a game for him. What a week for him, following on from 94 not out on Friday night against the same opposition in a T20. And
so how many years? He got over 400 against
over 400 this week.
412 or something against Hampshire in a week. And 413 of 301 balls.
Mental stuff.
Yeah.
And he rightly
There
should
he
be
is.
leading his team off the field and capped on the
And
first
capped,
day
he
as
was
well.
capped as well.
Huge week for him, and lovely for Dom Sibley as well to add to his tally of first-class hundreds. But Dan Norcross, easily man of the match.
Well, he's averaging 159 as a capped player. If you can keep that going for the next 10 years, Surrey will be absolutely delighted.
I think England will be delighted as well.
Well, you'd like to hope so. Right, it's time we wrapped up here, but just to say, I think, a good quality game of cricket. Congratulations to Hampshire for holding out in testing circumstances today against a really up-for-it Surrey attack that just couldn't get the wickets that they needed. I think time has defeated them. 64 overs was realistically never going to be quite enough, and there was no other way of getting more overs back in the game. But we've had fun. It's been great having you, Cam. Do you think we'll have you back towards the back end of the season? Will you be?
I'm around. I'm available.
Well, we want you. It's a come and get me plea, and we'll definitely be answering that call. But thank you to everybody who's been on during this game. Mark Ramprakash on day one. Ali Brown we've had for a couple of days. Yas Rana, of course. Phil Walker, who's Daniel Norcross's greatest fan, who's missed almost every single one of his runs. Oh, can you believe that? Adam Collins, of course, our marvellous producer, George Gompets, as well as Jake and all the cameramen who are dotted around the ground. Who else have I missed out? Who?
Jeremy Coney.
JV Coney. Yes, well, Dan. Oh, I was here too. He was. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be hearing much more of him in the county championship, but he is back. If you want some more Coney action, and who doesn't want some more live Coney action, it's Beckenham on Saturday. That is Appointment TV on the Surrey live stream. That's when the next game is. The next county championship game isn't until the back end of August. I think and Andrew Sampson, the returning Andrew Sampson. Do you know what? We felt complete this week, haven't we? Since he's been away after the first day of the season, I felt like I'm missing a limb. But now he's back, I feel like I've got not just my limbs, but I've got my toes and my fingers back as well. I hope you've enjoyed it. I know it's been disappointing watching a bit of rain, but what has been scintillating has been some of the innings you've seen there. And congratulations also to Hampshire. They were in danger of following on at one point, but a very gutsy knock from Podkita, an unbeaten 84. Jordan Clark picking up 4 wickets. And Reece Topley today bowling with real fire, 2 for 20 in 10 overs. There's been some great cricket here, but next up for the County Championship, it's Glamorgan away. As I say, next live stream, the women are in action at Beckenham on Saturday, and the Kia Oval will be hosting a test match next week as well. If you're coming along, hope you have fun. Weather's perking up. But from all of us, for now, it is goodbye.